Chapter 1 of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Souvenirs. Land of the Nopal and Mogwai. Home of Moctezuma and Malinche. I cannot wring thy memories from my heart. Years may roll on, hand wax weak, and heart grow old, but never till both are cold can I forget thee. I would not, for thee would I remember. Not for all the world would I bathe my soul in the waters of Lethe. Blessed be memory for thy sake. Bright land of Anahuac, my spirit mounts upon the aerial wings of fancy, and once more I stand upon thy shores. Over the broad savannas I spur my noble steed, whose joyous neigh tells that he too is inspired by the scene. I rest under the shade of the Carrazo palm, and quaff the wine of the acrocomia. I climb thy mountains of amygdaloid and porphyry, thy crags of quartz, that yield the white silver and the yellow gold. I cross thy fields of lava, rugged in outline, and yet more rugged with their curvature of strange vegetable forms. Acacias and cactus, yuccas and zinnias. I traverse thy table plains through bristling rows of giant aloes, whose sparkling juice cheers me on my path. I stand upon the limits of eternal snow, crushing the alpine lichen under my heel, while down in the deep barranca, far down below, I behold the feathery fronds of the palm, the wax-like foliage of the orange, the broad shining leaves of the pothos, of arums and bananas. Oh, that I could again look with living eye on these bright pictures that even thus palely outlined upon the retina of memory impart pleasure to my soul. Land of Moctezuma, I have many souvenirs of thee, more deeply graven on my memory than these pictures of peace. Thou recallest scenes of war. I traverse thy fields of foemen, sword in hand, and now, after years gone by, many a wild scene of soldier life springs up before me with all the vividness of reality. The bivouac. I sit by the night campfire. Around are warlike forms and bearded faces. The blazing log reflects the sheen of arms and accoutrements. Saddles, rifles, pistols, canteens, strewing the ground, or hanging from the branches of adjacent trees. Picketed steeds loom large in the darkness, their forms dimly outlined against the somber background of the forest. A solitary palm stands near, its curving fronds looking hoary under the firelight. The same light gleams upon the fluted columns of the great organ cactus, upon agaves and bromelias, upon the silvery tillandsia that drapes the tall trees as with a toga. The wild tale is told, the song is sung, the jest goes round, the hoarse peal echoes through the aisles of the forest, frighting the parrot on its perch, and the wolf upon his prowl. Little reck they who sing, and jest, and laugh. Little reck they of the morrow. The skirmish. Morning breaks, the fragrant forest is silent, and the white-blue light is just tinging the treetops. A shot rings upon the air. It is the warning gun of the Picket sentinel, who comes galloping in upon the guard. The enemy approaches. To horse! The bugle thrills in clear loud notes. The slumberers spring to their feet. They seize their rifles, pistols, and sabres, and dash through the smoldering fires till ashes cloud the air. The steeds snort and neigh. In a trice they are saddled, bridled, and mounted, and away sweeps the troop along the forest road. The enemy is in sight, a band of Guerrilleros, in all their picturesqueness of manga and serape, of scarlet, purple, and gold, lances with shining points and streaming pennons o'ertop the trees. The bugle sounds the charge. Its notes are drowned by the charging cheer. We meet our swarthy foemen face to face. Spear thrusts are answered by pistol shots. Our sabres cross and clink, but our snorting steeds rear back and will not let us kill each other. We wheel and meet again, with deadlier aim and more determined arm. We strike without remorse. We strike for freedom. The battlefield, the serried columns and the bristling guns, the roar of cannon and the roll of drums, the bugle's wildest notes, the cheer, the charge, the struggle hand to hand, the falling foeman and his dying groan, the rout, retreat, the hoarse huzzah for victory, I well remember, but I cannot paint them. Land of Anahuac, thou recallest other scenes far different from these, scenes of tender love or stormy passion. The strife is o'er, the war drum has ceased to beat, and the bugle to bray. The steed stands chafing in his stall, and the conqueror dallies in the halls of the conquered. Love is now the victor, and the stern soldier, himself subdued, is transformed into a suing lover. In gilded hall or garden bower, behold him on bended knee, whispering his sweet tale in the ear of some dark-eyed Dongella, Andalusian, or Aztec. Lovely land, in truth have I sweet memories of thee, for who could traverse thy fields without beholding some fair flower, ever after to be borne upon his bosom? And yet not all my souvenirs are glad, pleasant and painful, sweet and sad. They thrill my heart with alternate throes. But the sad emotions have been tempered by time, and the glad ones at each returning tide seem tinged with brighter glow. In thy bowers, as elsewhere, roses must be plucked from thorns, but in memory's mellowed light I see not the thorns. I behold only the bright and beautiful roses. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini Rosario. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 2, A Mexican Frontier Village. A Mexican pueblita on the banks of the Rio Bravo del Norte, a mere rancheria or hamlet. The quaint old church of Morisco Italian style, with its cupola of motley Japan, the residence of the cura, and the house of the alcalde, are the only stone structures in the place. These constitute 3 sides of the piazza, a somewhat spacious square. The remaining side is taken up with shops or dwellings of the common people. They are built of large unburnt bricks, adobes, some of them washed with lime, others gaudily colored like the proscenium of a theater, but most of them uniform in their muddy and forbidding brown. All have heavy jail-like doors and windows without glass or sash. The reja of iron bars set vertically opposes the burglar, not the weather. From the four corners of the piazza, narrow, unpaved, dusty lanes lead off to the country, for some distance bordered on both sides by the adobe houses. Still farther out, on the skirts of the village and sparsely placed, are dwellings of frailer build, but more picturesque appearance. They are ridge-roofed structures of the split trunks of that gigantic lily, the arborescent yucca. Its branches form the rafters, its tough fibrous leaves the thatch. In these ranchitos dwell the poor peons, the descendants of the conquered race. The stone dwellings and those of mud likewise are flat-roofed, tiled or cemented, sometimes tastefully japanned, with a parapet breast-high running round the edge. This flat roof is the azotea, characteristic of Mexican architecture. When the sun is low and the evening cool, the azotea is a pleasant lounging place, especially when the proprietor of the house has a taste for flowers. Then it is converted into an aerial garden and displays the rich flora for which the picture land of Mexico is justly celebrated. It is just the place to enjoy a cigar, a glass of Nichole, or, if you prefer it, Catalan. The smoke is wafted away, and the open air gives a relish to the beverage. Besides, your eye is feasted. You enjoy the privacy of a drawing-room while you command what is passing in the street. The slight parapet gives security while hindering a too free view from below. You see without being seen. The world moves on, busied with earthly affairs, and does not think of looking up. I stand upon such an azotea. It is that over the house of the alcalde, and his being the tallest roof in the village, I command a view of all the others. I can see beyond them all, and note the prominent features of the surrounding country. My eye wanders with delight over the deep, rich verdure of its tropic vegetation. I can even distinguish its more characteristic forms, the cactus, the yucca, and the agave. I observe that the village is girdled by a belt of open ground, cultivated fields, where the maize waves its silken tassels in the breeze, contrasting with the darker leaves of the capsicums and bean plants, frijoles. This open ground is of limited extent. The chaparral, with its thorny thicket of acacias, mimosae, ingas, and robinias, a perfect maze of leguminous trees, hems it in. And so near is the verge of this jungle that I can distinguish its undergrowth of stemless sabal palms and bromelias, the sun-scorched and scarlet leaves of the pita plant shining in the distance like lists of fire. This propinquity of the forest to the little pueblita bespeaks the indolence of the inhabitants. Perhaps not. It must be remembered that these people are not agriculturalists, but vaqueros, herdsmen, and that the glades and openings of that thick chaparral are speckled with herds of fierce Spanish cattle and droves of small sharp-eared Andalusian horses of the race of the barb. The fact of so little cultivation does not abnegate the existence of industry on the part of the villagers. Grazing is their occupation, not farming. Only a little of the latter to give them maize for their tortillas, chili to season it with, and black beans to complete the repast. These three, with the half-wild beef of their wide pastures, constitute the staple of food throughout all Mexico. For drink, the denizen of the high tableland find his favorite beverage, the rival of champagne, in the core of the gigantic aloe, while he of the tropic coastland refreshes himself from the juice of another native endogen, the acrocomia palm. Favored land, Ceres loves thee, and Bacchus too. To thy fields both the god and the goddess have been freely bounteous. Food and drink may be had from them on easy terms. Alas! As in all other lands, one only excepted, nature's divine views have been thwarted, her aim set aside by the malignity of man. As over the broad world the blight of the despot is upon thy beauty. Why are these people crowded together, hived, as it were, in towns and villages? Herdsmen, one would expect to find them scattered by reason of their occupation. Besides, a sky continually bright, a genial clime, a picturesqueness of scene, all seem to invite to rural life, and yet I have ridden for hours a succession of lovely landscapes rising before my eyes, all of them wild, wanting in that one feature which makes the rural picture perfect, the house, the dwelling of man. Towns there are, and at long intervals the huge hacienda of the landed lord, walled in like a fortress. But where are the ranchos, the homes of the common people? True, I have noticed the ruins of many, and that explains the puzzle. I remember, now that I am on the frontier, that for years past the banks of the Rio Bravo, from its source to the sea, have been hostile ground, a war border of 1,500 miles in length. Many a red conflict has occurred, is still occurring, between those Arabs of the American desert, the horse Indians, and the pale-faced descendants of the Spaniard. That is why the ranchos exist only in ruins. That is why the haciendas are loopholed and the populace pent up within walls. The condition of feudal Europe exists in free America, on the banks of the Rio Bravo del Norte. Nearly a mile off, looking westward, I perceive the sheen of water. It is a reach of the great river that glances under the setting sun. The river curves at that point, and the summit of a gentle hill, half girdled by the stream, is crowned by the low white walls of a hacienda. Though only 1 story high, this hacienda appears from its extent, and the style of its architecture, to be a noble mansion. Like all of its class, it is flat-roofed, but the parapet is crenated, and small ornamental turrets over the angles and the great gateway relieve the monotony of its outlines. A larger tower, the belfry of a chapel, appears in the background. The Mexican hacienda is usually provided with its little capilla for the convenient worship of the peon retainers. The emblems of religion, such as it is, are thick over the land. The glimmer of glass behind the iron rejas relieves to some extent the prison-like aspect, so characteristic of Mexican country houses. This is further modified by the appearance over the parapet of green foliage. Forms of tropic vegetation show above the wall, among others the graceful curving fronds of a palm. This must be an exotic, for although the lower half of the Rio Bravo is within the zone of the palms, the species that grow so far north are fan palms, chameyrops, and sabal. This one is of far different form, with plume-shaped pinnate fronds of the character of cocos, phoenix, or euterpe. I note the fact not from any botanical curiosity with which it inspires me, but rather because the presence of this exotic palm has a significance. It illustrates a point in the character of him. It may be her who is the presiding spirit of the place. No doubt there is a fair garden upon the azotea, perhaps a fair being among its flowers. Pleasant thoughts spring up, anticipations. I long to climb that sloping hill, to enter that splendid mansion, and, longing still, I gaze. The ring of a bugle startles me from this pleasant reverie. 'Tis only a stable call, but it has driven sweet reflections out of my mind, and my eyes are turned away from the bright mansion, and rest upon the piazza of the Pueblita. There a far different scene greets their glance. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini Rosario. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 3. The Rangers on Picket. The center of the piazza presents a salient point in the picture. There the well, El Pozo, with its gigantic wheel, its huge leathern belt and buckets, its trough of cemented stonework, offers an oriental aspect. Verily, it is the Persian wheel. 'Tis odd to a northern eye to find such a structure in this western land, but the explanation is easy. The Persian wheel has traveled from Egypt along the southern shores of the Mediterranean. With the Moors, it crossed the Straits of Gibraltar, and the Spaniard has carried it over the Atlantic. The reader of the sacred volume will find many a familiar passage illustrated in the customs of Mexico. The genius of the Arab has shaped many a thought for the brain of the Aztec. My eye rests not long upon the well, but turns to gaze on the scene of active life that is passing near and around it. Forms and varied ones, I trow, are moving there. Gliding with silent step and dubious look, his wide calzoneros flapping around his ankles, his arms and shoulders shrouded in the mottled serape, his black broad-brimmed hat darkening still more his swarth face, goes the poblano, the denizen of the adobe hut. He shuns the center of the piazza, keeping around the walls, but at intervals his eyes are turned towards the well with a look of mingled fierceness and fear. He reaches a doorway. It is silently opened by a hand within. He enters quickly and seems glad to get out of sight. A little afterwards, I can catch a glimpse of his somber face, dimly visible behind the bars of the reja. At distant corners, I descry small groups of his class, all similarly costumed in calzoneros, striped blankets, and glaze hats, all, like him, wearing uneasy looks. They gesticulate little, contrary to their usual habit, and converse only in whispers or low mutterings. Unusual circumstances surround them. Most of the women are within doors. A few of the poorer class, of pure Indian race, are seated in the piazza. They are hucksters, and their wares are spread before them on a thin palm leaf mat, petate, while another similar one, supported umbrella-like on a stem, screens them and their merchandise from the sun. Their dyed woolen garments, their bare heads, their coarse black hair, adorned with twists of scarlet worsted, impart them somewhat of a gypsy look. They appear as free of care as the Zingali themselves. They laugh and chatter and show their white teeth all day long, asking each newcomer to purchase their fruits and vegetables, their piñole, atole, and agua dulce. Their not unmusical voices ring pleasantly upon the ear. Now and then a young girl with red olla poised upon her crown trips lightly across the piazza in the direction of the well. Perhaps she is a poblana, one of the belles of the village, in short-skirted, bright-colored petticoat, embroidered but sleeveless chemisette, with small satin slippers upon her feet, head, shoulders, and bosom shrouded in the blue-gray rebozo, arms and ankles bare. Several of these may be seen passing to and fro. They appear less uneasy than the men. They even smile at intervals and reply to the rude badinage uttered in an unknown tongue by the odd-looking strangers around the well. The Mexican women are courageous as they are amiable. As a race, their beauty is undeniable. But who are these strangers? They do not belong to the place, that is evident, and equally so that they are objects of terror to those who do. At present, they are masters here. Their numbers, their proud, confident swagger, and the bold, loud tone of their conversation attest that they are masters of the ground. Who are they? Odd-looking, I have styled them, and the phrase is to be taken in its full significance. A more odd-looking set of fellows never mustered in a Mexican piazza, nor elsewhere. There are 80 of them, and but that each carries a Jaeger rifle in his hand, a knife in his belt, and a Colt's pistol on his thigh. You could not discover the slightest point of resemblance between any two of them. Their arms are the only things about them denoting uniformity, and some sort of organization. For the rest, they are as unlike one another as the various shapes and hues of coarse broadcloth, woolen jeans, cottonades, colored blankets, and buckskin can make them. They wear caps of coonskin and catskin and squirrel, hats of beaver and felt and glaze, of wool and palmetto, of every imaginable shape and slouch. Even of the modern monster, the silken tile samples might be seen, badly crushed. There are coats of broadcloth, few in number, and well worn, but many are the garments of Kentucky jeans of bluish gray, of copper-colored nigger cloth, and sky-colored cottonade. Some wear coats made of green blankets, others of blue ones, and some of a scarlet red. There are hunting shirts of dressed deerskin, with plaited skirt and cape, fringed and jauntily adorned with beads and embroidery, the favorite style of the backwoods hunter. But others there are of true Indian cut, open only at the throat and hanging loose, or fastened around the waist with a belt, the same that secures the knife and pistol. There are cloth jackets, too, such as are worn by sailors, and others of sky-blue cottonade, the costume of the Creole of Louisiana, some of red-brown leather, the jaqueta of the Spano-American, and still another fashion, the close-fitting embroidered spencer of the Mexican ranchero. Some shoulders are covered by sarapes, and some by the more graceful and toga-like manga. Look lower down. Examine the limbs of the men of this motley band. The covering of these is not less varied than their upper garments. You see wrappers of coarse cloth, of flannel, and of baize. They are blue and scarlet and green. You see leggings of rawhide and of buckskin, boots of horse leather reaching to the thighs, nigger boots of still coarser fabric, with the pantaloons tucked under brogans of unstained calfskin, and moccasins of varied cut, betokening the fashion of more than one Indian tribe. You may see limbs encased in calzoneros, and others in the heavy stamped leather botas of the Mexican horsemen, resembling the greaves of warriors of the olden time. The heels of all are armed, though their armature is as varied as the costumes. There are spurs of silver and steel, some plated and some with the plating worn off, some strapped and others screwed into the heel of the boot, some light with small rowels and tiny teeth, while others are seen, the heavy spur of Mexico, of several pounds weight, with rowels 5 inches in diameter and teeth that might be dashed through the ribs of a horse, cruel weapons of the Mexican caballero. But these spurs in the piazza, these botas and calzoneros, these mangas and sarapes, are not worn by Mexicans. Their present wearers are men of a different race. Most of those tall, stalwart bodies are the product of the maize plant of Kentucky and Tennessee, or the buckwheat and hog meat of the fertile flats of Ohio, Indiana, and the Illinois. They are the squatters and hunters of the backwoods, the farmers of the great western slopes of the Alleghanies, the boatmen of the Mississippi, the pioneers of Arkansas and Missouri, the trappers of prairie land, the voyageurs of the lake country, the young planters of the lower states, the French Creoles of Louisiana, the adventurous settlers of Texas, with here and there a gay city spark from the larger towns of the great West. Yes, and from other sources are individuals of that mixed band. I recognize the Teutonic type, the fair hair and whitish-yellow mustache of the German, the florid Englishman, the staid Scot, and his contrast, the noisy Hibernian, both equally brave. I behold the adroit and nimble Frenchman, full of laugh and chatter, the staunch soldierly Swiss, and the mustached exile of Poland, dark, somber, and silent. What a study for an ethnologist is that band of odd-looking men. Who are they? You have thrice asked the question. I answer it. They are a corps of rangers, the guerrilla of the American army. And who am I? I am their captain, their chief. Yes, I am the leader of that queer crew, and despite their rough, motley aspect, I dare affirm that not in Europe, not in America elsewhere, not upon the great globe's surface can be found a band of like numbers to equal them in strength, daring, and warlike intelligence. Many of them have spent half a life in the sharpening practice of border warfare, Indian or Mexican, and from these the others have learnt. Some have been gentlemen upon whom fortune has frowned. A few have been desperadoes within the pale of civilized life, and a smaller few, perhaps outlaws beyond it, bad materials wherewith to colonize, not so bad if you go but to conquer. Rude as is the coup d'oeil of the corps, I am proud to say that a high sentiment of honor pervades it. higher than will be found in the picked corps de garde of an emperor. True, they appear rough and reckless, terrible I might say, for most of them, with their long beards and hair, dust-begrimed faces, slouched hats, and odd habiliments, belted as they are with knife, pistol, powder-horn, and pouch, present such an aspect. But you would wrong them to take them as they look. Few among them are the pure bandits whose aim is plunder. Many a noble heart beats beneath a rude exterior, many a one truly humane. There are hearts in that band that throb under the influence of patriotism. Some are guided by a still nobler impulse, a desire to extend the area of freedom. Others, it is true, yearn but for revenge. These last are chiefly Texans who mourn a friend or brother slain by Mexican treachery. They have not forgotten the cowardly assassination of Goliad. They remember the red butchery of the Alamo. Perhaps I alone, of all the band, have no motive for being here. If one, 'tis slight scarce so noble as vengeance. Mere chance, the love of excitement and adventure, perhaps some weak fondness for power and fame, are all the excuses I can urge for taking a hand in this affair. A poor adventurer, without friends, without home, without country, for my native land is no more a nation. My heart is not cheered by a single throb of patriotism. I have no private wrong to redress, no public cause, no country for which to combat. During intervals of inaction, these thoughts recur to me and give me pain. The men have picketed their horses in the church enclosure. Some are tied to trees and others to the reja bars of the windows. Like their riders, a motley group, various in size, color, and race. The strong, high-mettled steed of Kentucky and Tennessee, the light pacer of Louisiana, the cob, the barb, his descendant, the mustang, that but a few weeks ago was running wild upon the prairies, may all be seen in the troop. Mules also, of two distinct races, the large gaunt mule of North America, and the smaller and more sprightly variety native of the soil. My own black steed, with his pretty fern-colored muzzle, stands near the fountain in the center of the piazza. My eye wanders with a sort of habitual delight over the oval outlines of his body. How proudly he curves his swan-like neck, and with mock anger paws up the dust. He knows that my eyes are upon him. We have been scarcely an hour in the rancheria. We are perfect strangers to it. We are the first American troop its people have yet seen, although the war has been going on for some months farther down the river. We have been dispatched upon scouting duty with orders to scour the surrounding country as far as it is safe. The object in sending us hither is not so much to guard against a surprise from our Mexican foe, who is not upon this side, but to guard them, the Mexicans, from another enemy, an enemy of both of us, the Comanche. These Indian Ishmaelites, report says, are upon the war trail, and have quite an army in the field. It is said they are foraging higher up the river, where they have it all to themselves, and have just pillaged a settlement in that direction, butchered the men, as is their wont, and carried off the women, children, and chattels. We came hither to conquer the Mexicans, but we must protect while conquering them. Cosas de Mexico. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini Rosario. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 4, Making a Captive. I was musing upon the singular character of this triangular war when my reverie was disturbed by the hoof-strokes of a horse. The sounds came from a distance, outside the village. The strokes were those of a horse at full gallop. I stepped hastily across the azotea and looked over the parapet in hopes of obtaining a view of this rapid rider. I was not disappointed. As I neared the wall, the road and the rider came full under my eyes. In the latter, I beheld a picturesque object. He appeared to be a very young man, a mere youth, without beard or mustache, but of singularly handsome features. The complexion was dark, almost brown, but even at the distance of 200 yards I could perceive the flash of a noble eye, and note a damask redness upon his cheeks. His shoulders were covered with a scarlet manga that draped backward over the hips of his horse, and upon his head he wore a light sombrero, laced, banded, and tasseled with bullion of gold. The horse was a small but finely proportioned mustang, spotted like a jaguar upon a ground color of cream, a true Andalusian. The horseman was advancing at a gallop, without fear of the ground before him. By chance his eyes were raised to the level of the azotea on which I stood. My uniform and the sparkle of my accoutrement caught his glance, and quick as thought, as if by an involuntary movement, he reined up his mustang until its ample tail lay clustered upon the dust of the road. It was then that I noted the singular appearance of both horse and rider. Just at that moment, the ranger, who held picket on that side of the village, sprang forth from his hiding place and challenged the horseman to halt. The challenge was unheeded. Another jerk of the rein spun the mustang round, as upon a pivot, and the next instant, impelled by the spur, the animal resumed his gallop. He did not return by the road, but shot off in a new direction, nearly at right angles to his former course. A rifle bullet would have followed, and most likely have stopped the career of either horse or rider, had not I, just in the nick of time, shouted to the sentry to hold his fire. A reflection had occurred to me. The game was too noble, too beautiful, to be butchered by a bullet. It was worth a chase and a capture. My horse was by the water trough. I had noticed that he was not yet unsaddled, and the bridle was still on. He had been warmed by the morning's scout, and I had ordered my negro groom to walk him round for an hour or so before letting him at the water. I did not wait to descend by the escalera. I sprang upon the parapet, and from that into the piazza. The groom, perceiving my intention, met me halfway with the horse. I seized the reins and bounded into the saddle. Several of the readiest of the rangers followed my example, and as I galloped down the lane that led out of the rancheria, I could tell by the clattering of hoofs that half a dozen of them were at my heels. I cared not much for that, for surely I was a match for the stripling we meant to chase. I knew, moreover, that speed at the moment was of more importance than strength, and that if the spotted horse possessed as much bottom as he evidently did heels, his rider and I would have it to ourselves in the end. I knew that all the horses of my troop were less swift than my own, and from the half-dozen springs I had witnessed on the part of the mustang, I felt satisfied that it remained only for me to overhaul him. My springing down from the roof and up into the saddle had occupied scarcely 2 minutes' time, and in 2 more I had cleared the houses and was scouring across the fields after the scarlet horseman. He was evidently making to get round the village and continue the journey our presence had so suddenly interrupted. The chase led through a field of milpas. My horse sank deeply in the loose earth, while the lighter mustang bounded over it like a hare. He was distancing me, and I began to fear I should lose him, when all at once I saw that his course was intercepted by a list of magueys, running transversely right and left. The plants were of luxuriant growth, 8 or 10 feet high, and placed alternately so that their huge hooked blades interlocked with each other, forming a natural chevaux de frise. This barrier at first glance seemed impassable for either man or horse. It brought the Mexican to a halt. He was turning to skirt it when he perceived that I had leaned into the diagonal line and could not fail to head him. With a quick wrench upon the rein, he once more wheeled round, set his horse against the magueys, plied the spur, and dashed right into their midst. In a moment both horse and rider were out of sight, but as I spurred up to the spot, I could hear the thick blades crackle under the hoofs of the mustang. There was no time for reflection. I must either follow or abandon the pursuit. The alternative was not thought of. I was on my honor, my steed upon his mettle, and without halt we went plunging through the magueys. Torn and bleeding, we came out on the opposite side, and I perceived, to my satisfaction, that I had made better time than the red rider before me. His halt had lessened the distance between us. But another field of milpas had to be passed, and he was again gaining upon me as we galloped over the heavy ground. When nearly through the field, I perceived something glancing before us. It was water, a wide drain or ditch, a sequia, for irrigating the field. Like the magueys, it ran transversely to our course. That will stop him, thought I. He must take to the right or left, and then... My thoughts were interrupted. Instead of turning either to right or left, the Mexican headed his horse at the sequia, and the noble creature rushing forward rose like a bird upon the wing and cleared the canal. I had no time to expend in admiring the feat. I hastened to imitate it, and galloping forward I set myself for the leap. My brave steed needed neither whip nor spur. He had seen the other leap the sequia, and he knew what was expected of him. With a bound he went over, clearing the drain by several feet, and then, as if resolved upon bringing the affair to an end, he laid his head forward and stretched himself at race-course speed. A broad grassy plain, a savanna, lay before us, and the hoofs of both horses, pursuer and pursued, now rang upon hard, firm turf. The rest of the chase would have been a simple trial of speed, and I made sure of overhauling the mustang before he could reach the opposite side, when a new obstacle presented itself. A vast herd of cattle and horses studded the savanna throughout its whole extent. These, startled by our wild gallop, tossed their heads and ran affrighted in every direction, but frequently, as otherwise, directly in our way. More than once I was forced to rein in, to save my neck or my horses from being broken over a fierce bull or a long-horned lumbering ox, and more than once I was compelled to swerve from my course. What vexed me most was that in this zigzag race, the mustang, from practice perhaps, had the advantage, and while it continued, he increased his distance. We cleared the drove at length, but to my chagrin I perceived that we were nearly across the plain. As I glanced ahead, I saw the chaparral near, with taller trees rising over it. Beyond, I saw the swell of a hill, with white walls upon its summit. It was the hacienda, already mentioned. We were riding directly towards it. I was growing anxious about the result. Should the horseman reach the thicket, I would be almost certain to lose him. I dared not let him escape. What would my men say if I went back without him? I had hindered the sentry from firing and permitted to escape, perhaps a spy, perhaps some important personage. His desperate efforts to get off favored the supposition that he was one or the other. He must be taken. Under fresh impulse derived from these reflections, I lanced the flanks of my horse more deeply than ever. Moro seemed to divine my thoughts and stretched himself to his utmost. There were no more cattle, not an obstacle, and his superior speed soon lessened the distance between himself and the mustang. 10 seconds more would do it. The 10 seconds flew by. I felt myself within shooting distance. I drew my pistol from its holster. Alto! O yo tiro! Halt, or I fire! I cried aloud. There was no reply. The mustang kept on. Halt! I cried again, unwilling to take the life of a fellow creature. Halt, or you are a dead man! No reply again. There were not 6 yards between myself and the Mexican horseman. Riding straight behind him, I could have sent a bullet into his back. Some secret instinct restrained me. It was partly, though not altogether, a feeling of admiration. There was an indefinable idea in my mind at the moment. My finger rested on the trigger, and I could not draw it. He must not escape. He is nearing the trees. He must not be allowed to enter the thicket. I must cripple the horse. I looked for a place to aim at. His hips were towards me. Should I hit him there, he might still get off. Where should I aim? At this moment, the animal wheeled, as if guided by his own impulse, perhaps by the knees of his rider, and shot off in a new direction. The object of this maneuver was to throw me out of the track, So far it was successful, but it gave me just the opportunity to aim as I wanted, as it brought the Mustang's side towards me, and leveling my pistol, I sent a bullet through his kidneys. A single plunge forward was his last, and both horse and rider came to the ground. In an instant, the latter had disengaged himself from his struggling steed and stood upon his feet. Fearing that he might still endeavor to escape to the cover of the thicket, I spurred forward, pistol in hand, and pointed the weapon at his head. But he made no attempt either at further flight or resistance. On the contrary, he stood with folded arms, fronting the leveled tube, and, looking me full in the face, said with an air of perfect coolness, "No mátame, amigo. Soy mujer." Do not kill me, friend. I am a woman. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini Rosario. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 5, My Captive. Do not kill me, friend. I am a woman. This declaration scarcely astonished me. I was half prepared for it. During our wild gallop, I had noticed one or two circumstances which led me to suspect that the spy I pursued was a female. As the Mustang sprung over the Zakia, the flowing skirt of the manga was puffed upward and hung for some moments spread out in the air. A velvet bodice beneath, a tunic-like skirt, the tournure of the form, all impressed me as singular for a caballero, however rich and young. The limbs I could not see, as the goatskin armas de agua were drawn over them, but I caught a glimpse of a gold spur and a heel of a tiny red boot to which it was attached. The clubbed hair, too, loosened by the violent motion, had fallen backward, and in two thick plaits, slightly disheveled, rested upon the croup of the horse. A young Indian's might have been equally as long, but his tresses would have been jet black and coarse-grained, whereas those under my eyes were soft, silky, and nut-brown. Neither the style of riding, à la Duchesse de Berry, nor the man-like costume of manga and hat were averse to the idea that the rider was a woman. Both the style and costume are common to the rancheras of Mexico. Moreover, as the Mustang made his last double, I had caught a near view of the side face of the rider. The features of no man, not of the Trojan shepherd, not of Adonis or Endymion, were so exquisitely chiseled as they. Certainly a woman. Her declaration at once put an end to my conjectures, but, as I have said, did not astonish me. I was astonished, however, by its tone and manner. Instead of being uttered in accents of alarm, it was pronounced as coolly as if the whole thing had been a jest. Sadness, not supplication, was the prevailing tone, which was further carried out as she knelt to the ground, pressed her lips to the muzzle of the still-breathing Mustang, and exclaimed, "Ay de mí, pobre yegua! Muerte, muerte! Alas me, poor mare! Dead, dead!" "A woman?" said I, feigning astonishment. My interrogatory was unheeded. She did not even look up. "Ay de mí, pobre yegua! Lola, Lolita!" she repeated, as coolly as if the dead Mustang was the only object of her thoughts, and I, the armed assassin, 50 miles from the spot. "A woman!" I again ejaculated, in my embarrassment, scarcely knowing what to say. "Si, señor, nada más. ¿Qué quiere ve?" "Yes, sir, nothing more. What do you want?" As she made this reply, she rose to her feet and stood confronting me without the slightest semblance of fear. So unexpected was the answer, both in tone and sentiment, that for the life of me I could not help breaking into a laugh. "You are merry, sir. You have made me sad. You have killed my favorite." I shall not easily forget the look that accompanied these words. Sorrow, anger, contempt, defiance were expressed in one and the same glance. My laughter was suddenly checked. I felt humiliated in that proud presence. "Señorita," I replied, "I deeply regret the necessity I have been under. It might have been worse." "And how, pray, how worse?" demanded she, interrupting me. "My pistol might have been aimed at yourself. but for a suspicion. "Carrambo!" she cried, again interrupting me. "It could not have been worse. I loved that creature dearly, dearly as I do my life, as I love my father, pobre yegua, yeguita, ita, ita." And as she thus wildly expressed herself, she bent down, passed her arms around the neck of the mustang, and once more pressed her lips to its velvet muzzle. Then, gently closing its eyelids, she rose to an erect attitude and stood with folded arms, regarding the lifeless form with a sad and bitter expression of countenance. I scarcely knew what to do. I was in a dilemma with my fair captive. I would have given a month of my payroll to have restored the spotted mustang to life. But as that was out of the question, I bethought me of some means of making restitution to its owner. An offer of money would not be delicate. What then? A thought occurred to me that promised to relieve me from my embarrassment. The eagerness of the rich Mexicans to obtain our large American horses, frisones, as they term them, was well known throughout the army. Fabulous prices were often paid for them by these ricos, who wanted them for display upon the paseo. We had many good half-bred bloods in the troop. One of these, thought I, might be acceptable even to a lady who had lost her pet. I made the offer as delicately as I could. It was rejected with scorn. "What, signor?" cried she, striking the ground with her foot till the rowels rang. "What? A horse to me? Mira!" she continued, pointing to the plain. "Look there, sir. There are 1,000 horses. They are mine. Now, know the value of your offer. Do I stand in need of a horse?" "But, señorita," stammered I, apologizingly, "these are horses of native race. The one I propose to—" "Bah!" she exclaimed, interrupting me and pointing to the mustang. "I would not have exchanged that native for all the frisones in your troop. Not one of them was its equal." A personal slight would not have called forth a contradiction, yet this defiance had that effect. She had touched the chord of my vanity, I might almost say of my affection. With some pique, I replied, "One, señorita?" I looked towards Moro as I spoke. Her eyes followed mine, and she stood for some moments gazing at him in silence. I watched the expression of her eye. I saw it kindle into admiration as it swept over the gracefully curving outlines of my noble steed. He looked at the moment superb. The short scurry had drawn the foam from his lips, and flakes of it clung against his neck and counter, contrasting finely with the shining black of his skin. His sides heaved and fell in regular undulations, and the smoke issued from his blood-red nostrils. His eye was still on fire, and his neck proudly arched, as though conscious of his late triumph and the interest he was now exciting. For a long while she stood gazing upon him, and though she spoke not a word, I saw that she recognized his fine points. "You are right, caballero," she said at length, and thoughtfully, "he is." Just then a series of reflections were passing through my mind that rendered me extremely uncomfortable, and I felt regret that I had so pointedly drawn her attention to the horse. Would she demand him? That was the thought that troubled me. I had not promised her any horse in my troop, and Moro I would not have given for her herd of 1,000. But on the strength of the offer I had made, what if she should fancy him? The circumstances were awkward for a refusal. Indeed, under any circumstances, refusal would have been painful. I began to feel that I could deny her nothing. This proud, beautiful woman already divided my interest with Moro. My position was a delicate one. Fortunately, I was relieved from it by an incident that carried our thoughts into a new current. The troopers who had followed me at that moment rode up. She seemed uneasy at their presence. That could not be wondered at, considering their wild garb and fierce looks. I ordered them back to their quarters. They stared for a moment at the fallen mustang with its rich blood-stained trappings, at its late rider, and her picturesque garments, and then, muttering a few words to one another, obeyed the order. I was once more alone with my captive. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini Rosario. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 6, Isolina de Vargas. As soon as the men were out of hearing, she said interrogatively, "Tejanos?" "Some of them are Texans, not all." "You are their chief?" "I am." "Capitan, I presume?" "That is my rank." "And now, Señor Capitan, am I your captive?" The question took me by surprise, and for the moment I did not know what answer to make. The excitement of the chase, the encounter, and its curious developments, perhaps above all other things, the bewitching beauty of my captive, had driven out of my mind the whole purpose of the pursuit, and for some minutes I had not been thinking of any result. The interrogatory reminded me that I had a delicate duty to perform. Was this lady a spy? Such a supposition was by no means improbable, as my old campaigner can testify. Fair ladies, though never one so fair as she, have, ere now, served their country in this fashion. She may be the bearer of some important dispatch for the enemy. If so, and I permit her to go free, the consequences may be serious, unpleasant even to myself. So ran my reflections. On the other hand, I disliked the duty of taking her back a prisoner. I feared to execute it. I dreaded her displeasure. I wished to be friends with her. I felt the influence of that mysterious power which transcends all strength, the power of beauty. I had been but 10 minutes in the company of this brown-skinned maiden, and already she controlled my heart as though she had been its mistress for life. I knew not how to reply. She saw that I hesitated, and again put the question, "Am I your captive?" "I fear, señorita, I am yours." I was prompted to this declaration, partly to escape from a direct answer, and partly giving way to the passion already fast gathering in my bosom. It was no coquetry on my part, no desire to make a pretty passage of words. Though I spoke only from impulse, I was serious, and with no little anxiety did I watch the effect of my speech. Her large, lustrous eyes rested upon me, at first with a puzzled expression. This gradually changed to one of more significance, one that pleased me better. She seemed for a moment to throw aside her indifference and regard me with more attention. I fancied, from the glance she gave, that she was contented with what I had said. For all that, the slight curl upon her pretty lip had a provoking air of triumph in it, and she resumed her proud hauteur as she replied, "Come, caballero, this is idle compliment. Am I free to go?" I wavered betwixt duty and over-politeness. A compromise offered itself. "Lady," said I, approaching her, and looking as seriously as I could into her beautiful eyes, "if you give me your word that you are not a spy, you are free to go. Your word, I ask nothing more." I prescribed these conditions rather in a tone of entreaty than command. I affected sternness, but my countenance must have mocked me. My captive broke into unrestrained laughter, crying out at intervals, "I, a spy? A spy? Ha, ha, ha! Señor Capitan, you are jesting." "I hope, señorita, you are in earnest." "You are no spy, then? You bear no dispatch for our enemy?" "Nothing of the sort, mio Capitan." And she continued her light laughter. "Why, then, did you try to make away from us?" "Ah, caballero, are you not Tejanos? Do not be offended when I tell you that your people bear but an indifferent reputation among us Mexicans. But your attempt to escape was, to say the least, rash and imprudent. You risked life by it." "Carrambo! Yes, I perceive I did." And she looked significantly at the mustang, while a bitter smile played upon her lips. "I perceive it now. I did not then. I did not think there was a horseman in all your troop could come up with me. Merced, there was one. You have overtaken me. You alone could have done it." As she uttered these words, her large brown eyes were once more turned upon me, not in a fixed gaze, but wandering. She scanned me from the forage cap on my crown to the spur upon my heel. I watched her eye with eager interest. I fancied that its scornful expression was giving way. I fancied there was a ray of tenderness in the glance. I would have given the world to have divined her thoughts at that moment. Our eyes met, and parted in mutual embarrassment. At least I fancied so. For on turning again, I saw that her head drooped, and her gaze was directed downward, as if some new thought occupied her. For some moments both were silent. We might have remained longer thus, but it occurred to me that I was acting rudely. The lady was still my captive. I had not yet given her permission to depart. I hastened to tender it. Spy or no spy, señorita, I shall not detain you. I shall bear the risk. You are free to go. Gracias, ay, caballero. And now, since you have behaved so handsomely, I shall set your mind at rest about the risk. Read. She handed me a folded paper. At a glance I recognized the safeguard of the commander-in-chief, enjoining upon all to respect its bearer, the Doña Isolina de Vargas. You perceive, mio capita, I was not your captive after all? Ha ha ha! Lady, you are too general not to pardon the rudeness to which you have been subjected? Freely, Capitan, freely. I shudder at thought of the risk you have run. Why did you act with such imprudence? Your sudden flight at sight of our picket caused suspicion, and of course it was our duty to follow and capture you. With the safeguard, you had no cause for flight. Ha! It was that very safeguard that caused me to fly. The safeguard, señorita. Pray explain. Can I trust your prudence, Capitan? I promise. Know then that I was not certain you were Americanos. For aught I could see, you might have been a guerrilla of my countrymen. How would it be if this paper, and sundry others I carry, were to fall into the hands of the Cayales? You perceive, Capitan, we fear our friends more than our enemies. I now fully comprehended the motive of her flight. You speak Spanish too well, mio Capitan, continued she. Had you cried halt in your native tongue, I should at once have pulled up, and perhaps saved my pet. Ah, mi pobre yegua, pobre Zola. As she uttered the last exclamation, her feelings once more overcame her, and sinking down upon her knees, she passed her arms around the neck of the mustang, now stiff and cold. Her face was buried in the long, thick mane, and I could perceive the tears sparkling like dewdrops over the tossed hair. Pobre Lolita, she continued, I have good cause to grieve. I had reason to love you well. More than once you saved me from the fierce Lipan and the brutal Comanche. What am I to do now? I dread the Indian foray. I shall tremble at every sign of the savage. I dare no more venture upon the prairie. I dare not go abroad. I must tamely stay at home. Mia querida, you are my wings. They are clipped. I fly no more. All this was uttered in a tone of extreme bitterness, and I, who so loved my own brave steed, could appreciate her feelings. With the hope of imparting even a little consolation, I repeated my offer. Señorita, I said, I have swift horses in my troop, some of noble race. You have no horse in your troop I value. You have not seen them all? Every one of them, today, as you filed out of the city. Indeed? Indeed, yes, noble Capitan. I saw you as you carried yourself so cavalierly at the head of your troop of filibusteros. Ha, ha, ha. Señorita, I saw not you. Carrambo! It was not for the want of using your eyes. There was not a balcón or reja into which you did not glance, not a smile in the whole street you did not seem anxious to reciprocate. Ha, ha, ha! I fear, Señor Capitan, you are the Don Juan de Tenorio of the North. Lady, it is not my character. Nonsense. You are proud of it. I never saw a man who was not. But come, a truce to badinage. About the horse? You have none in your troop I value, save one. I trembled as she spoke. It is he, she continued, pointing to Moreau. I felt as if I should sink into the earth. My embarrassment prevented me for some time from replying. She noticed my hesitation, but remained silent, awaiting my answer. Señorita, I stammered out at length, that steed is a great favorite, an old and tired friend. If you desire to possess him, he is at your service. In emphasizing the if, I was appealing to her generosity. It was to no purpose. Thank you, she replied coolly. He shall be well cared for. No doubt he will serve my purpose. How is his mouth? I was choking with vexation and could not reply. I began to hate her. "Let me try him," continued she. "Ah, you have a curb bit. That will do, but it is not equal to ours. I use a mamluk. Help me to that lasso." She pointed to a lasso of white horsehair, beautifully plaited, that was coiled upon the saddle of the mustang. I unloosed the rope, mechanically I did, and in the same way adjusted it to the horn of my saddle. I noticed that the noose ring was of silver. I shortened the leathers to the proper length. "Now, Capitan," cried she, gathering the reins in her small gloved hand, "now I shall see how he performs." At the word she bounded into the saddle, her small foot scarcely touching the stirrup. She had thrown off her manga, and her woman's form was now displayed in all its undulating outlines. The silken skirt draped down to her ankles, and underneath appeared the tiny red boot, the glancing spur, and the lace ruffle of her snow-white calzoncillas. A scarlet sash encircled her waist, with its fringed ends drooping to the saddle, and the tight bodice, lashed with lace, displayed the full rounding of her bosom, as it rose and fell in quiet regular breathing, for she seemed in no way excited or nervous. Her full round eye expressed only calmness and courage. I stood transfixed with admiration. I thought of the Amazons. Were they beautiful like her? With a troop of such warriors, one might conquer a world. A fierce-looking bull, moved by curiosity or otherwise, had separated from the herd, and was seen approaching the spot where we were. This was just what the fair rider wanted. At a touch of the spur, the horse sprang forward and galloped directly for the bull. The latter, cowed at the sudden onset, turned and ran, but his swift pursuer soon came within lasso distance. The noose circled in the air and, launched forward, was seen to settle around the horns of the animal. The horse was now wheeled round and headed in an opposite direction. The rope tightened with a sudden pluck, and the bull was thrown with violence to the plain, where he lay stunned and apparently lifeless. Before he had time to recover himself, the rider turned her horse, trotted up to the prostrate animal, bent over in the saddle, unfastened the noose, and, after coiling the rope under her arm, came galloping back. "Superb! Magnificent!" she exclaimed, leaping from the saddle and gazing at the steed. "Beautiful! Most beautiful! Ah, Lola, poor Lola, I fear I shall soon forget thee." The last words were addressed to the mustang. Then, turning to me, she added, "And this horse is mine?" "Yes, lady, if you will it," I replied somewhat cheerlessly, for I felt as if my best friend was about to be taken from me. "But I do not will it," said she, with an air of determination, and then, breaking into a laugh, she cried out, "Ha, Capitan, I know your thoughts. Think you I cannot appreciate the sacrifice you would make? Keep your favorite. Enough that one of us should suffer." And she pointed to the mustang. "Keep the brave black. You well know how to ride him. Were he mine, no mortal could influence me to part with him. There is but one who could influence me." As I said this, I looked anxiously for the answer. It was not in words I expected it, but in the glance. Assuredly, there was no frown. I even fancied I could detect a smile, a blending of triumph and satisfaction. It was short-lived, and my heart fell again under her light laugh. "Ha, ha, ha! That one is of course your lady love. Well, noble Capitan, if you are as true to her as to you, brave steed, she will have no cause to doubt your fealty. I must leave you. Adios! Shall I not be permitted to accompany you to your home?" "Gracias, no, señor. I am at home. Mira, my father's house." She pointed to the hacienda. "Here is one who will look to the remains of poor Lola." And she signaled to a vaquero at that moment coming from the herd. "Remember, Capitan, you are an enemy. I must not accept your politeness. Neither may I offer you hospitality. Ah, you know not us. You know not the tyrant Santa Anna. Perhaps even at this moment his spies are—" She glanced suspiciously around as she spoke. "Oh, heavens!" she exclaimed, with a start, as her eyes fell upon the form of a man advancing down the hill. "Santísima Virgen! It is Ijurra!" "Ijurra?" "Only my cousin, but—" She hesitated, and then suddenly, changing to an expression of entreaty, she continued, "Oh, leave me, señor, por amor Dios, leave me, adieu, adieu." Though I longed to have a nearer view of Ijurra, the hurried earnestness of her manner overcame me, and without making other reply than a simple adios, I vaulted into the saddle and rode off. On reaching the border of the woods, curiosity, a stronger feeling perhaps, mastered my politeness, and, under the pretense of adjusting my stirrup, I turned in the saddle and glanced back. Ijurra had arrived upon the ground. I beheld a tall dark man, dressed in the usual costume of the ricos of Mexico. Dark cloth polka jacket, blue military trousers, with scarlet sash around his waist, and low-crowned, broad-brimmed hat upon his head. He appeared about 30 years of age, whiskered, mustached, and, after a fashion, handsome. It was not his age, nor his personal appearance, nor yet his costume, that had my attention at the moment. I watched only his actions. He stood confronting his cousin, or rather he stood over her, for she appeared before him in an attitude of fear. He held a paper in one hand, and I saw he was pointing to it as he spoke. There was a fierce, vulture-like expression upon his face, and even in the distance I could tell, from the tones of his voice, that he was talking angrily. Why should she fear him? Why submit to such rude rebuke? He must have a strange power over that spirit, who could force it thus tamely to listen to reproach. These were my reflections. My impulse was to drive the spurs into the sides of my horse, and gallop back upon the ground. I might have done so, had the scene lasted much longer, but I saw the lady suddenly leave the spot, and walk rapidly in the direction of the hacienda. I wheeled round again, and plunging under the shadows of the forest, soon fell into a road leading to the rancheria. With my thoughts full of the incident that had just transpired, I rode unconsciously, leaving my horse to his own guidance. My reverie was interrupted by the challenge of one of my own sentries, which admonished me that I had arrived at the entrance of the village. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini Rosario. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 7. An Order to Forage. My adventure did not end with the day. It was continued into the night, and repeated in my dreams. I rode the chase over again. I dashed through the magueys. I leaped the sequia, and galloped through the affrighted herd. I beheld the spotted mustang stretched lifeless upon the plain, its rider bending and weeping over it. That face of rare beauty, that form of exquisite proportion, that eye rotund and noble, that tongue so free and heart so bold, all were again encountered in dreamland. A dark face was in the vision, and at intervals crossed the picture like a cloud. It was the face of Ijurra. I think it was that awoke me, but the reveille of the bugle was ringing in my ears as I leaped from my couch. For some moments I was under the impression that the adventure had been a dream. An object that hung on the opposite wall came under my eyes and recalled the reality. It was my saddle, over the holsters of which lay a coil of white horsehair rope with a silver ring at the end. I remembered the lasso. When fairly awake, I reviewed my yesterday's adventure from first to last. I tried to think calmly upon it. I tried to get it out of my thoughts and return seriously to my duties. A vain attempt. The more I reflected upon the incident, the more I became conscious of the powerful interest its heroine had excited within me. Interest indeed, say rather passion, a passion that in one single hour had grown as large as my heart. It was not the first love of my life. I was nigh 30 years of age. I had been enamored before, more than once. It may be, and I understood what the feeling was. I needed no Cupid to tell me I was in love again, to the very ends of my fingers. To paint the object of my passion is a task I shall not attempt. Beauty like hers must be left to the imagination. Think of the woman you yourself love or have loved. Fancy her in her fairest moments, in bower or boudoir, perchance a blushing bride, and you may form some idea. No, 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 you could never have looked upon woman so lovely as Isolina de Vargas. Oh, that I could fix that fleeting phantom of beauty, that I could paint that likeness for the world to admire? It cannot be. The most puissant pen is powerless, the brightest color too cold. Though deeply graven upon the tablet of my heart, I cannot multiply the impression. It is idle to talk of wavy hair, profuse and glossed, of almond eyes with long dark fringes, of pearl-white teeth, and cheeks tinted with damascene. All these had she, but they are not peculiar characteristics. Other women are thus gifted. The traits of her beauty lay in the intellectual as much as the physical, in a happy combination of both. The soul, the spirit, had its share in producing this incomparable picture. It was to behold the play of those noble features, to watch the changing cheek, the varying smile, the falling lash, the flashing eye, the glance, now tender, now sublime. It was to look on all this and be impressed with an idea of the divinest loveliness. As I ate my frugal breakfast, such a vision was passing before me. I contemplated the future with pleasant hopes, but not without feelings of uneasiness. I had not forgotten the abrupt parting, no invitation to renew the acquaintance, no hope, no prospect that I should ever behold that beautiful woman again, unless blind chance should prove my friend. I am not a fatalist, and I therefore resolved not to rely upon mere destiny, but, if possible, to help it a little in its evolution. Before I had finished my coffee, a dozen schemes had passed through my mind, all tending towards one object, the renewal of my acquaintance with Isolina de Vargas. Unless favored by some lucky accident, or, what was more desirable, by the lady herself, I knew we might never meet again. In such times it was not likely she would be much out of doors, and in a few days, hours perhaps, I might be ordered en route, never more to return to that interesting outpost. As the district was, of course, under martial law, and I was de facto dictator, you will imagine that I might easily have procured the right of entry anywhere. Not so. Whatever be the license of the mere soldier, as regards the common people of a conquered country, the position of the officer with its higher class is essentially different. If a gentleman, he naturally feels a delicacy in making any advances towards an acquaintance, and his honor restrains him from the freer forms of introduction. To take advantage of his position of power would be a positive meanness, of which a true gentleman cannot be guilty. Besides, there may be rancor on the part of the conquered. There usually is, but even when no such feeling exists, another barrier stands in the way of free association between the officer and society. The latter feels that the position of affairs will not be permanent. The enemy will in time evacuate, and then the vengeance of mob patriotism is to be dreaded. Never did the ricos of Mexico feel more secure than while under the protection of the American army. Many of them were disposed to be friendly, but the phantom of the future, with its mob émeutes, stared them in the face, and under this dread they were forced to adopt a hypocritical exclusiveness. Epaulets must not be seen glancing through the windows of their drawing-rooms. Under such circumstances, my situation was difficult enough. I might gaze upon the outside walls of that handsome hacienda till my heart ached, but how was I to effect an entrance? To charge a fort, a battery, an entrenched camp, to storm a castle, or break a solid square, one or all would have been child's play compared with the difficulty of crossing that glacial line of etiquette that separated me from my beautiful enemy. To effect this purpose, a dozen schemes were passed through my mind, and rejected, till my eyes at length rested upon the most interesting object in the apartment, the little white rope that hung from my saddle-bow. In the lasso I recognized my forlorn hope. That pretty implement must be returned to its owner. I myself should take it home. So far, destiny should be guided by me. Beyond, I should have to put my trust in destiny. I think best under the influence of a cigar, and lighting one, I ascended to the azotea to complete my little scheme. I had scarcely made 2 turns of the roof when a horseman galloped into the piazza. He was in dragoon uniform, and I soon perceived he was an orderly from headquarters, inquiring for the commandant of the outpost. One of the men pointed to me, and the orderly, trotting forward, drew up in front of the alcade's house, and announced that he was the bearer of a dispatch from the general-in-chief, at the same time showing a folded paper. I directed him to pass it up on the point of his saber, which he did, and then saluting me, he turned his horse and galloped back as he had come. I opened the dispatch and read, Headquarters, Army of Occupation, July 1846. Sir, you will take a sufficient number of your men and proceed to the hacienda of Don Ramon de Vargas, in the neighborhood of your station. You will there find 5,000 head of beeves, which you will cause to be driven to the camp of the American army and delivered to the commissary general. You will find the necessary drivers upon the ground, and a portion of your troop will form the escort. The enclosed note will enable you to understand the nature of your duty. A. Adjutant General, Captain Warfield. Surely, thought I, as I finished reading, surely there is a providence that shapes our ends. Just as I was cudgeling my brains for some scheme of introduction to Don Ramon de Vargas, here comes one ready fashioned to my hand. I thought no more about the lasso. The rope was no longer an object of prime interest. Trimmed and embellished with the graceful excuse of duty, I should now ride boldly up to the hacienda and enter its gates with the confident air of a welcome guest. Welcome indeed! A contract for 5,000 beeves, and at war prices, a good stroke of business on the part of the old Don. Of course, I shall see him, embrace him, hobnob with him over a glass of Canario or Xeres, get upon the most intimate terms, and so be asked back. I am usually popular with old gentlemen, and I trusted to my bright star to place me en rapport with Don Ramon de Vargas. The corralling of the cattle would occupy some time, a brace of hours at the least. That would be outside work, and I could entrust it to my lieutenant or a sergeant. For myself, I was determined to stay by the walls. The Don must go out to look after his vaqueros. It would be rude to leave me alone. He would introduce me to his daughter. He could not do less, a customer on so large a scale. We should be left to ourselves, and then, Ijurra, I had forgotten him. Would he be there? The recollection of this man fell like a shadow over the bright fancies I had conjured up. A dispatch from headquarters calls for prompt attention, and my reflections were cut short by the necessity of carrying the order into execution. Without loss of time, I issued the command for about 50 of the rangers to boot and saddle. I was about to pay more than ordinary attention to my toilet, when it occurred to me I might as well first peruse the note referred to in the dispatch. I opened the paper. To my surprise, the document was in Spanish. This did not puzzle me, and I read, The 5,000 beeves are ready for you, according to the contract, but I cannot take upon me to deliver them. They must be taken from me with a show of force, and even a little rudeness on the part of those you send would not be out of place. My vaqueros are at your service, but I must not command them. You may press them. Ramon de Vargas. This note was addressed to the Commissary General of the American Army. Its meaning, though, to the uninitiated, a little obscure, was to me as clear as noonday, and although it gave me a high opinion of the administrative talents of Don Ramon de Vargas, it was by no means a welcome document. It rendered null every act of the fine program I had sketched out. By its directions there was to be no embracing, no hobnobbing over wine, no friendly chat with the Don, no tete-a-tete with his beautiful daughter. No, but on the contrary, I was to ride up with a swagger, bang the doors, threaten the trembling porter, kick the peons, and demand from their master 5,000 head of beef cattle, all in true freebooting style. A nice figure I shall cut, thought I, in the eyes of Isolina. A little reflection, however, convinced me that that intelligent creature would be in the secret. Yes, she will understand my motives. I can act with as much mildness as circumstances will permit. My Texan lieutenant will do the kicking of the peons, and that without much pressing. If she be not cloistered, I will have a glimpse at her. So here goes. To horse!" The bugle gave the signal. 50 Rangers with Lieutenants Hollingsworth and Wheatley leaped into their saddles, and next moment were filing by twos from the piazza, myself at their head. A 20 minutes' trot brought us to the front gate of the hacienda, where we halted. The great door, massive and jail-like, was closed, locked, and barred, the shutters of the windows as well. Not a soul was to be seen outside, not even the apparition of a frightened peon. I had given my Texan lieutenant his cue. He knew enough of Spanish for the purpose. Flinging himself out of the saddle, he approached the gate and commenced hammering upon it with the butt of his pistol. "Abre la puerta!" "Open the door," cried he. No answer. "La puerta! La puerta!" he repeated in a louder tone. Still no answer. "Abre la puerta!" once more vociferated the lieutenant, at the same time thundering on the woodwork with his weapon. When the noise ceased, a faint "Quien es?" "Who is it?" was heard from within. "Yo!" bawled Wheatley. "Hambre! Hambre!" "Si, señor," answered the voice in a somewhat tremulous key. "Anda! Anda! Somos hombres de bien." "Quick, then, we are honest men." A rattling of chains and shooting of bolts now commenced, and lasted for at least a couple of minutes, at the end of which time the great folding doors opened inward, displaying to view the swarthy leather-clad portero, the brick-paved saguan, and a portion of the patio, or courtyard, within. As soon as the door was fairly open, Wheatley made a rush at the trembling porter, caught him by the jerkin, boxed both his ears, and then commanded him in a loud voice to summon the dueño. This conduct, somewhat unexpected on the part of the Rangers, seemed to be just to their taste, and I could hear behind me the whole troop chuckling in half-suppressed laughter. Guerrilleros as they were, they had never been allowed much license in their dealings with the inhabitants, the non-combatants of the country, and much less had they witnessed such conduct on the part of their officers. Indeed, it was cause of complaint in the ranks of the American army, and with many officers too, that even hostile Mexicans were treated with a lenient consideration denied to themselves. Wheatley's behavior, therefore, touched a chord in the hearts of our following that vibrated pleasantly enough. They began to believe that the campaign was about to become a little more jolly. "Señor," stammered the porter, "the dueño has given orders. He will not see anyone." "Will not?" echoed Wheatley. "Go tell him he must." "Yes, amigo," I said soothingly, for I began to fear the man would be too badly frightened to deliver his message. "Go say to your master that an American officer has business with him and must see him immediately." The man went off, after a little more persuasion from the free hand of Wheatley, of course leaving the gates open behind him. We did not wait for his return. The patio looked inviting, and directing Hollingsworth to remain outside with the men, and the Texan lieutenant to follow me, I headed my horse for the great archway and rode in. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid, Don Ramon. On entering the courtyard, a somewhat novel scene presented itself, a Spanish picture, with some transatlantic touches. The patio of a Mexican house is its proper front. Here, you no longer look upon jail-like door and windows, but facades gaily frescoed, curtained verandas, and glazed sashes that reach to the ground. The patio of Don Ramon's mansion was paved with brick. A fountain, with its tank of japanned mason work, stood in the center. Orange trees stretched their fronds over the water. Their golden globes and white wax-like flowers perfumed the atmosphere, which, cooled by the constant evaporation of the jets, felt fresh and fragrant. Around 3 sides of the court extended a veranda, its floor of painted tiles rising but a few inches above the level of the pavement. A row of portales supported the roof of this veranda, and the whole corridor was railed in and curtained. The curtains were close-drawn, and, except at one point, the entrance between 2 of the portales, the corridor was completely screened from our view, and consequently all the windows of the house that opened into the veranda. No human face greeted our searching glances. In looking to the rear, into the great corral, or cattle yard, we could see numerous peons in their brown leathern dresses, with naked legs and sandaled feet. Vaqueros in all their grandeur of velveteens, bell-buttons, and gold or silver lace, with a number of women and young girls in colored naguas and reboses. A busy scene was presented in that quarter. It was the great cattle enclosure, for the estate of Don Ramon de Vargas was a hacienda de ganados, or a grand grazing farm, a title which in no way detracts from the presumed respectability of its owner, many of the noble hidalgos of Mexico being grazers on a large scale. On entering the patio, I only glanced back at the corral. My eyes were busy with the curtained veranda, and, failing there, carried up to the azotea, in hopes of discovering the object of my thoughts. The house, as I have elsewhere stated, was but a single story in height, and from the saddle I could almost look into the azotea. I could see that it was a sanctuary of rare plants, and the broad leaves and bright corales of some of the taller ones appeared over the edge of the parapet. Abundance of fair flowers I could perceive, but not that one for which I was looking. No face yet showed, no voice greeted us with a welcome. The shouts of the vaqueros, the music of singing birds caged along the corridor, and the murmur of the fountain were the only sounds. The 2 former suddenly became hushed, as the hoofs of our horses rang upon the stone pavement, and the heedless water alone continued to utter its soft monotone. Once more my eyes swept the curtain, gazing intently into the few apertures left by a careless drawing. Once more they sought the azotea, and glanced along the parapet. My scrutiny still remained unrewarded. Without exchanging a word, Wheatley and I sat silent in our saddles, awaiting the return of the portero. Already the peons, vaqueros, and wenches had poured in through the back gateway, and stood staring with astonishment at the unexpected guest. After a considerable pause, the tread of feet was heard upon the corridor, and presently the messenger appeared, and announced that the dueño was coming. In a minute after, one of the curtains was drawn back, and an old gentleman made his appearance behind the railing. He was a person of large frame, and although slightly stooping with age, his step was firm, and his whole aspect bespoke a wonderful energy and resolution. His eyes were large and brilliant, shadowed by heavy brows, upon which the hair still retained its dark colour, although that of his head was white as snow. He was simply habited in a jacket of nankeen cloth and wide trousers of like material. He wore neither waistcoat nor cravat. A full white shirt of finest linen covered his breast, and a sash of dull blue colour was twisted around his waist. On his head was a costly hat of the Guayaquil grass, and in his fingers a husk cigarrito smoking at the end. Altogether, the aspect of Don Ramon, for it was he, despite its assumed sternness, was pleasing and intelligent, and I should have relished a friendly chat with him, even upon his own account. This, however, was out of the question. I must abide by the spirit of my orders. The farce must be played out, so touching the flanks of my horse, I rode forward to the edge of the veranda, and placed myself vis-à-vis with the Don. Are you Don Ramon de Vargas? Sí, señor, was the reply, in a tone of angry astonishment. I am an officer of the American army, I spoke loud, and in Spanish, of course, for the benefit of the peons and vaqueros. I am sent to offer you a contract to supply the army with beeves. I have here an order from the general-in-chief. I have no beeves for sale, interrupted Don Ramon in a loud, indignant voice. I shall have nothing to do with the American army. Then, sir, retorted I must take your beeves without your consent. You shall be paid for them, but take them I must. My orders require that I should do so. Moreover, your vaqueros must accompany us and drive the cattle to the American camp. As I said this, I signaled to Hollingsworth, who rode in with his following, and then the whole troop, filing through the back gateway, began to collect the frightened vaqueros and set them about their work. I protest against this robbery, shouted Don Ramon. It is infamous, contrary to the laws of civilized warfare. I shall appeal to my government, to yours. I shall have redress. You shall have payment, Don Ramon, said I, apparently trying to pacify him. Payment? Carambo! Payment from robbers? Filibusteros? Come, come, old gentleman, cried Wheatley, who was only half behind the scenes, and who spoke rather in earnest. Keep a good tongue in your head, or you may lose something of more value to you than your cattle. Remember whom you are talking to. Tejanos, ladrones, hissed Don Ramon, with an earnest application of the latter phrase that would certainly have brought Wheatley's revolver from his belt, had I not, at that moment, whispered a word in the lieutenant's ear. Hang the old rascal, muttered he in reply to me. I thought he was in earnest. Look here, old fellow, he continued, addressing himself to Don Ramon. Don't you be scared about the dollars. Uncle Sam's a liberal trader and a good paymaster. I wish your beef was mine, and I had his promise to pay for it. So take things a little easier, if you please, and don't be so free of your filibusteros and ladrones. Freeborn Texans ain't used to such talk. Don Ramon suddenly cut short the colloquy by angrily closing the curtains and hiding himself from our sight. During the whole scene I had great difficulty in controlling my countenance. I could perceive that the Mexican labored under a similar difficulty. There was a laughing devil in the corner of his keen eye that required restraint, and I thought once or twice either he or I should lose our equanimity. I certainly should have done so, but that my heart and eyes were most of the time in other quarters. As for the Don, he was playing an important part, and a suspicion of his hypocrisy on the minds of some of the leather-clad greasers who listened to the dialogue might have afterwards brought him to grief. Most of them were his own domestics and retainers, but not all. There were free rancheros among them, some who belonged to the pueblita itself, some, perchance, who had figured in pronunciamientos, who voted at elections and styled themselves citizens. The Don, therefore, had good reasons for assuming a character, and well did the old gentleman sustain it. As he drew the curtain, his half-whispered "Adios, Capitan," heard only by myself, sounded full of sweetness and promise, and I felt rather contented as I straightened myself in the saddle and issued the order for reaving his cattle. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Un Papelcito. Wheatley now rode after the troop, with which Hollingsworth had already entered the corral. A band of drivers was speedily pressed into service, and with these the two lieutenants proceeded to the great plain at the foot of the hill, where most of Don Ramon's cattle were at pasture. By this arrangement I was left alone, if I except the company of half a dozen slippered wenches, the deities of the cocina, who, clustered in the corner of the patio, eyed me with mingled looks of curiosity and fear. The veranda curtains remained hermetically closed, and though I glanced at every aperture that offered a chance to an observing eye, no one appeared to be stirring behind them. Too high bred, perhaps indifferent, thought I. The later supposition was by no means gratifying to my vanity. After all, now that the others are gone out of the way, Don Ramon might ask me to step inside. Ah, no, these mestizo women would tell tales. I perceive it would never do. I may as well give it up. I shall ride out and join the troop. As I turned my horse to put this design into execution, the fountain came under my eyes. Its water reminded me that I was thirsty, for it was a July day and a hot one. A gourd cup lay on the edge of the tank. Without dismounting, I was able to lay hold of the vessel, and filling it with the cool, sparkling liquid, I drained it off. It was very good water, but not Canario or Xerix. Sweeping the curtain once more, I turned with a disappointed glance, and jagging my horse, rode doggedly out through the back gateway. Once in the rear of the buildings, I had a full view of the great meadow already known to me, and pulling up, I sat in the saddle, and watched the animated scene that was there being enacted. Bulls, half wild, rushing to and fro in mad fury. Vaqueros mounted on their light mustangs, with streaming sash and winding lasso. Rangers upon their heavier steeds, offering but a clumsy aid to the more adroit and practised herdsmen. Others driving off large groups that had been already collected and brought into subjection. And all this amidst the fierce bellowing of the bulls, the shouts and laughter of the delighted troopers, the shriller cries of the vaqueros and peons, the whole forming a picture that, under other circumstances, I should have contemplated with interest. Just then my spirits were not attuned to its enjoyment, and although I remained for some minutes with my eyes fixed upon the plain, my thoughts were wandering elsewhere. I confess to a strong faith in woman's curiosity. That such a scene could be passing under the windows of the most aristocratic mansion without its most aristocratic inmate deigning to take a peep at it, I could not believe. Besides, Isolina was the very reverse. Ha! Despite that jealous curtain, those beautiful eyes are glancing through some aperture, window, or loophole. I doubt not. And with this reflection I once more turned my face to the buildings. Just then it occurred to me that I had not sufficiently reconnoitred the front of the dwelling. As we approached it, we had observed that the shutters of the windows were closed, but these opened inward, and since that time one or other of them might have been set a little ajar. From my knowledge of Mexican interiors, I knew that the front windows are those of the principal apartments, of the sola and the gran cuarto, or drawing-room, precisely those where the inmates of that hour should be found. Fool, thought I, to have remained so long in the patio. Had I gone round to the front of the house, I might have. 'Tis not too late. There's a chance yet. Under the impulse of this new hope, I rode back through the corral and re-entered the patio. The brown-skinned mestizas were still there, chattering and flurried as ever, and the curtain had not been stirred. A glance at it was all I gave, and without stopping, I walked my horse across the paved court, and entered under the arched saguan. The massive gate stood open, as we had left it, and on looking into the little box of the portero, I perceived that it was empty. The man had hid himself in dread of a second interview with the Texan lieutenant. In another moment I had emerged from the gateway, and was about turning my horse to inspect the windows, when I heard the word Capitan pronounced in a voice that sounded soft as a silver bell, and thrilled to my heart like a strain of music. I looked towards the windows. It came not thence. They were close shut as ever. Whence? Before I had time to ask myself the question, the Capitan was repeated in a somewhat louder key, and I now perceived that the voice proceeded from above, from the azotea. I wrenched my horse round, at the same time turning my eyes upward. I could see no one, but just at that moment an arm, that might have been attached to the bust of Venus, was protruded through a notch in the parapet. In the small hand, wickedly sparkling with jewels, was something white, which I could not distinguish until I saw it projected on the grass, at the same moment that the phrase "un Papelcito" reached my ears. Without hesitation I dismounted, made myself master of the Papelcito, and then leaping once more into the saddle, looked upward. I had purposely drawn my horse some distance from the walls, so that I might command a better view. I was not disappointed. Isolina. The face, that lovely face, was just distinguishable through the slender embrasure. The large brown eyes gazing upon me with that half-earnest, half-mocking glance I had already noticed, and which produced within me both pleasure and pain. I was about to speak to her when I saw the expression suddenly change. A hurried glance was thrown backwards, as if the approach of someone disturbed her. A finger rested momentarily on her lips, and then her face disappeared behind the screening wall of the parapet. I understood the universal sign, and remained silent. For some moments I was undecided whether to go or stay. She had evidently withdrawn from the front of the building, though she was still upon the azotea. Someone had joined her, and I could hear voices in conversation, her own contrasting with the harsher tones of a man, perhaps her father, perhaps that other relative, less agreeable supposition. I was about to ride off, when it occurred to me that I had better first master the contents of the Papelcito. Perhaps it might throw some light on the situation, and enable me to adopt the more pleasant alternative of remaining a while longer upon the premises. I had thrust the billet into the breast of my frock, and now looked around for some place where I might draw it forth and peruse it unobserved. The great arched gateway, shadowy and tenantless, offered the desired accommodation, and heading my horse to it, I once more rode inside the saguan. Facing around so as to hide my front from the cocineras, I drew forth the strip of folded paper and spread it open before me. Though written in pencil and evidently in a hurried impromptu, I had no difficulty in deciphering it. My heart throbbed exultingly as I read, "Capitan, I know you will pardon our dry hospitality. A cup of cold water? Ha, ha, ha! Remember what I told you yesterday. We fear our friends more than our foes, and we have a guest in the house my father dreads more than you and your terrible filibusteros. I am not angry with you for my pet, but you have carried off my lasso as well. Ah, Capitan, would you rob me of everything? Adios. Isolina." Thrusting the paper back into my bosom, I sat for some time pondering upon its contents. Part was clear enough, the remaining part full of mystery. We fear our friends more than our foes. I was behind the scenes sufficiently to comprehend what was intended by that cunningly worded phrase. It simply meant that Don Ramon de Vargas was ayaquiedo, in other words, a friend to the American cause, or, as some loud demagogues would have pronounced him, a traitor to his country. It did not follow, however, that he was anything of the kind. He might have wished success to the American arms, and still remained a true friend to his country. Not one of those blind bigots whose standard displays the Burgon motto, "Our country right or wrong," but enlightened patriot who desired more to see Mexico enjoy peace and happiness under foreign domination than that it should continue in anarchy under the iron rule of native despots. What is there in the empty title of independence without peace, without liberty? After all, patriotism in its ordinary sense is but a doubtful virtue, perhaps nearer to a crime. It will one day appear so. One day in the far future it will be supplanted by a virtue of higher order, the patriotism that knows no boundaries of nations, but whose country is the whole earth. That, however, would not be patriotism. Was Don Ramon de Vargas a patriot in this sense, a man of progress, who cared not that the name of Mexico should be blotted from the map, so long as peace and prosperity should be given to his country under another name? Was Don Ramon one of these? It might be. There were many such in Mexico at the time, and these principally of the class to which Señor de Vargas belonged, the ricos or proprietors. It is easy enough to explain why the Ayanqueandos were of the class of ricos. Perhaps the affection of Don Ramon for the American cause had less lofty motives. Perhaps the 5,000 beeves may have had something to do with it. Whether or no, I could not tell, nor did I stay to consider. I only reflected upon the matter at all as offering an explanation to the ambiguous phrase now twice used by his fair daughter. We fear our friends more than our foes. On either supposition the meaning was clear. What followed was far from being equally perspicuous. A guest in the house, dreaded by her father. Here was mystery indeed. Who could that guest be? Who but Ijurra? But Ijurra was her cousin. She had said so. If a cousin, why should he be dreaded? Was there still another guest in the house? That might be. I had not been inside to see. The mansion was large enough to accommodate another, half a score of others. For all that, my thoughts constantly turned upon Ijurra. Why, I know not, but I could not resist the belief that he was the person pointed at, the guest that was dreaded. The behavior which I had noticed on the day before, the first and only time I had ever seen the man, his angry speech and looks addressed to Isolina, her apparent fear of him, these it was, no doubt, that guided my instincts, and I at length came to the conviction that he was the fiend dreaded by Don Ramon. And she too feared him. God grant she do not also love him. Such was my mental ejaculation as I passed on to consider the closing sentences of the hastily written note. In these I also encountered ambiguity of expression. Whether I construed it aright, time would tell. Perhaps my wish was too much parent to my thoughts, but it was an exulting heart I read the closing sentence and rode forth from the gateway. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. An Old Emnity. I rode slowly and but a few paces before reining up my horse. Although I was under the impression that it would be useless remaining, and that an interview with Isolina was impossible, for that day at least, I could not divest myself of the desire to linger a little longer near the spot. Perhaps she might appear again upon the azotea, if but for a moment, if but to wave her hand and waft me an adieu, if but. When a short distance separated me from the walls, I drew up, and turning in the saddle, glanced back to the parapet. A face was there, where hers had been, but oh, the contrast between her lovely features and those that now met my gaze. Hyperion to the satire. Not that the face now before me was ugly or ill-featured. There are some, and women too, who would have termed it handsome. To my eyes it was hideous. Let me confess that this hideousness, or more properly its cause, rested in the morale rather than the physical expression. Perhaps too little of it might have been found in my own heart. Under other circumstances, I might not have criticized that face so harshly. All the world did not agree with me about the face of Rafael Ijurra, for it was he who was gazing over the parapet. Our eyes met, and that first glance stamped the relationship between us, hostility for life. Not a word passed, and yet the looks of each told the other, in the plainest language, I am your foe. Had we sworn it in wild oaths, in all the bitter hyperbole of insult, neither of us would have felt it more profound and keen. I shall not stay to analyze this feeling of sudden and unexpressed hostility, though the philosophy of it is simple enough. You too have experienced it, perhaps more than once in your life, without being exactly able to explain it. I am not in that dilemma. I could explain it easily enough, but it scarcely merits an explanation. Suffice to say, that while gazing upon the face of that man, I entertained it in all its strength. I have called it an unexpressed hostility. Therein I have spoken without thought. It was fully expressed by both of us, though not in words. Words are but weak symbols of a passion, compared with the passion itself, exhibited in the clenched hand, the lip compressed, the flashing eye, the clouded cheek, the quick play of the muscles. Weak symbols are words compared with signs like these. No words passed between Ijurra and myself. None were needed. Each read in the other a rival in love, a competitor for the heart of a lovely woman, the loveliest in Mexico. It is needless to say that, under such an aspect, each hated the other at sight. In the face of Ijurra I read more. I saw before me a man of bad heart and brutal nature. His large, and to speak the truth, beautiful eyes had in them an animal expression. They were not without intelligence, but so much the worse for that intelligence expressed ferocity and bad faith. His beauty was the beauty of the jaguar. He had the air of an accomplished man, accustomed to conquest in the fields of love, heartless, reckless, false. O mystery of our nature, there are those who love such men. In Ijurra's face I read more. He knew my secret. The significant glance of his eye told me so. He knew why I was lingering there. The satiric smile upon his lip attested it. He saw my efforts to obtain an interview, and confident in his own position, held my failure but lightly, a something only to amuse him. I could tell all this by the sardonic sneer that sat upon his features. As we continued to gaze, neither moving his eyes from the other, this sneer became too oppressive to be silently borne. I could no longer stand such a satirical reading of my thoughts. The insult was as marked as words could have made it, and I was about to have recourse to words to reply, when the clatter of a horse's hoofs caused me to turn my eyes in an opposite direction. A horseman was coming up the hill, in a direct line from the pastures. I saw it was one of the lieutenants, Hollingsworth. A few more stretches of his horse brought the lieutenant upon the ground, where he pulled up directly in front of me. "Captain Warfield," said he, speaking in an official tone, "the cattle are collected. Shall we proceed?" He proceeded no further with that sentence. His eye, chance directed, was carried upon the azotea, and rested upon the face of Ijurra. He started in his saddle, as if a serpent had stung him. His hollow eyes shot prominently out, glaring wildly from their sockets, while the muscles of his throat and jaws twitched in convulsive action. For a moment, the desperate passion seemed to stifle his breathing, and while thus silent, the expression of his eyes puzzled me. It was of frantic joy, and ill became that face where I had never observed a smile. But the strange look was soon explained. It was not of friendship, but the joy of anticipated vengeance. Breaking into a wild laugh, he shrieked out, "Rafael Ijurra, by the eternal God!" This awful and emphatic recognition produced its effect. I saw that Ijurra knew the man who addressed him. His dark countenance turned suddenly pale, and then became mottled with livid spots, while his eyes scintillated and rolled about in the unsteady glances of terror. He made no reply beyond the ejaculation "Demonino," which seemed involuntarily to escape him. He appeared unable to reply. Surprise and fright held him spellbound and speechless. "Traitor! Villain! Murderer!" shrieked Hollingsworth. "We've met at last. Now for a squaring of our accounts," and in the next instant the muzzle of his rifle was pointing to the notch in the parapet, pointing to the face of Ijurra. "Hold, Hollingsworth, hold!" cried I, pressing my heel deeply into my horse's flanks and dashing forward. Though my steed sprang instantly to the spur, and as quickly I caught the lieutenant's arm, I was too late to arrest the shot. I spoiled his aim, however, and the bullet, instead of passing through the brain of Rafael Ijurra, as it would have certainly have done, glanced upon the mortar of the parapet, sending a cloud of lime dust into his face. Up to that moment, the Mexican had made no attempt to escape beyond the aim of his antagonist. Terror must have glued him to the spot. It was only when the report of the rifle and the blinding mortar broke the spell that he was able to turn and fly. When the dust cleared away, his head was no longer above the wall. I turned to my companion and addressed him in some warmth. "Lieutenant Hollingsworth, I command." "Captain Warfield," interrupted he, in a tone of cool determination, "you may command me in all matters of duty, and I shall obey you. This is a private affair, and, by the Eternal, the General himself, bah! I lose time. The villain will escape." And before I could seize either himself or his bridle rein, Hollingsworth had shot his horse past me and entered the gateway at a gallop. I followed as quickly as I could, and reached the patio almost as soon as he, but too late to hinder him from his purpose. I grasped him by the arm, but with determined strength he wrenched himself free, at the same instant gliding out of the saddle. Pistol in hand, he rushed up the escalera, his trailing scabbard clanking upon the stone steps as he went. He was soon out of my sight, behind the parapet of the azotea. Flinging myself from the saddle, I followed as fast as my legs would carry me. While on the stairway, I heard loud words and oaths above, the crash of falling objects, and then 2 shots following quick and fast upon each other. I heard screaming in a woman's voice, and then a groan, the last uttered by a man. One of them is dead or dying, thought I. On reaching the azotea, which I did in a few seconds of time, I found perfect silence there. I saw no one, male or female, living or dead. True, the place was like a garden, with plants, shrubs, and even trees growing in gigantic pots. I could not view it all at once. They might still be there behind the screen of leaves. I ran to and fro over the whole roof. I saw flower pots freshly broken. It was the crash of them I had heard while coming up. I saw no man, neither Hollingsworth nor Ijurra. They could not be standing up, or I should have seen them. Perhaps they are down among the pots. Both. There were 2 shots. Perhaps both are down, dead. But where was she who screamed? Was it Isolina? Half distracted, I rushed to another part of the roof. I saw a small escalera, a private stair, that led into the interior of the house. Ha! They must have gone down by it. She who screamed must have gone that way. For a moment I hesitated to follow, but it was no time to stand upon etiquette, and I was preparing to plunge down the stairway when I heard shouting outside the walls, and then another shot from a pistol. I turned and stepped hastily across the azotea in the direction of the sounds. I looked over the parapet. Down the slope of the hill, 2 men were running at the top of their speed, one after the other. The hindmost held in his hand a drawn sabre. It was Hollingsworth, still in pursuit of Ijurra. The latter appeared to be gaining upon his vengeful pursuer, who, burdened with his accoutrements, ran heavily. The Mexican was evidently making for the woods that grew at the bottom of the hill, and in a few seconds more he had entered the timber and passed out of sight. Like a hound upon the trail, Hollingsworth followed and disappeared from my view at the same spot. Hoping I might still be able to prevent the shedding of blood, I descended hastily from the azotea, mounted my horse, and galloped down the hill. I reached the edge of the woods where the 2 had gone in, and followed some distance upon their trail. But I lost it at length, and came to a halt. I remained for some minutes listening for voices, or, what I more expected to hear, the report of a pistol. Neither sound reached me. I heard only the shouts of the vaqueros on the other side of the hill, and this reminding me of my duty, I turned my horse and rode back to the hacienda. There everything was silent. Not a face was to be seen. The inmates of the house had hidden themselves in rooms barred up and dark. Even the damsels of the kitchen had disappeared, thinking, no doubt, that an attack would be made upon the premises, and that spoliation and plunder were intended. I was puzzled how to act. Hollingworth's strange conduct had disarranged my ideas. I should have demanded admission, and explained the occurrence to Don Ramon, but I had no explanation to give. I rather needed one for myself, and under a painful feeling of suspense as to the result, I rode off from the place. 6 rangers were left upon the ground with orders to await the return of Hollingsworth, and then gallop after us, while the remainder of the troop, with Wheatley and myself in advance of the vast drove, took the route for the American camp. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. Rafael Ijurra. In ill humor I journeyed along. The hot sun and the dusty road did not improve my temper. Ruffled as it was by the unpleasant incident, I was far from satisfied with my first lieutenant, whose conduct was still a mystery. Wheatley could not explain it. Some old enmity, no doubt, both of us believed, some story of wrong and revenge. No everyday man was Hollingsworth, but one altogether of peculiar character and temperament, as unlike him who rode by my side as acid to alkali. The latter was a dashing, cheerful fellow, dressed in half-Mexican costume, who could ride a wild horse and throw the lazo with any vaquero in the crowd. He was a true Texan, almost by birth, had shared the fortunes of the young republic since the days of Austin, and was never more happy than while engaged in the border warfare that, with slight intervals, had been carried on against either Mexican or Indian foemen, ever since the Lone Star had spread its banner to the breeze. No raw recruit was Wheatley. Though young, he was what Texans term an old Indian fighter, a real Texas ranker. Hollingsworth was not a Texan, but a Tennessean, though Texas had been for some years his adopted home. It was not the first time he had crossed the Rio Grande. He had been one of the unfortunate Meyer expedition, a survivor of that decimated band, afterwards carried in chains to Mexico, and there compelled to work breast deep in the mud of the great zancas that traversed the streets. Such experience might account for the serious, somewhat stern expression that habitually rested upon his countenance, and gave him the character of a dark, saturnine man. I have said incidentally that I never saw him smile. Never. He spoke seldom, and, as a general thing, only upon matters of duty. But at times when he fancied himself alone, I have heard him mutter threats, while a convulsive twitching of the muscles and a mechanical clenching of the fingers accompanied his words, as though he stood in the presence of some deadly foe. I had more than once observed these frenzy outbursts, without knowing aught of their cause. Harding Hollingsworth, such was his full name, was a man with whom no one would have cared to take the liberty of asking an explanation of his conduct. His courage and war prowess were well known among the Texans. But it is idle to add this, since otherwise he could not have stood among them in the capacity of a leader. Men like him, who have the election of their own officers, do not trust their lives to the guidance of either stripling or coward. Wheatley and I were talking the matter over as we rode along, and endeavouring to account for the strange behaviour of Hollingsworth. We had both concluded that the affair had arisen from some old enmity, perhaps connected with the Meyer expedition, when accidentally I mentioned the Mexican's name. Up to this moment the Texan lieutenant had not seen Ijurra, having been busy with the cattle upon the other side of the hill, nor had the name been pronounced in his hearing. "Ijurra?" he exclaimed with a start, reining up and turning upon me an inquiring look. "Ijurra? Rafael Ijurra, do you think?" "Yes, Rafael, that is the name." "A tall, dark fellow, mustached and whiskered, not ill-looking?" "Yes, he might answer that description," I replied. "If it be the same Rafael Ijurra that used to live at San Antonio, there's more than one Texan would like to raise his hair. The same it must be. There's no two of the name. 'Tain't likely, no." "What do you know of him?" "Know? That he's about the most precious scoundrel in all Texas or Mexico either, and that's saying a good deal. Rafael Ijurra? 'Tis he, by thunder. It can be nobody else. And Hollingsworth, ha! Now I think of it, it's just the man. And Harding Hollingsworth, of all men living, has good reasons to remember him." "How? Explain." The Texan paused for a moment, as if to collect his scattered memories, and then proceeded to detail what he knew of Rafael Ijurra. His account, without the expletives and emphatic ejaculations which adorned it, was substantially as follows. Rafael Ijurra was by birth a Texan of Mexican race. He had formerly possessed a hacienda near San Antonio de Bexar, with other considerable property, all of which he had spent at play, or otherwise dissipated, so that he had sunk to the status of a professional gambler. Up to the date of the Meyer expedition, he had passed off as a citizen of Texas under the new regime, and pretended much patriotic attachment to the young republic. When the Meyer adventure was about being organized, Ijurra had influence enough to have himself elected one of its officers. No one suspected his fidelity to the cause. He was one of those who, at the halt by Laredo, urged the imprudent advance upon Meyer, and his presumed knowledge of the country, of which he was a native, gave weight to his counsel. It afterwards proved that his free advice was intended for the benefit of the enemy, with whom he was in secret correspondence. On the night before the battle, Ijurra was missing. The Texan army was captured after a brave defense, in which they slew more than their own number of the enemy, and, under guard, the remnant was marched off for the capital of Mexico. On the second or third day of their march, what was the astonishment of the Texan prisoners to see Rafael Ijurra in the uniform of a Mexican officer, and forming part of their escort. But that their hands were bound, they would have torn him to pieces, so enraged were they at this piece of black treason. I was not in that ugly scrape, continued the lieutenant. As luck would have it, I was down with a fever in Brazos bottom, or I guess I should have had to draw my bean with the rest of them, poor fellows. Wheatley's allusion to drawing his bean I understood well enough. All who have ever read the account of this ill-starred adventure will remember that the Texans, goaded by ill treatment, rose upon their guard, disarmed, and conquered them. But in their subsequent attempt to escape, ill-managed and ill-guided, nearly all of them were recaptured and decimated, each 10th man having been shot like a dog. The mode of choosing the victims was by lot, and the black and white beans of Mexico, frijoles, were made use of as the expositors of the fatal decrees of destiny. A number of the beans, corresponding to the number of the captives, was placed within an earthen olla, there being a black bean for every 9 white ones. He who drew the black bean must die. During the drawing of this fearful lottery, there occurred incidents exhibiting character as heroic as has ever been recorded in story. Read from an eyewitness. They all drew their beans with manly dignity and firmness. Some of lighter temper gestured over the bloody tragedy. One would say, "Boys, this beats raffling all to pieces." Another, "Well, this is the tallest gambling scrape I ever was in." Robert Beard, who lay upon the ground exceedingly ill, called his brother William, and said, "Brother, if you draw a black bean, I'll take your place. I want to die." The brother, with overwhelming anguish, replied, "No, I will keep my own place. I am stronger and better able to die than you." Major Cock, when he drew the fatal bean, held it up between his finger and thumb, and, with a smile of contempt, said, "Boys, I told you so. I never failed in my life to draw a prize." He then coolly added, "They only robbed me of 40 years. Henry Whaling, one of Cameron's best fighters, as he drew his black bean, said in a joyous tone, "Well, they don't make much out of me anyhow. I know I've killed 25 of them." Then, demanding his dinner in a firm voice, he added, "They shall not cheat me out of it." Saying this, he ate heartily, smoked a cigar, and in 20 minutes after had ceased to live. The Mexicans fired 15 shots at Whaling before he expired. Young Torrey, quite a youth, but in spirit a giant, said that he was perfectly willing to meet his fate. For the glory of his country he had fought, and for her glory he was willing to die. Edward Estes spoke of his death with the coolest indifference. Cash said, "Well, they murdered my brother with Colonel Fannin, and they are about to murder me." J.L. Jones said to the interpreter, "Tell the officer to look upon men who are not afraid to die for their country." Captain Major Dunham said he was prepared to die for his country. James Ogden, with his usual equanimity of temper, smiled at his fate and said, "I am prepared to meet it." Young Robert W. Harris behaved in the most unflinching manner, and called upon his companions to avenge their murder. They were bound together, their eyes bandaged, and set upon a log near the wall with their backs towards their executioners. They all begged the officer to shoot them in front, and at a short distance, saying they were not afraid to look death in the face. This request the Mexican refused, and to make his cruelty as refined as possible, caused the fire to be delivered from a distance, and to be continued for 10 or 12 minutes, lacerating and mangling those heroes in a manner too horrible for description. When you talk of Thermopylae, think also of Texas. "But what of Hollingsworth?" I asked. "Ah, Hollingsworth," replied the lieutenant. "He has good cause to remember Ijurra. Now I think of it, I shall give the story to you as I heard it, and my companion proceeded with a relation which caused the blood to curdle in my veins as I listened. It fully explained, if it did not palliate, the fierce hatred of the Tennessean towards Rafael Ijurra. In the Meyer expedition, Hollingsworth had a brother, who, like himself, was made prisoner. He was a delicate youth, and could ill endure the hardships, much less the barbarous treatment, to which the prisoners were exposed during that memorable march. He became reduced to a skeleton, and worse than that, footsore, so that he could no longer endure the pain of his feet and ankles, worn skinless and charged with the spines of acacias, cactus, and the numerous thorny plants in which the dry soil of Mexico is so prolific. In agony he fell down upon the road. Ijurra was in command of the guard. From him Hollingsworth's brother begged to be allowed the use of a mule. The youth had known Ijurra at San Antonio, and had even lent him money, which was never returned. "To your feet and forward," was Ijurra's answer. "I cannot move a step," said the youth despairingly. "Cannot? Caray! We shall see whether you can. Here, Pablo," continued he, addressing himself to one of the soldiers of the guard, "give this fellow the spur. He is restive." The ruffian soldier approached with fixed bayonet, seriously intending to use its point on the poor wayworn invalid. The latter rose with an effort, and made a desperate attempt to keep on. But his resolution again failed him. He could not endure the agonizing pain, and after staggering a pace or two, he fell up against a rock. "I cannot," he again cried. "I cannot march farther. Let me die here." "Forward, or you shall die here," shouted Ijurra, drawing a pistol from his belt and cocking it, evidently with the determination to carry out his threat. "Forward!" "I cannot," faintly replied the youth. "Forward, or I fire." "Fire!" cried the young man, throwing open the flaps of his hunting shirt, and making one last effort to stand erect. "You are scarce worth a bullet," said the monster with a sneer. At the same instant he levelled his pistol at the breast of his victim, and fired. When the smoke was blown aside, the body of young Hollingsworth was seen lying at the base of the rock, doubled up, dead. A thrill of horror ran through the line of captives. Even their habitually brutal guards were touched by such wanton barbarity. The brother of the youth was not 6 yards from the spot, tightly bound, and witness of the whole scene. Fancy his feelings at that moment. "No wonder," continued the Texan, "no wonder that Harding Hollingsworth don't stand upon ceremony as to where and when he may attack Rafael Ijurra. I verily believe that the presence of the commander-in-chief wouldn't restrain him from taking vengeance. It ain't to be wondered at." In hopes that my companion might help me to some knowledge of the family at the hacienda, I guided the conversation in that direction. "And Don Ramon de Vargas is Ijurra's uncle?" "Sure enough, he must be. Ha! I did not think of that. Don Ramon is the uncle. I ought to have known him this morning. That confounded mezcal I drank knocked him out of my mind altogether. I have seen the old fellow several times. He used to come to San Antonio once a year on business with the merchants there. I remember, too, he once brought a daughter with him. Splendid girl that, and no mistake. Faith, she crazed half the young fellows in San Antonio, and there was no end of duels about her. She used to ride wild horses and fling the lasso like a Comanche. But what am I talking about? The mezcal has got into my brains, sure enough. It must have been her you chased. Sure as shooting it was." "Probable enough," I replied, in a careless way. My companion little knew the deep, feverish interest his remarks were exciting, or the struggle it was costing me to conceal my emotions. One thing I longed to learn from him, whether any of these amorous duellists had been favored with the approbation of the lady. I longed to put this question, and yet the absolute dread of the answer restrained my tongue. I remained silent till the opportunity had passed. The hoof-strokes of half a dozen horses coming rapidly from the rear interrupted the conversation. Without surprise, I perceived that it was Hollingsworth and the Rangers who had been left at the hacienda. "Captain Warfield," said the Tennessean as he spurred alongside, "my conduct no doubt surprises you. I shall be able to explain it to your satisfaction when time permits. It's a long story, a painful one to me. You will not require it from me now. This much let me say. For good reason, I hold Rafael Ijurra as my most deadly foe. I came to Mexico to kill that man, and, by the Eternal, if I don't succeed, I care not who kills me. You have not, then?" With a feeling of relief, I put the question, for I read he answer in the look of disappointed vengeance that gleamed in the eyes of the Tennessean. I was not permitted to finish the interrogatory. He knew what I was going to ask, and interrupted me with the reply, "No, no. The villain has escaped, but by—" The rest of the emphatic vow was inaudible, but the wild glance that flashed from the speaker's eye expressed his deep purpose more plainly than words. The next moment he fell back to his place in the troop, and with his head slightly bent forward, rode on in silence. His dark, taciturn features were lit up at intervals by an ominous gleam, showing that he still brooded over his unavenged wrong. End of Chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Section 12, The Yellow Domino. The next 2 days I passed in feverish restlessness. Hollingsworth's conduct had quite disconcerted my plans. From the concluding sentences of Isolina's note, I had construed an invitation to revisit the hacienda in some more quiet guise than that of a filibustero. But after what had transpired, I could not muster courage to present myself under any pretense. It was not likely I should be welcome. I, the associate, nay, the commander, or the man who had attempted to take the life of a nephew, a cousin. Don Ramon had stipulated for a little rudeness. He had had the full measure of his bargain, and a good deal more. He could not otherwise than think so. Were I to present myself at the hacienda, I could not be else than coldly received. In short, unwelcome. I thought of apologies and pretexts, but to no purpose. For 2 days I remained in vacillating indecision. I neither saw nor heard of her who engrossed my thoughts. News from headquarters, a grand ball to be given in the city. This bit of gossip fell upon my ear without producing the slightest impression, for I cared little for dancing and less for grand balls. In early youth I had liked both, but not then. The thing would at once have passed from my thoughts had it not been for some additional information imparted at the same time, which to me at once rendered the ball attractive. The information I allude to was that the ball was got up by authority, and would be upon a grand scale. Its object was political. In other words, it was to be the means of bringing about a friendly intercourse between the conquerors and the conquered. A desirable end. Every effort would be made to draw out the native society, and let them see that we Yankee officers were not such barbarians as they affected to deem, and in reality pronounced us. It was known, so stated my informant, that many families of the Yankeeados would be present, and in order to make it pleasanter for those who feared prosecution, the ball was to be a masked one, un baile de mascara. The Ayanquietos are to be there, and she. My heart bounded with new hope, and I resolved to make one of the maskers, not that I intended to go in costume. In my slender wardrobe was a civilian dress proper cut, and tolerably well preserved, that would answer my purpose. The ball was to come off on the night following that on which I had word of it. My suspense would be short. The time appeared long enough, but at length the he arrived, and mounting my good steed, I started off for the city. A brisk ride of 2 hours brought me on the ground, and I found that I was late enough to be fashionable. As I entered the ballroom, I saw that most of the company had arrived, and the floor was grouped with dancers. It was evident the affair was a success. There were 400 or 500 persons present, nearly half of them ladies. Many were in character costumes, as Tyrolese peasants, Andalusian Mayas, Bavarian broom girls, Wallachian boyards, Turkish sultanas, and bead-bedecked Indian belles. A greater number were disguised in the ungrateful domino, while not a few appeared in regular evening dress. Most of the ladies wore masks. Some simply hid their faces behind the coquettish rebozo tapado, while others permitted their charms to be gazed upon. As the time passed on, and an occasional copita de vino strengthened the nerves of the company, the uncovered faces became more numerous, and masks got lost or put away. As for the gentlemen, a number of them also wore masks. Some were in costume, but uniforms predominated, stamping the ball with a military character. It was not a little singular to see a number of Mexican officers mingling in the throng. These were, of course, prisoners on parole, and their more brilliant uniforms, of French patterns, contrasted oddly with the plain blue dresses of their conquerors. The presence of these prisoners, in the full glitter of their gold lace, was not exactly in good taste, but a moment's reflection convinced one it was not a matter of choice with them. Poor fellows! Had they abided by the laws of etiquette, they could not have been there. And no doubt they were as desirous of shaking their legs in the dance as the gayest of their captors. Indeed, in this species of rivalry, they far outstripped the latter. I spent but little time in observing these peculiarities, but one idea engrossed my mind, and that was to find Isolina de Vargas. No easy task amid such a multitude of maskers. Among the uncovered faces she was not. I soon scanned them all, or rather glanced at them. It needed no scanning to recognize hers. If there, she was one of the mascaritas, and I addressed myself to a close observation of the dames en costume and the dominoes. Hopeless enough appeared the prospect of recognizing her, but a little hope sustained me in the reflection that, being myself uncovered, she might recognize me. When a full half-hour had passed away, and my lynx-like surveillance was still unrewarded, this hope died within me, and what may appear strange, I began to wish she was not there. If present, thought I, she must have seen me ere this, and to have taken no notice. A pang of chagrin accompanied this reflection. I flung myself upon a seat and endeavored to assume an air of indifference, though I was far from feeling indifferent, and my eyes, as before, kept eagerly scanning the fair masters. Now and then the tournure of an ankle I had seen Isolina's, or the elliptical sweep of a fine figure, inspired me with fresh hope. But as the masqueraders who owned them were near enough to have seen, and yet took no notice of me, I conjectured, in fact, hoped, that none of them was she. Indeed, a well-turned ankle is no distinctive mark among the fair doncellas of Mexico. At length, a pair of unusually neat ones, supporting a figure of such superb outlines that even the ungraceful domino could not conceal them, came under my eyes and riveted my attention. My heart beat wildly as I gazed. I could not help the belief that the lady in the yellow domino was Isolina de Vargas. She was waltzing with a young dragoon officer, and as they passed me I rose from my seat and approached the orbit of the dance, in order to keep them under my eyes. As they passed me a second time, I fancied the lady regarded me through her mask. I fancied I saw her start. I was almost sure it was Isolina. My feeling was now that of jealousy. The young officer was one of the elegant gentlemen of the service, a professed lady-killer, a fellow who, notwithstanding his well-known deficiency of brains, was ever welcome among women. She seemed to press closely to him as they whirled around, while her head rested languishingly upon his shoulder. She appeared to be contented with her partner. I could scarcely endure the agony of my fancies. It was a relief to me when the music ceased and the waltz ended. The circle broke up, and the waltzers scattered in different directions, but my eyes followed only the dragoon officer and his partner. He conducted her to a seat, and then placing himself by her side, the two appeared to engage in an earnest and interesting conversation. With me, politeness was now out of the question. I had grown as jealous as a tiger, and I drew near enough to become a listener. The lowness of the tone in which conversed precluded the possibility of my hearing much of what was said, but I could make out that the spark was coaxing his partner to remove her mask. The voice that replied was surely Isolina's. I could myself have torn the silken screen from her face, through very vexation, but I was saved that indiscretion, for the request of her cavalier seemed to prevail, and the next instant the mask was removed by the lady's own hand. Shade of a rebus, what did I see? She was black, a negress, not black as ebony, but nearly so, with thick lips, high cheekbones, and a row of short, kinky curls dangling over the arch of her glistening forehead. My astonishment, though perhaps of a more agreeable kind, was not greater than that of the dragoon lieutenant, who, by the way, was also a full-blooded Southerner. At sight of his partner's face, he started, as if a 6-pound shot had winded him, and after a few half-muttered excuses, he rose with an air of extreme gaucherie, and hurrying off, hid himself behind the crowd. The colored lady, mortified, as I presumed she must be, hastily readjusted her mask, and rising from her seat, glided away from the scene of her humiliation. I gazed after her with a mingled feeling of curiosity and pity. I saw her pass out of the door alone, evidently with the intention of leaving the ball. I fancied she had departed, as her domino, conspicuous by its bright yellow color, was no more seen among the maskers. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini Rosario. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 13. The Blue Domino. Thus disappointed, I gave up all hope of meeting her for whose sake I had come to the ball. She was either not there, or did not wish to be recognized even by me. The latter supposition was the more bitter of the two, and goaded by it and one or two other uncongenial thoughts, I paid frequent visits to the refreshment room, where wine flowed freely. A cup or two drove the one idea out of my mind, and after a while I grew more companionable and determined to enjoy myself like others around me. I had not danced as yet, but the wine soon got to my toes as well as into my head, and I resolved to put myself in motion with the first partner that offered. I soon found one, a Blue Domino, that came right in my way, as if the fates had determined we should dance together. The lady was not engaged for the next. She would be most happy. This, by the way, was said in French, which would have taken me by surprise had I not known that there were many French people living in C, as in all the large cities of Mexico. They are usually jewelers, dentists, milliners, or rather artisans of that class, who drive a lucrative trade among the luxury-loving Mexicanos. To know there were French people in the place was to be certain you would find them at the ball. And there were they, numbers of them, pirouetting about and comporting themselves with the gay insouciance characteristic of their nation. I was not surprised then when my Blue Domino addressed me in French. A French modiste, conjectured I, as soon as she spoke. Milliner or no, it mattered not to me. I wanted a dancing partner, and after another phrase or two in the same sweet tongue, away went she and I in the curving whirl of a waltz. After sailing once round the room, I had two quite new and distinct impressions upon my mind. The first, that I had a partner who could waltz, a thing not to be met with every day. My Blue Domino seemed to have no feet under her, but floated around me as if borne upon the air. For the moment I fancied myself in Ranlag or Mabille. My other impression was that my arm encircled as pretty a waist as ever was clasped by a lover. There was a pleasing rotundity about it, combined with a general symmetry of form and serpentine yieldiness of movement, that rendered dancing with such a partner both easy and delightful. My observation at the moment was, that if the face of the modiste bore any sort of proportion to her figure, she needed not have come so far from France to push her fortune. With such a partner, I could not otherwise than waltz well, and never better than upon that occasion. We were soon under the observation of the company, and became the cynosure of a circle. This I did not relish, and drawing my Blue Domino to one side, we waltzed towards a seat into which I handed her with the usual polite expression of thanks. This seat was in a little recess or blind window, where two persons might freely converse without fear of an eavesdropper. I had no desire to run away from a partner who danced so well, though she were a modiste. There was room for two upon the bench, and I asked permission to sit beside her. "Oh, certainly," was the frank reply. "And will you permit me to remain with you till the music recommences?" "If you desire it." "And dance with you again?" "With pleasure, monsieur, if it suit your convenience. But is there no other who claims you as a partner? No other in this assemblage you would prefer?" "Not one, I assure you. You are the only one present with whom I care to dance." As I said this, I thought I perceived a slight movement that indicated some emotion. It was a gallant speech, and the modiste is pleased with the compliment, thought I. Her reply: "It flatters me, sir, that you prefer my company to that of the many splendid beauties who are in this saloon, though it may gratify me still more if you knew who I am." The last clause was uttered with an emphasis and followed by a sigh. Poor girl, thought I. She fancies that I mistake her for some grande dame, that if I knew her real position, her humble avocation, I should not longer care to dance with her. In that she is mistaken. I make no distinction between a milliner and a marchioness, especially in a ballroom. There, grace and beauty alone guide to preference. After giving way to some such reflections, I replied, "It is my regret, mademoiselle, not to have the happiness of knowing who you are, and it is not possible I ever may, unless you will have the goodness to remove your mask." "Ah, monsieur, what you request is impossible." "Impossible? And why, may I ask?" "Because, were you to see my face, I should not have you for my partner in the next dance, and to say the truth, I should regret that, since you waltz so admirably. Oh, refusal and flattery in the same breath. No, mademoiselle, I am sure your face will never be the means of your losing a partner. Come, let me beg of you to remove that envious counterfeit. Let us converse freely, face to face. I am not masked, as you see. In truth, sir, you have no reason to hide your face, which is more than I can say for many other men in this room. Quick-witted milliner, thought I. Bravo, Renélague! Viva la mobile! Thanks, amiable masker, I replied, but you are too generous. You flatter me. It is worthwhile, rejoined she, interrupting me. It improves your cheek. Blushes become you. Ha ha ha. The deuce, I ejaculated, half aloud. This dame du boulevard is laughing at me. But what are you? She continued, suddenly changing her tone. You are not a Mexican? Are you soldier or civilian? What would you take me for? A poet, from your pale face, but more from the manner in which I have heard you sigh. I have not sighed since we sat down. No, but before we sat down. What? In the dance? No, before the dance. Ha, then you observed me before? Oh, yes. Your plain dress rendered you conspicuous among so many uniforms, besides your manner. What manner? I asked, with some degree of confusion, fearing that in my search after Isolina I had committed some stupid piece of left-handedness. For abstraction. And, by the way, had you not little penchant for a yellow domino? A yellow domino, repeated I, raising my hand to my head as though it cost me an effort to remember it. A yellow domino? Aye, a yellow domino, rejoined my companion with sarcastic emphasis. A yellow domino, who waltzed with a young officer, not bad looking, by the way. Ah, I think I do remember. Well, I think you ought, rejoined my tormentor, and well, too. You took sufficient pains to observe. Ah, yes, stammered I. I thought you were conning verses to her, and as you had not the advantage of seeing her face, were making them to her feet. Ha, what an idea of yours, mademoiselle. In the end, she was not ungenerous. She let you see the face. The devil, exclaimed I, starting. You saw the denouement, then? Ha, laughed she. Of course I saw the denouement. Ha, droll, wasn't it? Very, replied I, not much relishing the joke, but endeavoring to join my companion in the laugh. How silly the spark looked, ha, very silly indeed, ha, and how disappointed, eh? How disappointed you looked, monsieur. Oh, I know, I assure you I had no interest in the affair. I was not disappointed, at least not as you imagine. Ah, the feeling uppermost in my mind was pity for the poor girl. And you really did pity her? This question was put with an earnestness that sounded somewhat strange at the moment. I really did. The creature seemed so mortified. She seemed mortified, did she? Of course, she left the room immediately after, and has not returned since. No doubt she has gone home, poor devil. Poor devil! Is that the extent of your pity? Well, after all, it must be confessed she was a superb deception. A finer dancer I never saw. I beg pardon, I accept my present partner. A good foot, an elegant figure, and then to turn out— What? Una negria! I fear, monsieur, you Americans are not very gallant towards the ladies of color. It is different here in Mexico, which you term despotic. I felt the rebuke. To change the subject, continued she, are you not a poet? I do not deserve the name of poet, yet I will not deny that I have made verses. I thought as much. What an instinct I have. Oh, that I could prevail upon you to write some verses to me. What? Without knowing either your name or having looked upon your face? Mademoiselle, I must at least set the features I am called upon to praise. Ah, monsieur, you little know. Were I to unmask those features, I should stand but a poor chance of getting the verses. My plain face would counteract all your poetic inspirations. Shade of Lucretia, this is no needlewoman, though dealing in weapons quite as sharp. Modiste indeed. I have been laboring under a mistake. This is some dame spirituelle, some grand lady. I had now grown more than curious to look upon the face of my companion. Her conversation had won me. A woman who could talk so, I fancied, could not be ill-looking. Such an enchanting spirit could not be hidden behind a plain face. Besides, there was the gracefulness of form, the small gloved hand, the dainty foot and ankle demonstrated in the dance, a voice that rang like music, and the flash of a superb eye, which I could perceive even through the mask. Beyond a doubt, she was beautiful. "Lady," I said, speaking with more earnestness than ever, "I entreat you to unmask yourself. Were it not in a ballroom, I should beg the favor upon my knees. And were I to grant it, you could hardly rise soon enough and pronounce your lukewarm leave-taking. Hat, monsieur, think of the Yellow Domino. Mademoiselle, you take pleasure in mortifying me. Do you deem me capable of such fickleness? Suppose for a moment you are not what the world calls beautiful. You could not, by removing your mask, also strip yourself of the attractions of your conversation, of that voice that thrills through my heart, of that grace exhibited in your every movement. With such endowments, how could a woman appear ill-looking? If your face was even as black as hers of the Yellow Domino, I verily believe I could not perceive its darkness. Ha, 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 take care what you say, monsieur. I presume you are not more indulgent than the rest of your sex. And well know I that, with you men, ugliness is the greatest crime of a woman. I am different, I swear. Do not perjure yourself, as you will if I but remove my mask. I tell you, sir, that in spite of all the fine qualities you imagine me to possess, I am a vision that would horrify you to look upon. Impossible! Your form, your grace, your voice. Oh, unmask! I accept every consequence for the favor I ask. Then be it as you wish, but I shall not be the means of punishing you. Receive from your own hands the chastisement of your curiosity. You permit me, then? Thanks, mademoiselle, thanks. It is fastened behind, yes? The knot is here? Now I have it, so... With trembling fingers, I undid the string and pulled off the piece of taffety. Shade of Sheba, what did I see? The mask fell from my fingers as though it had been iron at a cherry heat. Astonishment caused me to drop it. Rather say horror at beholding the face underneath, the face of the Yellow Domino. Yes, there was the same negress, with her thick lips, high cheekbones, and the little well-oiled kinks hanging like corkscrews over her temples. I knew not either what to say or do. My gallantry was clean gone, and although I resumed my seat, I remained perfectly dumb. Had I looked in a mirror at that moment, I should certainly have beheld the face of a fool. My companion, who seemed to have made up her mind to such a result, instead of being mortified, burst into a loud fit of laughter, at the same time crying out in a tone of raillery. Now, monsieur le poète, does my face inspire you? When may I expect the verses? Tomorrow? Soon? Never? Ah, monsieur, I fear you are not more gallant to us poor ladies ob color than your countryman, the lieutenant. Ha, ha, ha. I was too much ashamed of my own conduct, and too deeply wounded by her reproach, to make reply. Fortunately, her continued laughter offered me an opportunity to mutter some broken phrases, accompanied by very clumsy gestures, and thus take myself off. Certainly in all my life I never made a more awkward adieu. I walked, or rather stole, towards the entrance, determined to leave the ballroom and gallop home. On reaching the door, my curiosity grew stronger than my shame, and I resolved to take a parting look at this singular Ethiopian. The Blue Domino, still within the niche, caught my eye at once, but on looking up to the face, gracious heaven, it was Isolina's! I stood as if turned into stone. My gaze was fixed upon her face, and I could not take it off. She was looking at me, but oh, the expression with which those eyes regarded me! That was a glance to be remembered for life. She no longer laughed, but her proud lip seemed to curl with a sarcastic smile, as of scorn. I hesitated whether to return and apologize, but no, it was too late. I could have fallen upon my knees and begged forgiveness. It was too late. I should only subject myself to further ridicule from that capricious spirit. Perhaps my look of remorse had more effect than words. I thought her expression changed. Her glance became more tender, as if inviting me back, perhaps. At this moment a man approached, and without ceremony seated himself by her side. His face was towards me. I recognized Ijurra. They converse. Is it of me? Is it of... If so, he will laugh. A world to see that man laugh, and know it is at me. If he do, I shall soon cast off the load that is crushing my heart. He laughs not even a smile is traceable on his somber features. She has not told him, and well for him she has not. Prudence, perchance, restrains her tongue. She might guess the result. They are on their feet again. She masks. Ijurra leads her to the dance. They front to each other. They whirl away, away. They are lost among the maskers. Some wine, mozo! A deep, long draught, a few seconds spent in buckling on my sword, a few more in reaching the gate, one spring, and my saddled steed was under me. I rode with desperate heart and hot head, but the cool night air, the motion of my horse, and his proud spirit mingling with mine, gave me relief, and I soon felt calmer. On reaching the rancheria, I found my lieutenants still up, eating their rudely cooked supper. As my appetite was roused, I joined them at their meal, and their friendly converse restored for the time my spirit's equanimity. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini, Rosario. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 14. Love Thoughts. A dread feeling is jealousy, mortified vanity, or whatever you may designate the disappointment of love. I have experienced the sting of shame, the blight of broken fortune, the fear of death itself, yet none of these ever wrung my heart so rudely as the pang of an unreciprocated passion. The former are but transient trials, and their bitterness soon has an end. Jealousy, like the tooth of the serpent, carries poison in its sting, and long and slow is the healing of its wound. Well knew he this, that master of the human heart. Iago's prayer was not meant for mockery. To drown my mortification, I had drunk wine freely at the ball, and on returning home had continued my potations with the more fiery spirit of Catalan. By this means I gained relief and sleep, but only of short duration. Long before day I was awake to the double bitterness of jealousy and shame, awake to both mental and physical pain, for the fumes of the vile stuff I had drunk wrecked my brain as though they would burst open my skull. An ounce of opium would not have set me to sleep again, and I tossed on my couch like one laboring under delirium. Of course, the incidents of the preceding night were uppermost in my mind. Every scene and action that had occurred were as plainly before me as if I was again witnessing them. Every effort to alienate my thoughts and fix them upon some other theme proved vain and idle. They ever returned to the same circle of reflections, in the center of which was Isolina de Vargas. I thought of all that had passed, of all she had said. I remembered every word. How bitterly I remembered that scornful laugh. How bitterly that sarcastic smile when the double mask was removed. The very remembrance of her beauty pained me. It was now to me as to Tantalus the crystal waters, never to be tasted. Before I had formed hopes, had indulged in prospective dreams. The masquerade adventure had dissipated them. I no longer hoped, no longer permitted myself to dream of pleasant times to come. I felt that I was scorned. This feeling produced a momentary revulsion in my thoughts. There were moments when I hated her, and vengeful impulses careered across my soul. These were fleeting moments. Again before me rose that lovely form, that proud, grand spirit, in the full entirety of its power, and again my soul became absorbed in admiration and yielded itself to its hopeless passion. It was far from being my first love, and thus experienced, I could reason upon it. I felt certain it was to be the strongest and stormiest of my life. I know of 3 loves distinct in kind and power. First, when the passion is reciprocated, when the heart of the beloved yields back thought for thought and throb for throb, without one reserved pulsation. This is bliss upon earth, not always long-lived, ending perchance in a species of sublimated friendship. To have is no longer to desire. The second is love entirely unrequited, love that never knew word or smile of encouragement, no soft whisper to fan it into flame, no ray of hope to feed upon. Such dies of inanition. The sooner that its object is out of the way, and absence in time will conquer it. The third is the love that dotes yet doubts, that doubts but never dies, no, never. The jealousy that pains only sustains it. It lives on, now happy in the honeyed conviction of triumph, now smarting under real or fancied scorn. On, so long as its object is accessible to sight or hearing. No matter how worthless that object may be or become, no matter how lost or fallen, love regards not this. It has naught to do with the moral part of our nature. Beauty is the shrine of its worship, and beauty is not morality. In my own mind, I am conscious of 3 elements or classes of feeling: the moral, the intellectual, and what I may term the passional, the last as distinct from either of the other 2 as oil from spirits or water. To the last belongs love, which, I repeat again, has no sympathy with the moral feelings of our nature, but, alas! as one might almost believe, with their opposite. Even a plain but wicked coquette will captivate more hearts than a beautiful saint, and the brilliant murderess ere now has made conquests at the very foot of the scaffold. It pains me to pronounce these convictions, derived as they are from experience. There is as little gain as pleasure in so doing, but popularity must be sacrificed at the shrine of truth. For the sake of effect, I shall not play false with philosophy. Rough ranger as I was, I had studied psychology sufficiently to understand these truths, and I endeavored to analyze my passion for this girl or woman to discover why I loved her. Her physical beauty was of the highest order, and that no doubt was an element. But it was not all. Had I merely looked upon this beauty under ordinary circumstances, that is, without coming in contact with the spirit that animated it, I might have loved her, or I might not. It was the spirit, then, that had won me, though not alone. The same gem in a less brilliant setting might have failed to draw my admiration. I was the captive both of the spirit and the form. Soul and body had cooperated in producing my passion, and this may account for its suddenness and profundity. Why I loved her person, I knew. I was not ignorant of the laws of beauty, but why the spirit I knew not. Certainly not from any idea I had formed of her high moral qualities. I had no evidence of these. Of her courage, even to daring, I had proof, of energy and determined will, of the power of thought, quick and versatile. But these are not moral qualities. They are not even feminine. True, she wept over her slain steed. Humanity? I have knows a hardened lorette weep bitter tears for her tortoise-shell cat. She refused to take from me my horse. Generosity? She had 1,000 within sight. Alas, in thus reviewing all that had passed between myself and the beautiful Isolina, in search of her moral qualities, I met with but little success. Mystery of our nature, I loved her not the less, and yet my passion was pure, and I do not believe that my heart was wicked. Mystery of our nature, he who reads all hearts alone can solve thee. I loved without reason, but I loved now without hope. Hope I had before that night. Her glance through the turrets, her note, its contents, a word, a look at other times, had inspired me with hopes, however faint they were. The incident of the ballroom had crushed them. Ijurra's dark face kept lowering before me. Even in my visions he was always by her side. What was between the two? Perhaps a nearer relationship than that of cousin? Perhaps they were affianced, married? The thought maddened me. I could rest upon my couch no longer. I rose and sought the open air. I climbed to the azotea and paced it to and fro as the tiger walks his cage. My thoughts were wild and my movements without method. To add to the bitterness of my reflections, I now discovered that I had sustained a loss, not in property, but something that annoyed me still more. I had lost the order and its enclosure, the note of Don Ramon. I had dropped them on the day in which they were received, and I believed in the patio of the hacienda, where they must have been picked up at once. If by Don Ramon himself, then all was well. But if they had fallen into the hands of some of the leather-clad herdsmen, ill-affected to Don Ramon, it might be an awkward affair for that gentleman, indeed for myself. Such negligence would scarcely be overlooked at headquarters, and I had ill forebodings about the result. It was one of my soul's darkest hours. From its very darkness I might have known that light was near, for the proverb is equally true in the moral as in the material world. Light was near. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 15. An Odd Epistle. Breakfast I hardly tasted. A tasso of chocolate and a small sugared cake, the desiana of every Mexican, were brought, and these served me for breakfast. A glass of cognac and a Havana were more to the purpose, and helped to stay the wild trembling of my nerves. Fortunately, there was no duty to perform, else I could ill have attended to it. I remained on the azote till near midday. The storm raging within prevented me from taking note of what was passing around. The scenes in the piazza, the rangers and their steeds, the greasers in their striped blankets, the Indians squatted on their patates, the pretty poblanas, were all unnoticed by me. At intervals my eyes rested upon the walls of the distant dwelling. It was not so distant, but that a human form could have been distinguished upon its roof, had one been there. There was none, and 50 times, did I turn away my disappointed gaze. About noon the sergeant of the guard reported that a Mexican wished to speak with me. Mechanically I gave orders for the man to be sent up, but it was not until he appeared before me that I thought of what I was doing. The presence of the Mexican at once aroused me from my unpleasant reverie. I recognized him as one of the vaqueros of Don Ramon de Vargas, the same I had seen on the plain during my first interview with Isolina. There was something in his manner that betokened him a messenger. A folded note, which he drew from under his jerkin, after having glanced around to see whether he was noticed, confirmed my observation. I took the note. There was no superscription, nor did I stay to look for one. My fingers trembled as I tore open the seal. As my eye rested on the writing and recognized it, my heart throbbed so as almost to choke my utterance. I muttered some directions to the messenger, and to conceal my emotion from him, I turned away and proceeded to the farthest corner of the azote before reading the note. I called back to the man to go below and wait for an answer, and then, relieved of his presence, I read as follows. July 18. Gallant Capitan, allow me to bid you a buenos dias, for I presume that after the fatigues of last night, it is but morning with you yet. Do you dream of your sable belle? Poor devil! Ha ha ha! Gallant Capitan. I was provoked at this mode of address, for the gallant was rendered emphatic by underlining. It was a letter to taunt me for my ill behavior. I felt inclined to fling it down, but my eye wandering over the paper caught some words that induced me to read on. Gallant Capitan, I had a favorite mare. How fond I was of that creature you may understand, who are afflicted by a similar affection for the noble Moro. In an evil hour your aim, too true, alas, robbed me of my favorite. But you offer to repay me by robbing yourself. For well know that I, the black, is to you the dearest object upon earth. Indeed, were I the lady of your love, I should ill brook such a divided affection. Well, mio capitan, I understand the generous sacrifice you would have made, and forbade it. But I know you are desirous of cancelling your debt. It is in your power to do so. Listen. Some hard conditions I anticipated would follow. I recked not of that. There was no sacrifice I was not ready to make. I would have dared any deed, however wild, to have won that proud heart, to have inoculated it with the pain that was wringing my own. I read on. There is a horse, famed in these parts as the white steed of the prairies, El Cavallo Bianco de los Llanos. He is a wild horse, of course, snow-white in color, beautiful in form, swift as the swallow. But why need I describe to you the white steed of the prairies? You are a Tejano, and must have heard of him ere this. Well, mio capitan, I have long had a desire, a frantic one, let me add, to possess this horse. I have offered rewards to hunters, to my own vaqueros, for he sometimes appears upon our plains, but to no purpose. Not one of them can capture, though they have often seen and chased him. Some say he cannot be taken, that he is so fleet as to gallop, or rather glide out of sight in a glance, and that too on the open prairie. There are those who assert that he is a phantom, un demonio. Surely so beautiful a creature cannot be the devil. Besides, I have always heard, and if I recollect aright, someone said so last night, that the devil was black. Poor devil! Ha ha ha! I rather welcomed this allusion to my misconduct of the preceding night, for I began to feel easier under the perception that the whole affair was thus treated in jest, instead of the anger and scorn I had anticipated. With pleasanter presentiments, I read on. To the point, mio capitan. There are some incredulous people who believe the white steed of the prairies to be a myth, and deny his existence altogether. Carambo! I know that he does exist, and what is more to my present purpose, he is, or was but 2 hours ago, within 10 miles of where I am writing this note. One of our vaqueros saw him near the banks of a beautiful arroyo, which I know to be his favorite ground. For reasons known to him, the vaquero did not either chase or molest him, but in breathless haste brought me the news. Now, Capitan, gallant and grand, there is but one who can capture this famed horse, and that is your puissant self. Ah, you have made captive what was once at wild and free. Yes, you can do it, you and Moro. Bring me the white steed of the prairies. I shall cease to grieve for poor Lola. I shall forgive you the contratiempo. I shall forgive all, even your rudeness to my double mask. Ha ha ha! Bring me the white steed, the white steed. Isolina. As I finished reading this singular epistle, a thrill of pleasure ran through my veins. I dwelt not on the oddness of its contents, thoroughly characteristic of the writer, its meaning was clear enough. I had heard of the white horse of the prairies. What hunter or trapper, trader or traveler throughout all the wild borders of prairie land has not? Many a romantic story of him had I listened to around a blazing campfire. Many a tale of German-like diablerie, in which the white horse played hero. For nearly a century has he figured in the legends of the prairie mariner, a counterpart of the Flying Dutchman, the phantom ship of the forecastle. Like this, too, ubiquitous, seen today scouring the sandy plains of the Platte, tomorrow bounding over the broad llanos of Texas, 1,000 miles to the southward. That there existed a white stallion of great speed and splendid proportions, that there were 20, perhaps 100 such, among the countless herds of wild horses that roam over the Great Plains, I did not for a moment doubt. I myself had seen and chased more than one that might have been termed a magnificent animal, and that no ordinary horse could overtake. But the one known as the white steed of the prairies had a peculiar marking that distinguished him from all the rest. His ears were black, only his ears, and these were of the deep color of ebony. The rest of his body, mane and tail, were white as fresh fallen snow. It was to this singular and mysterious animal that the letter pointed. It was the black-eared steed I was called upon to capture. The contents of the note were specific and plain. One expression alone puzzled me. You have made captive what was once as wild and free. What? I asked myself. I scarce dared to give credence to the answer that leaped like an exulting echo from out my heart. There was a postscript, of course, but this contained only business. It gave minuter details as to when, how, and where the white horse had been seen, and stated that the bearer of the note, the vaquero who had seen him, would act as my guide. I pondered not long upon the strange request. Its fulfillment promised to recover me the position, which but a moment before I had looked upon as lost forever. I at once resolved upon the undertaking. Yes, lovely Isolina, if horse and man can do it, ere another sun sets, you shall be mistress of the white steed of the prairies. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini, Rosario. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. Chapter 16, The Manada. In half an hour after, with the vaquero for my guide, I rode quietly out of the rancheria. A dozen rangers followed close behind, and, having crossed the river at a ford nearly opposite the village, we struck off into the chaparral on the opposite side. The men whom I had chosen to accompany me were most of them old hunters, fellows who could trail and crease with accurate aim. I had confidence in their skill, and, aided by them, I had great hopes we should find the game we were in search of. My hopes, however, would not have been so sanguine, but for another circumstance. It was this. Our guide had informed me that when he saw the white steed, the latter was in company with a large drove of mares, a manada, doubtless his harem. He would not be likely to separate from them, and even if these had since left the ground, they could be the more easily trailed in consequence of their numbers. Indeed, but for this prospect, our wild horse hunt would have partaken largely of the character of a wild goose chase. The steed, by all accounts of him, might have been seen upon one arroyo today, and by the banks of some other stream, 100 miles off on the morrow. The presence of his manada offered some guarantee that he might still be near the ground where the vaquero had marked him. Once found, I trusted to the swiftness of my horse and my own skill in the use of the lasso. As we rode along, I revealed to my following the purpose of the expedition. All of them knew the white steed by fame. One or two averred they had seen him in their prairie wanderings. The whole party were delighted at the idea of such a scout, and exhibited as much excitement as if I was leading them to a skirmish with guerrilleros. The country through which we passed was at first a dense chaparral, consisting of the various thorny shrubs and plants for which this part of Mexico is so celebrated. The greater proportion belonged to the family of Leguminosae, Robinias, Glerichias, and the Texan acacias of more than one species, there known as mesquite. Aloes, too, formed part of the undergrowth, to the no small annoyance of the traveler. The wild species known as the lechuguilla, or pita plant, whose core is cooked for food, whose fibrous leaves serve for the manufacture of thread, cordage, or cloth, while its sap yields by distillation the fiery mezcal. Here and there a tree yucca grew by the way, its fascicles of rigid leaves reminding one of the plumed heads of Indian warriors. Some I saw with edible fruits growing in clusters, like bunches of bananas. Several species are there of these fruit-bearing yuccas in the region of the Rio Grande, as yet unknown to the scientific botanist. I observed also the pamilla, or soap plant, another yucca whose roots yield an excellent substitute for soap, and various forms of cactus, never out of sight on Mexican soil, grew thickly around, a characteristic feature of the landscape. Plants of humbler stature covered the surface among which the syngenicists predominated, while the fetid artemisia and the still more disagreeably odorous creosote plant, La Rea Mexicana, grew upon spots that were sandy and arid. Pleasanter objects to the eye were the scarlet panicles of the Phocaea splendens, then undescribed by botanists, and yet to become a favorite of the arboretums. I was in no mood for botanizing at the time, but I well remember how I admired this elegant species, its tall, culm-like stems surmounted by panicles of brilliant flowers rising high above the level of the surrounding thicket, like banners above a host. Not that I possess the refined taste of a lover of flowers, and much less then, but cold must be the heart that could look upon the floral beauty of Mexico without remembering some portion of its charms. Even the rudest of my followers could not otherwise than admire, and once or twice as we journeyed along I could hear them give utterance to that fine epithet of the heart's desire, beautiful. As we advanced, the aspect changed. The surface became freer of jungle, a succession of glade and thicket, in short, a mesquite prairie. Still, advancing, the openings became larger, while the timbered surface diminished in extent, and now and then the glades joined each other without interruption. We had ridden nearly 10 miles without drawing bridle, when our guide struck upon the trail of the Manada. Several of the old hunters, without dismounting, pronounced the tracks to be those of wild mares, which they easily distinguished from horse tracks. Their judgment proved correct, for following the trail but a short distance farther, we came full in sight of the drove, which the vaquero confidently pronounced was the manada we were in search of. So far, our success equaled our expectations. But to get sight of a caballada of wild horses and to capture its swiftest steed are two things of very unequal difficulty. This fact my anxiously beating heart and quickly throbbing pulse revealed to me at the moment. It would be difficult to describe the mingled feelings of anxious doubt and joyous hope that passed through my mind, as from afar off I gazed upon that shy herd, still unconscious of our approach. The prairie upon which the mares were browsing was more than a mile in width, and, like those we had been passing through, it was surrounded by the low chaparral forest, although there were avenues that communicated with other openings of a similar kind. Near its center was the manada. Some of the mares were quietly browsing upon the grass, while others were frisking and playing about, now rearing up as if in combat, now rushing in wild gallop, their tossed manes and full tails flung loosely upon the wind. Even in the distance we could trace the full, rounded development of their bodies, and their smooth coats glistening under the sun denoted their fair condition. They were of all colors known to the horse, for in this the race of the Spanish horse is somewhat peculiar. There were bays and blacks and whites, the last being most numerous. There were grays, both iron and roan, and duns with white manes and tails, and some of a mole color, and not a few of the kind known in Mexico as pintados, piebalds, for spotted horses are not uncommon among the mustangs, all of course with full manes and tails, since the mutilating shears of the jockey had never curtailed their flowing glories. But where was the lord of this splendid harem? Where the steed? This was the thought that was uppermost in the mind of all, the question upon every tongue. Our eyes wandered over the herd, now here, now there. White horses there were, numbers of them, but it needed but a glance to tell that the steed of the prairies was not there. We eyed each other with looks of disappointment. Even my companions felt that. But a far more bitter feeling was growing upon me as I gazed upon the leaderless troop. Could I have captured and carried back the whole drove, the present would not have purchased one smile from Isolina. The steed was not among them. He might still be in the neighborhood, or had he forsaken the Manada altogether and gone far away over the wide prairie in search of new conquests? The vaquero believed he was not far off. I had faith in this man's opinion, who, having passed his life in the observation of wild and half-wild horses, had a perfect knowledge of their habits. There was hope then. The steed might be near, perhaps lying down in the shade of the thicket, perhaps with a portion of the manada or some favorite in one of the adjacent glades. If so, our guide assured us we should soon have him in view. He would soon bring the steed upon the ground. How? Simply by startling the mares, whose neigh of alarm would be heard from afar. The plan seemed feasible enough, but it was advisable that we should surround the manada before attempting to disturb them, else they might gallop off in the opposite direction before any of us could get near. Without delay, we proceeded to effect the surround. The chaparral aided us by concealing our movements, and in half an hour we had deployed around the prairie. The drove still browsed and played. They had no suspicion that a cordon of hunters was being formed around them, else they would have long since galloped away. Of all wild creatures, the shyest is the wild horse. The deer, the antelope, and buffalo are far less fearful of the approach of man. The mustang seems to understand the doom that awaits him in captivity. One could almost fancy that the runaways from the settlements, occasionally seen amongst them, had poured into their ears the tale of their hardships and long endurance. I had myself ridden to the opposite side of the prairie, in order to be certain when the circle was complete. I was now alone, having dropped my companions at intervals along the margin of the timber. I had brought with me the bugle, with a note or two of which I intended to give the alarm to the mares. I had placed myself in a clump of mesquite trees, and was about raising the horn to my lips, when a shrill scream from behind caused me to bring down the instrument and turn suddenly in my seat. For a moment I was in doubt as to what could have produced such a singular utterance, when a second time it fell on my ear, and then I recognized it. It was the neigh of the prairie stallion. Near me was a break in the thicket, a sort of avenue leading out into another prairie. In this I could hear the hoof-stroke of a horse going at a gallop. As fast as the underwood would allow, I pressed forward and came out upon the edge of the open ground. But the sun, low down, flashed in my eyes, and I could see no object distinctly. The tread of the hoofs and the shrill neighing still rang in my ears. Presently, the dazzling light no longer quite blinded me. I shaded my eyes with my hand, and could perceive the form of a noble steed stretching in full gallop down the avenue, and coming in the direction of the manada. Half a dozen springs brought him opposite. The beam was no longer in my eyes, and as he galloped past, I saw before me the white steed of the prairies. There was no mistaking the marks of that splendid creature. There was the snow-white body, the ears of jetty blackness, the blue muzzle, the red projected nostril, the broad oval quarters, the rounded and symmetric limbs, all the points of an incomparable steed. Like an arrow he shot past. He did not arrest his pace for an instant, but galloped on in a direct line for the drove. The mares had answered his first signal with a responsive neigh, and tossing up their heads, the whole manada was instantly in motion. In a few seconds they stood at rest, again formed in line, as exact as could have been done by a troop of cavalry, and fronting their leader as he galloped up. Indeed, standing as they were, with their heads high in air, it was easy to fancy them mounted men in the array of battle, and often have wild horses been mistaken for such by the prairie traveler. Concealment or stratagem could no longer avail. The chase was fairly up. Speed and the lasso must now decide the result, and with this conviction I gave Moro the spur and bounded into the open plain. The neighing of the steed had signaled my companions, who shot almost simultaneously out of the timber and spurred towards the drove, yelling as they came. I had no eyes for aught but the white steed, and after him I directed myself. On nearing the lines of mares, he halted in his wild gallop, twice reared his body upward as if to reconnoitre the ground, and then, uttering another of his shrill screams, broke off in a direct line towards the edge of the prairie. A wide avenue leading out in that direction seemed to have guided his instincts. The manada followed, at first galloping in line, but this became broken as the swifter individuals passed ahead of the others, and the drove were soon strung out upon the prairie. Through the opening now swept the chase, the pursuers keenly plying the spur, the pursued straining every muscle to escape. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ebele Mbagwu. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. The Hunt of the Wild Horse. My gallant horse soon gave proof of his superior qualities. One after another my companions was passed, and as we cleared the avenue and entered a second prairie, I found myself mixing with the hindmost of the wild mares. Pretty creatures some of them were, and upon any other occasion I should have been tempted to fling a lasso over one of them, which I might easily have done. Then I only thought of getting them out of the way, as they were hindering my onward gallop. Before we had quite crossed the second prairie, I had foraged into the front rank, and the mares, seeing I had heeded them, broke to the right and left and scattered away. All were now behind me, all but the white steed. He alone kept the course, at intervals uttering that same shrill neigh, as if to tantalize me and lure me on. He was yet far in advance, and apparently running at his ease. The horse I bestrode needed neither spur nor guidance. He saw before him the object of the chase, and he divined the will of his rider. I felt him rising under me like a sea wave. His hoofs struck the turf without impinging upon it. At each fresh spring, he came up with elastic rebound, while his flanks heaved with the conscious possession of power. Before the second prairie was crossed, he had gained considerably upon the white steed, but to my chagrin, I now saw the latter dash right into the thicket. I found a path and followed. My ears served to guide me, for the branches crackled as the wild horse broke through. Now and then I caught glimpses of his white body, glancing among the green leaves. Apprehensive of losing him, I rode recklessly after, now breasting the thicket, now tracing its labyrinthine aisles. I heeded not the thorny mimosas, my horse heeded them not, but large trees of the false acacia stood thickly in the way, and the horizontal branches hindered me. Often was I obliged to bend flat to the saddle in order to pass under them. All this was in favor of the pursued and against the pursuer. I longed for the open prairie, and to my relief it at length appeared, not yet quite treeless, but studded with timber islands. Amid these the white steed was sailing off, but in passing through the thicket he had gained ground, and now a long way in advance of me. But he was making for the open plain that lay beyond, and this showed that it was his habit to trust to his heels for safety. Perhaps with such a pursuer he would have been safer to have kept the chaparral, but that remained to be seen. In 10 minutes' time, we had passed through the Timber Islands, and now the prairie, the grand, limitless prairie, stretched be us, far beyond the reach of vision. On goes the chase over its grassy level, on till the trees are no longer behind us, and the eye sees naught but the green savanna, and the blue canopy arching over it. On, across the center of that vast circle, which has for its boundary the whole horizon. The rangers, lost in the mazes of the chaparral, have long since fallen off. The mustangs have gone back, on all that wide plain, but two objects appear, the snow-white form of the flying steed, and the dark horseman that follows. It is a long, wild ride, a cruel gallop for my matchless Moro. 10 miles of the prairie have we passed, more than that, and as yet I have neither used whip nor spur. The brave steed needs no such prompting. He, too, has his interest in the chase, the ambition not to be outrun. My motive is different. I think only of the smiles of a woman, but such motive ere now has led to the loss of a crown or the conquest of a world. On, Moro, on! You must overtake him or die. There's no longer an obstacle. He cannot hide from us here. The plain, with its sword of short grass, is level and smooth as the sleeping ocean. Not an object intrudes upon the sight. He cannot conceal himself anywhere. There's still an hour of sunlight. He cannot hide from us in the darkness. Ere that comes down, he shall be our captive. On, Moro, on! On we glide in silence. The steed has ceased to utter his taunting neigh. He has lost confidence in his speed. He now runs in dread. Never before has he been so sorely pressed. He runs in silence, and so, too, his pursuer. Not a sound is heard but the stroke of the galloping hoofs, an impressive silence that betokens the earnestness of the chase. Less than 200 yards separate us. I feel certain of victory. A touch of the spur would now bring Moro within range. It is time to put an end to this desperate ride. Now, brave Moro, another stretch, and you shall have rest. I look to my lasso. It hangs coiled over the horn of my saddle. One end is fast to a ring and staple firmly riveted in the tree wood. Is the loop clear and free? It is. The coil, is it straight? Yes, all as it should be. I lift the coil and rest it lightly over my bridle arm. I separate the noose and hold it in my right hand. I am ready. God of heaven, the steed? It was a wild exclamation, but it was drawn from me by no common cause. In arranging my lasso, I had taken my eyes from the chase, only for a moment. When I looked out again, the horse had disappeared. With a mechanical movement, I drew bridle, almost wrenching my horse upon his haunches. Indeed, the animal had half halted of his own accord, and with a low whimper seemed to express terror. What could it mean? Where was the wild horse? I wheeled round and round again, scanning the prairie on every side. Though a single glance might have served, the plain, as already described, was level as a table. The horizon bounded the view. There was neither rock, nor tree, nor bush, nor weed, nor even long grass. The sward was of the kind known upon the prairies as buffalo grass, short when full grown, but then rising scarcely 2 inches above the soil. A serpent could hardly have found concealment under it. But a horse? Merciful heaven, where was the steed? An indefinable feeling of awe crept over me. I trembled. I felt my horse trembling between my thighs. He was covered with foam and sweat. So was I. The effects of the hard ride, but the cold perspiration of terror was fast breaking upon me. The mystery was heavy and appalling. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 18. The Phantom Horse. I have encountered dangers, not a few, but they were the ordinary perils of flood and field, and I understand them. I have had one limb broken and its fellow bored with an ounce of lead. I have swum from a sinking ship and have fallen upon the battlefield. I have looked at the muzzles of 100 muskets aimed at my person at less than 30 yards distance, and felt the certainty of death, though the volley was fired and I still alive. Well, you will no doubt acknowledge these to be perils. Do not mistake me. I am not boasting of having encountered them. I met them with more or less courage. some of them with fear. But if the fears inspired by all were combined into one emotion of terror, it would not equal in intensity that which I experienced at the moment I pulled up my horse upon the prairie. I have never been given to superstition. Perhaps my religion is not strong enough for that. But at the moment I could not help yielding to a full belief in the supernatural. There was no natural cause. I could think of none that would account for the mysterious disappearance of the horse. I had often sneered at the credulous sailor and his phantom ship. Had I lived to look upon a phenomenon equally strange yet true? A phantom horse? The hunters and trappers had indeed invested the white steed with this character. Their stories recurred to my memory at the moment. I had used to smile at the simple credulity of the narrators. I was now prepared to believe them. They were true. Or was I dreaming? Was it not all a dream? The search for the white steed, the surround, the chase, the long, long gallop. For some moments I actually fancied that such might be the case. But soon my consciousness became clear again. I was in the saddle, and my panting, smoking steed was under me. That was real and positive. I remembered all the incidents of the chase. They, too, were real, of a certainty. The white steed had been there. He was gone. The trappers spoke the truth. The horse was a phantom. Oppressed with this thought, which had almost become a conviction, I sat in my saddle, bent and silent, my eyes turned upon the earth, but their gaze fixed on vacuity. The lasso had dropped from my fingers, and the bridle reins trailed untouched over the withers of my horse. My belief in the supernatural was of short duration. How long, I know not, for during its continuance I remained in a state of bewilderment. My senses at length returned. My eyes had fallen upon a fresh hoofprint on the turf, directly in front of me. I knew it was that made by the white steed, and this awoke me to a process of reasoning. Had the horse been a phantom, he could not have made a track. I had never heard of the track of a ghost, though a horse ghost might be different from the common kind. My reflections on this head ended in the determination to follow the trail as far as it should lead, of course to the point where the steed must have mounted into the air or evaporated, the scene of his apotheosis. With this resolve I gathered my reins, and rode forward upon the trail, keeping my eyes fixed upon the hoofprints. The line was direct, and I had ridden nearly 200 yards, when my horse came to a sudden stop. I looked out forward to discover the cause of his halting. With that glance vanished my newborn superstitions. At the distance of some 30 paces, a dark line was seen upon the prairie, running transversely to the course I was following. It appeared to be a narrow crack in the plain, but on spurring nearer, it proved to be a fissure of considerable width, one of those formations known throughout Spanish America as barrancas. The earth yawned as though rent by an earthquake, but water had evidently something to do with the formation of the chasm. It was of nearly equal width at top and bottom, and its bed was covered with a debris of rocks, rounded by attrition. Its sides were perfectly vertical, and the stratification, even to the surface turf, exactly corresponded, thus rendering it invisible at the distance of but a few paces from its brink. It appeared to shallow to the right, and no doubt ended not far off in that direction. Towards the left, on the contrary, I could see that it became deeper and wider. At the point where I had reached it, its bottom was nearly 20 feet from the surface of the prairie. Of course, the disappearance of the white steed was no longer a mystery. He had made a fearful leap, nearly 20 feet sheer. There was the torn turf on the brink of the chasm, and the displacement of the loose stones where he had bounded into its bed. He had gone to the left, down the barranca. The abrasion of his hoofs was visible upon the rocks. I looked down the defile. He was not to be seen. The barranca turned off by an angle at no great distance. He had already passed round the angle, and was out of sight. It was clear that he had escaped, that to follow would be of no use. And with this reflection I abandoned all thoughts of carrying the chase farther. After giving way to a pang or two of disappointment, I began to think of the position in which I had placed myself. It is true, I was now relieved from the feeling of awe that but a moment before had oppressed me, but my situation was far from being a pleasant one. I was at least 30 miles from the rancheria, and I could not tell in what direction it lay. The sun was setting, and therefore I had the points of the compass, but I had not the slightest idea whether we had ridden eastward or westward after leaving the settlements. I might ride back on my own trail. Perhaps I might. It was a doubtful point. Neither through the timber nor on the open prairie had the chase gone in a direct line. Moreover, I noticed in many places, as we glided swiftly along, that the turf was cut up by numerous hoof tracks. Droves of mustangs had passed over the ground. It would be no easy matter for me to retrace the windings of that long gallop. One thing was evident. It would be useless for me to make the attempt before morning. There was not a half an hour of sun left, and at night the trail could not be followed. I had no alternative but to remain where I was until another day should break. But how remain? I was hungry. Still worse, I was choking with thirst. Not a drop of water was near. I had seen none for 20 miles. The long, hot ride had made me thirsty to an unusual degree, and my horse was in a similar condition. The knowledge that no water was near added, as it always does, to the agony, and rendered the physical want more difficult to be endured. I scanned the bottom of the barranca and tracked it with my eye as far as I could see. It was waterless as the lane itself. The rocks rested upon dry sand and gravel. Not a drop of the wished-for element appeared within its bed, although it was evident that at some time a torrent must have swept along its channel. After some reflection, it occurred to me that by following the barranca downward, I might find water. At least this was the most likely direction in which to search for it. I rode forward, therefore, directing my horse along the edge of the chasm. The fissure deepened as I advanced, until at the distance of a mile from where I first struck it, the gulf yawned full 50 feet into the plain, the sides still preserving their vertical steepness. The sun had now gone down. The twilight promised to be a short one. I dared not traverse that plain in the darkness. I might ride over the precipitous edge of the barranca. Besides, it was not the only one. I saw there were others, smaller ones, the beds of tributary streams in seasons of rain. These branched off diagonally and at right angles, and were more or less deep and steep. Night was fast closing over the prairie. I dared not ride farther amid these perilous abysms. I must soon come to a halt without finding water. I should have to spend the long hours without relief. The prospect of such a night was fearful. I was still riding slowly onward, mechanically conducting my horse, when a bright object fell under my eyes, causing me to start in my saddle with an exclamation of joy. It was the gleam of water. I saw it in a westerly direction, the direction in which I was going. It proved to be a small lake, or in the phraseology of the country, a pond. It was not in the bottom of the ravine, where I had hitherto been looking for water, but up on the high prairie. There was no timber around it, no sedge. Its shores were without vegetation of any kind, and its surface appeared to correspond with the level of the plain itself. I rode towards it with joyful anticipation, yet not without some anxiety. Was it a mirage? It might be. Often had I been deceived by such appearances. But no, it had not the filmy gauze-like halo that hangs over the mirage. Its outlines were sharply defined by the prairie turf, and the last lingering rays of the sun glistened upon its surface. It was water. Fully assured of this, I rode forward at a more rapid rate. I had arrived within about 200 paces of the spot, still keeping my eyes fixed upon the glistening water, when all at once my horse started and drew back. I looked ahead to discover the cause. The twilight had nearly passed, but in the obscurity I could still distinguish the surface of the prairie. The barranca again frowned before me, running transversely across my path. To my chagrin, I perceived that the chasm had made a sudden turn, and that the pond was on the opposite side. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 19. A Prairie Dream. There was no hope of crossing in the darkness. The barranca was here deeper than any point above, so deep that I could but indistinctly see the rocky boulders at its bottom. Perhaps with the daylight I might be able to find a crossing place, but from that doubtful hypothesis I derived little consolation. It had now grown quite dark, and I had no choice but to pass the night where I was, though I anticipated a night of torture. I dropped to the ground, and having led my horse a few rods into the prairie, so as to keep him clear of the precipice, I relieved him of his saddle and bridle, and left him to browse to the full length of the lazo. For myself, I had but few preparations to make. There was no supper to be cooked, but eating was a matter of secondary importance on that occasion. I should have preferred a cup of water to a roast turkey. I had but few implements to dispose of in my temporary camp, only my rifle and hunting knife, with horn and pouch, and the double-headed gourd, which served as water canteen, and which, alas, had been emptied at an early hour of the day. Fortunately, my Mexican blanket was buckled to the croup. This I unstrapped, and having enveloped myself in its ample folds, and placed my head in the hollow of my saddle, I composed myself as well as I could, in the hope of falling asleep. For a long time this luxury was denied me. The torture of thirst will rob one of sleep as effectually as the stinging pain of toothache. I turned and turned again, glaring at the moon. She was visible only at intervals, as black clouds were coursing across the canopy. But when she shone out, her light caused the little lake to glisten like a sheet of silver. Oh, how that bright water mocked me with its wavy ripple! I could comprehend the sufferings of Tantalus. I thought at the time that the gods could not have devised a more exquisite torture for the royal Lydian. After some time, the pain of thirst was less intensely felt. Perhaps the cold, damp air of night had the effect of relieving it. But it is more likely that fatigue and long endurance had rendered the sense less acute. Whatever may have been the cause, I suffered less and felt myself yielding to sleep. There was no sound to keep me awake. Perfect stillness reigned around. Even the usual howling bark of the prairie wolf did not reach my ear. The place seemed too lonely for this almost ubiquitous night prowler. The only sign of life that told me I was not alone was the occasional stroke of my steed's hoof upon the hard turf, and the crop that told me he was busy with the short buffalo grass. But these were soothing sounds, as they admonished me that my faithful companion was enjoying himself after his hard gallop, and strengthened my desire for repose. I slept, but not lightly. No, my sleep was heavy and full of troubled dreams. I have a sort of half-belief that the role we play in these dream scenes wears the body as much as if we enacted it in reality. I have often awakened from such visions, feeble from fatigue. If such be the fact, during that night upon the prairie, I went through the toils of the preceding day with considerable additions. First of all, I was in the presence of a lovely woman. She was dark-eyed, dark-haired, a brunette, a beauty. I traced the features of Isolina. I gazed into her eyes. I was happy in her smiles. I fancied I was beloved. Bright objects were around me. The whole scene was rose-color. This was a short episode. It was interrupted. I heard shouts and savage yells. I looked out. The house was surrounded by Indians. They were already within the enclosure, and the moment after, crowds of them entered the house. There was much struggling and confusion, battled with such arms as I could lay hold of. Several fell before me, but one, a tall savage, the chief, as I thought, threw his arms around my mistress and carried her away out of my sight. I remember not how I got mounted, but I was upon horseback and galloping over the wide prairie in pursuit of the ravisher. I could see the savage ahead upon a snow-white steed, with Isolina in his arms. I urged my horse with voice and spur, but, as I thought, for long, long hours in vain. The white steed still kept far in advance, and I could get no nearer to him. I thought the savage had changed his form. He was no longer an Indian chief, but the fiend himself. I saw the horns upon his head. His feet were cloven hoofs. I thought he was luring me to the brink of some fell precipice, and I had no longer the power to stay my horse. Ah! The demon and his phantom horse have gone over the cliff. They have carried her along with them. I must follow. I cannot remain behind. I am on the brink. My steed springs over the chasm. I am falling, falling, falling. I reach the rocks at length. I am not killed. How strange it is. I have not been crushed. But no, I still live. And yet I suffer. Thirst chokes and tortures me. My heart and brain are aching, and my tongue is on fire. The sound of water is in my ears. A torrent rushes by, near me. If I could only reach it, I might drink and live. But I cannot move. I am chained to the rocks. I grasp one after another, and endeavor to drag myself along. I partially succeed, but oh, what efforts I make! The labor exhausts my strength. I renew my exertions. I am gaining ground. Rock after rock is passed. I have neared the rushing water. I feel its cold spray sprinkling me. I am saved. After such fashion was my dream. It was the shadow of a reality, somewhat disorganized, but the most pleasant reality was that which awoke me. I found myself in the act of being sprinkled, not by the spray of a torrent, but by a plashing shower from the clouds. Under other circumstances this might have been less welcome, but now I hailed it with a shout of joy. The thunder was rolling almost continuously. Lightning blazed at short intervals, and I could hear the roar of a torrent passing down the barranca. To assuage thirst was my first thought, and for this purpose I stretched out my concave palms and held my mouth wide open, thus drinking from the very fountains of the sky. Though the drops fell thick and heavy, the process was too slow, and a better plan suggested itself. I knew that my serape was waterproof. It was one of the best of Paris fabric, and had cost me 100 silver dollars. This I spread to its full extent, pressing the central parts into a hollow of the prairie. In 5 minutes' time I had forgotten what thirst was, and wondered how such a thing should have caused me so much torture. Morrow drank from the same trough, and betook himself to the grass again. The underside of the blanket was still dry, and the patch of ground which it had sheltered. Along this I stretched myself, drew the serape over me, and after listening a while to the loud lullaby of the thunder, fell fast asleep. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Section 20. Lost upon the Prairie. I slept sweetly and soundly. I had no dreams, or only such as were light and forgotten with the return of consciousness. It was late when I awoke. A bright sun was mounting into the blue and cloudless sky. This orb was already many degrees above the horizon. Hunger was the father of my first thought. I had eaten nothing since an early hour of the preceding day, and then only the light desayuno of sweet cake and chocolate. To one not accustomed to long fasting, a single day without food will give some idea of the pain of hunger. That pain will increase upon a second day, and by the third will have reached its maximum. Upon the fourth and fifth the body grows weaker, and the brain becomes deranged. The nerve, however, is less acute, and though the suffering is still intense, hunger is never harder to endure than upon the second or third days. Of course, these remarks apply only to those not habituated to long fasts. I have known men who could endure hunger for 6 days, and feel less pain than others under a fast of 24 hours. Indians or prairie hunters were those men, and fortunately for them, that they are endowed with such powers of endurance, often driven as they are into circumstances of the most dire necessity. Truly the Lord tempers the wind to the shorn lamb. As I have said, my first thought was of something to eat. I rose to my feet, and with my eyes swept the prairie in every direction. No object, living or dead, greeted my sight. Beast or bird, there was none. My horse alone met my glance, quietly browsing on his trail rope. I could not help envying him as I scanned his well-filled sides. I thought of the bounty of the Creator in thus providing for his less intelligent creatures, giving them the power to live where man would starve. Who does not in this recognize the hand of a providence? I walked forward to the edge of the barranca and looked over. It was a grim abyss, over 100 feet in depth, and about the same in width. Its sides were less precipitous at this point. The escarpment rocks had fallen in and formed a sort of shelving bank, by which a man on foot might have descended into its bed and climbed out on the opposite side, but it was not passable for a horse. Its cliffs were furrowed and uneven. Rocks jutted out and hung over, and in the seams grew cactus plants, bramble, and small trees of dwarf cedar, Juniperus prostrata. I looked into its channel. I had heard the torrent rolling down in the night. I saw traces of the water among the rocks. A large body must have passed, and yet not a cupful could have been lifted from its bed. What remained was fast filtering into the sand, or rising back to the heavens upon the heated atmosphere. I had brought with me my rifle in hopes of espying some living creature, but after walking for a considerable distance along the edge, I abandoned the search. No trace of bird or quadruped could be found, and I turned and went back to the place where I had slept. To draw the picket pin on my horse and saddle him was the work of a few minutes. This done, I began to bethink me of where I was going. Back to the rancheria, of course. That was the natural reply to such a question, but there was another far less easily answered. How was I to find the way? My design of the previous night to follow back my own trail was no longer practicable. The rain had effaced the tracks. I remembered that I had passed over wide stretches of light dusty soil, where the hoof scarcely impressed itself. I remembered that the rain had been of that character known as planet showers, with large, heavy drops that in such places must have blotted out every trace of the trail. To follow the back track was no longer possible. I had not before thought of this difficulty, and now that it presented itself to my mind, I was accompanied by a new feeling of dread. I felt that I was lost. As you sit in your easy chair, you may fancy that this is a mere bagatelle, a little bewilderment that one may easily escape from who has a good horse between his thighs. It is only to strike boldly out, and by riding on in a straight line, you must in time arrive somewhere. No doubt that is your idea, but permit me to inform you that the success of such a course depends very much upon circumstances. It would indeed be trusting to blind chance. You might arrive somewhere, and that somewhere might be the very point from which you had started. Do you fancy you could ride 10 miles in a direct line over a prairie without a single object to guide you? Be undeceived, then. You cannot. The best mounted men have perished under such circumstances. It may take days to escape out of a 50-mile prairie, and days bring death. Hunger and thirst soon gain strength and agony. The sooner that you know you have not the wherewith to satisfy the one, nor quench the other. Besides, there is in your very loneliness a feeling of bewilderment, painful to an extreme degree, and from which only the oldest prairie men are free. Your senses lose half their power, your energy is diminished, and your resolves become weak and vacillating. You feel doubtful at each step as to whether you be following the right path, and are ready at every moment to turn into another. Believe me, it is a fearful thing to be alone when lost upon the prairies. I felt this keenly enough. I had been on the Great Plains before, but it was the first time I had the misfortune to wander astray on them, and I was the more terrified that I already hungered to no common degree. There was something singular, too, in the circumstances that had brought me into my present situation. The disappearance of the white steed, although accounted for by perfectly natural causes, had left upon my mind a strange impression. That he should have lured me so far, and then eluded me in such a way, I could not help fancying design in it. And fancying so, I could attribute such design only to a higher intelligence, in fact to some supernatural cause. I was again on the edge of superstition. My mind began to give way and yield itself to hideous fancies. I struggled against such thoughts, and succeeded in rousing myself to reflect upon some active measures for my safety. I saw that it was of no use to remain where I was. I knew that I could make a straight path for a couple of hours at least. The sun was in the sky, and that would guide me until near the meridian hours. Then I should have to halt and wait a while, for in that southern latitude, and just at that time of the year, the sun at noon is so near the zenith that a practiced astronomer could not tell north from south. I reflected that before noon I might reach the timber, though that would not ensure my safety. Even the naked plain is not more bewildering than the openings of the mesquite groves, and the chaparral that border it. Among these you may travel for days without getting 20 miles from your starting point, and they are often as destitute of the means of life as the desert itself. Such were my reflections as I had saddled and bridled my horse, and stood scanning the plain in order to make up my mind as to the direction I should take. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 Off the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by sanjayparikh. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. Chapter 21 A Prairie Repast. In gazing out, my eye was attracted by some objects. They were animals, but of what species I could not tell. There are times upon the prairies when form and size present the most illusory aspects. A wolf seems as large as a horse, and a raven sitting upon a swell of the plain has been mistaken for a buffalo. A peculiar state of the atmosphere is the magnifying cause, and it is only the experienced eye of the trapper that can reduce the magnified proportions and distorted form to their proper size and shape. The objects I had noticed were full 2 miles off. They were in the direction of the lake, and of course on the other side of the barranca. There were several forms, 5 I counted, moving, phantom-like, against the rim of the horizon. Something drew my attention from them for a short while, a period of perhaps 3 or 4 minutes' duration. When I looked out again, they were no longer to be seen. But by the edge of the pond, at less than 500 yards distance, 5 beautiful creatures were standing, which I knew to be antelopes. They were so close to the pond that their graceful forms were shadowed in the water, and their erect attitudes told that they had just halted after a run. Their number corresponded with the objects I had seen but the moment before, far out upon the prairie. I was convinced they were the same. The distance was nothing. These creatures travel with the speed of a swallow. The sight of the pronghorns stimulated my hunger. My first thought was how to get near them. Curiosity had brought them to the pond. They had espied my horse and myself afar off, and had galloped up to reconnoitre us. But they still appeared shy and timid, and were evidently not inclined to approach nearer. The barranca lay between them and me, but I saw that if I could entice them to its brink, they would be within range of my rifle. Once more staking down my horse, I tried every plan I could think of. I laid myself upon the grass, upon my back, and kicked my heels in the air, but to no purpose. The game would not move from the water's edge. Remembering that my serape was of very brilliant colours, I bethought me of another plan, which when adroitly practised rarely fails of success. Taking the blanket, I lashed one edge to the ramrod of my rifle, having passed the latter through the upper swivel of the piece. With the thumb of my left hand, I was thus enabled to hold the rammer steady and transverse to the barrel. I now dropped upon my knees, holding the gun shoulder high, and the gay-coloured serape, spread out almost to its full extent, hung to the ground, and formed a complete cover for my person. Before making these arrangements, I had crept to the very edge of the barranca, in order to be as near as possible, should the antelopes approach upon the opposite side. Of course, every maneuver was executed with all the silence and caution I could observe. I was in no reckless humour to frighten off the game. Hunger was my monitor. I knew that not my breakfast alone, but my life might be depending on the successful issue of the experiment. It was not long before I had the gratification of perceiving that my decoy was likely to prove attractive. The prong-horned antelope, like most animals of its kind, has one strongly developed propensity, that of curiosity. Although to a known enemy it is the most timid of creatures, yet, in the presence of an object that is new to it, it appears to throw aside its timidity, or rather its curiosity overcomes its sense of fear, and impelled by the former, it will approach very near to any strange form, and regard it with an air of bewilderment. The prairie wolf, a creature that surpasses even the fox in cunning, well knows this weakness of the antelope, and often takes advantage of it. The wolf is less fleet than the antelope, and his pursuit of it in a direct manner would be vain. But with the astute creature, stratagem makes up for the absence of speed. Should a band of antelopes chance to be passing, the prairie wolf lays himself flat upon the grass, clews his body into a round ball, and thus rolls himself over the ground, or goes through a series of contortions, all the while approaching nearer to his victims until he has them within springing distance. Usually he is assisted in these maneuvers by several companions, for the prairie wolf is social, and hunts in packs. The square of bright colours soon produced its effect. The 5 pronghorns came trotting round the edge of the lake, halted, gazed upon it a moment, and then dashed off again to a greater distance. Soon, however, they turned and came running back, this time apparently with greater confidence, and a stronger feeling of curiosity. I could hear them uttering their quick snorts as they tossed up their tiny muzzles and snuffed the air. Fortunately, the wind was in my favour, blowing directly from the game and towards me. Otherwise they would have winded me and discovered the cheat, for they both know and fear the scent of the human hunter. The band consisted of a young buck and 4 females, his wives, the nucleus, no doubt, of a much larger establishment in prospect, for the antelope is polygamous, and some of the older males have an extensive following. I knew the buck by his greater size and forking horns, which the does want. He appeared to direct the actions of the others, as they all stood in a line behind him, following and imitating his motions. At the second approach, they came within 100 yards of me. My rifle was equal to this range, and I prepared to fire. The leader was nearest, and him I selected as the victim. Taking sight, I pulled trigger. As soon as the smoke cleared off, I had the satisfaction of seeing the buck down upon the prairie, in the act of giving his last kick. To my surprise, none of the others had been frightened off by the report, but stood gazing at their fallen leader, apparently bewildered. I bethought me of reloading, but I had incautiously risen to my feet and so revealed my form to the eyes of the antelopes. This produced an effect which neither the crack of the rifle nor the fall of their comrade had done, and the now terrified animals wheeled about and sped away like the wind. In less than 2 minutes, they were beyond the reach of vision. The next question that arose was, how I was to get across the barranca. The tempting morsel lay upon the other side, and I therefore set about examining the chasm in order to find a practicable crossing. This I fortunately discovered. On both sides, the cliff was somewhat broken down, and might be scaled, though not without considerable difficulty. After once more looking to the security of my horse's trail rope, I placed my rifle where I had slept, and set out to cross the barranca, taking only my knife. I could have no use for the gun, and it would hinder me in scaling the cliffs. I succeeded in reaching to the bottom of the ravine, and commenced ascending on the opposite side where it was steeper. But I was assisted by the branches of the trailing cedar that grew among the rocks. I noticed, and with some surprise, that the path must have been used before, either by men or animals. The soil that laid upon the ledges was paddled as by feet, and the rock in some places scratched and discolored. These indications only caused me a momentary reflection. I was too hungry to dwell upon any thought but that of eating. At length I reached the scarp of the cliff, and having climbed out upon the prairie, soon stood over the carcass of the pronghorn. My knife was out in a trice, and next moment I was playing the part of the butcher. You will no doubt fancy that the next thing I did was to go in search of something to make a fire for the purpose of cooking my breakfast. I did nothing of the sort, ate my breakfast without cooking. I ate it raw. And you, being in my situation, delicate as you are, you would have done the same. It is true that, after I had satisfied the first cravings of appetite with the tongue of the antelope and a few morsels of steak, I became more fastidious, and thought a little roasting might improve the venison. For this purpose, I was about to return to the barranca in order to gather some sticks of cedar wood, when my eyes fell upon an object that drove all thoughts of cookery out of my head and sent a thrill of terror to my heart. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by sanjayparikh. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. Chapter 22. Chased by a Grizzly. The object that inspired me with such alarm was an animal, the most dreaded of all that inhabit the prairies, the grizzly bear. The bear was one of the largest, but it was not his size that impressed me with fear, so much as the knowledge of his fierce nature. It was not the first time I had encountered the grizzly bear, and I knew his habits well. I was familiar with the form and aspect, and could not be mistaken as to the species. The long shaggy pelage, the straight front, the broad facial disc, which distinguishes this species from the Ursus americanus, the yellowish eyes, the large teeth, but half concealed by the lips, and above all, the long curving claws, the most prominent marks of the grizzly, as they are his most formidable means of attack, were all easily identified. When my eyes first rested upon the brute, he was just emerging out of the barranca at the very spot where I had climbed up myself. It was his tracks, then, I had observed while scaling the cliff. On reaching the level of the prairie, he advanced a pace or two, and then halting, reared himself erect and stood upon his hind legs. At the same time, he uttered a snorting sound, which resembled the blowing of hogs when suddenly startled in the forest. For some moments he remained in this upright attitude, rubbing his head with his forepaws, and playing his huge arms about after the manner of monkeys. In fact, as he stood fronting me, he looked not unlike a gigantic ape, and his yellowish-red colour favoured a resemblance to the great orang. When I say that I was terrified by the presence of this unwelcome intruder, I speak no more than truth. Had I been on horseback, I should have regarded the creature no more than the snail that crawled upon the grass. The grizzly bear is too slow to overtake a horse. But I was afoot, and I knew that the animal could outrun me, however swift I might deem myself. To suppose that he would not attack me would have been to suppose an improbability. I did not reckon upon such a chance. I knew too well the disposition of the enemy that was approaching. I knew that in 9 cases out of 10, the grizzly bear is the assailant, that no animal in America will willingly risk a contest with him, and I am not certain that the lion of Africa would wear his laurels after an encounter with this fierce quadruped. Man himself shuns such an encounter, unless mounted upon the friendly horse, and even then, where the ground is not clear and open, the prudent trapper always gives old Ephraim, the prairie sobriquet of the grizzly, a wide berth and rides on without molesting him. The white hunter reckons a grizzly bear equal in prowess to 2 Indians, while the Indian himself accounts the destruction of one of these animals a great feat in his life's history. Among Indian braves, a necklace of bear's claws is a badge of honor, since these adornments can be worn only by the man who has himself killed the animals from which they have been taken. On the other hand, the grizzly bear fears no adversary. He assails the largest animals on sight. The elk, the moose, the bison, or wild horse, if caught, is instantly killed. With a blow of his paw, he can lay open the flesh as if it had been gashed with an axe, and he can drag the body of a full-grown buffalo to any distance. He rushes upon man, whether mounted or on foot, and a dozen hunters have retreated before his furious assault. A dozen bullets, aye, nearly twice that number, have been fired into the body of a grizzly bear without killing him, and only a shot through the brain or the heart will prove instantaneously mortal. Gifted with such tenacity of life and sanguinary fierceness of disposition, no wonder the grizzly bear is a dreaded creature. Were he possessed of the fleetness of the lion or tiger, he would be a more terrible assailant than either, and it is not too much to say that his haunts would be unapproachable by man. Compared with the horse, however, he is slow of foot, and there is another circumstance scarcely less favourable to those who pass through his district. He is not a tree climber. Indeed, he does not inhabit the forest, but there is usually some timber in the neighbourhood of his haunts, and many a life has been saved by his intended victim having taken refuge in a tree. I was well acquainted with these points in the natural history of the grizzly bear, and you may fancy the feelings I experienced at finding myself in the presence of one of the largest and fiercest upon the naked plain, alone, dismounted, almost unarmed. There was not a bush where I could hide myself, not a tree into which I might climb. There was no means of escape, and almost none of defense. The knife was the only weapon I had with me. My rifle I had left upon the other side of the barranca, and to reach it was out of the question. Even could I have got to the path that led down the cliff, it would have been madness to attempt crossing there. For although not a tree climber, the grizzly bear, by means of his great claws, could have scaled the cliff more expeditiously than I. Had I made the attempt, I should have been caught before I could have reached the bottom of the ravine. The bear was directly in the path. It would have been literally flinging myself into his embrace to have gone that way. These reflections occupy minutes of your time to read. I thought them in less than moments. A single glance around showed me the utter helplessness of my situation. I saw there was no alternative but a desperate conflict, a conflict with the knife. Despair, that for a moment had unnerved, now had the effect of bracing me, and fronting my fierce foe, I stood ready to receive him. I had heard of hunters having conquered and killed the grizzly bear with no other weapon than a knife, but after a terrible and protracted struggle, after many wounds and sore loss of blood. I had read in the book of a naturalist that a man might end a struggle with a bear in a few instants, if one hand be sufficiently at liberty to grasp the throat of the animal with the thumb and fingers externally, just at the root of the tongue, as slight degree of compression there will generally suffice to produce a spasm of the glottis that will soon suffocate the bear beyond the power of offering resistance or doing injury. Beautiful theory, sagacious naturalist. How wouldst thou like to make the experiment? Hast thou ever heard of birds being caught by the application of salt to the tail? The theory is as correct as thine, and I am certain the practice of it would not be more difficult. But I digress among these afterthoughts. I had no time to reflect upon compressions of the tongue or spasms of the glottis. My antagonist soon finished his reconnaissance of me, and dropping upon all fours and uttering a loud scream, rushed towards me with open mouth. I had resolved to await his onset, but as he came nearer, and I beheld his great gaunt form, his gleaming teeth, and his senna-coloured eyes flashing like fire, changed my design. A new thought came suddenly into my mind. I turned and fled. The thought that prompted me to adopt this course was that just then I remembered the antelope I had shot. The bear might be attracted by the carcass and pause over it, maybe long enough to give me a start or enable me to escape altogether. If not, my situation could be no worse than it then was. Alas, my hope was short-lived. On reaching the antelope, the fierce monster made no halt. I glanced back to see he was already past it and following rapidly upon my heels. I am a swift runner, one of the swiftest. Many a school-day triumph can I remember, but what was my speed against such a competitor? I was only running myself out of breath. I should be less prepared for the desperate conflict that must, after all, take place. Better for me to turn and at once face the foe. I had half resolved, was about to turn in fact, when an object flashed before my eyes that dazzled them. Inadvertently, I had run in the direction of the pond. I was now upon its edge. It was the sun gleaming from the water that had dazzled me, for the surface was calm as a mirror. A new idea, a sort of half-hope, rushed into my mind. It was the straw to the drowning man. The fierce brute was close behind me. Another instant, and we must have grappled. Not yet, thought I. I shall fight him in the water, in the deep water. That may give me an advantage. Perhaps then the contest will be more equal. Perhaps I may escape by diving. I sprang into the pond without a moment of hesitation. The water was knee-deep. I plunged onward, making for the center. The spray rose around me, the pond deepened as I advanced. I was soon up to the waist. I glanced round with anxious heart. The bear was standing upon the shore. To my surprise and joy, I saw that he had halted, and seemed disinclined to follow me. I say, to my surprise I saw this, for I knew that water has no terrors for the grizzly bear. I knew that he could swim. I had seen many of his kind crossing deep lakes and rapid rivers. What then hindered him from following me? I could not guess, nor indeed did I try to guess at the moment. I thought of nothing but getting farther from the shore, and waded on till I had arrived near the center of the lake, and stood neck-deep in the water. I could go no farther without swimming, and therefore came to a stand with my face turned towards my pursuer. I watched his every moment. He had risen once more upon his hind quarters, and in this attitude stood looking after me, but still apparently without any intention of taking to the water. After regarding me for some moments, he fell back upon all fours, and commenced running round the border of the pond, as if searching for a place to enter. There was still not over 200 paces between us, for the pond was only twice that in diameter. He could easily have reached me, had he felt so disposed, but for some reason or other, he seemed disinclined to a swim, though for nearly half an hour he kept running backwards and forwards along the shore. Now and then he made short excursions out into the prairie, but always returned again, and regarded me afresh, as though determined not to lose sight of me for any length of time. I was in hopes that he might stray round to the other side of the pond and give me the chance of making a rush for the ravine. But no, he continued on that side where he had first appeared, as though he suspected my design. I knew not how long the siege was to last, but as I well understood the implacable disposition of the grizzly bear, I could not hope that the scene would be otherwise than protracted. It lasted a long while, more than an hour, I should think. I began to despair. I shivered. The pond must have been a spring, so chill were its waters. I shivered, but kept my place. I dared not move out of it. I even feared to agitate the water around me, lest by so doing I might excite my fierce enemy and tempt his onset. I shivered, but stood still. My patience was at length rewarded. The bear, making one of his short tours into the prairie, espied the carcass of the antelope. I saw that he had halted over something, though I could not tell what, for my eyes were below the level of the plain. Presently, his head was raised again, and in his jaws were the remains of the pronghorn. To my joy, I perceived that he was dragging it towards the barranca, and in another minute he had disappeared with it behind the cliff. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by sanjayparikh. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. Chapter 23. The toughest struggle of my life. I swam a few strokes, and then wading gently and without noise, I stood upon the sandy shore. With shivering frame and dripping garments, I stood, uncertain what course to pursue. I was upon the opposite side of the lake, opposite to where I had entered it. I had chosen that side intentionally, lest the bear should suddenly return. He might deposit the carcass in his lair and come back to look after me. It is a habit of these animals, when not pressed by immediate hunger, to bury their food or store it in their caves. Even the devouring of the little antelope would have been an affair of only a few minutes' time. And the bear might still return, more ravenous that he had tasted blood. I was filled with irresolution. Should I run off across the plain beyond the reach of pursuit? I should have to return again for my horse and rifle. To take to the prairie on foot would be like going to sea without a boat. Even had I been sure of reaching the settlements in safety without my horse, I could not think of leaving him behind. I loved my Moro too well for that. I would have risked life itself rather than part with the noble creature. No, the idea of deserting him was not entertained for a moment. But how was I to join him? The only path by which I could cross the barranca had just been taken by the bear. The latter was no doubt still upon it, in the bottom of the ravine. To attempt passing over would be to bring myself once more under the eyes of the fierce brute, and I should certainly become his victim. Another idea suggested itself: to go up the barranca and find a crossing, or else head the chasm altogether and come down upon the opposite side. That was possibly the best plan to pursue. I was about starting forward to execute it, when to my dismay I again beheld the bear. This time, not upon the same side with myself, but upon the opposite one, where Moro was picketed. He was just climbing out of the ravine when I first saw him, slowly dragging his huge body over the escarpment off the cliff. In a moment he stood erect upon the open plain. I was filled with a new consternation. I perceived too surely that he was about to attack the horse. The latter had already observed the bear's approach, and seemed to be fully aware of his danger. I had staked him at the distance of about 400 yards from the barranca, and upon a lazo of about 20 in length. At sight of the bear, he had run out to the end of his trail rope, and was snorting and plunging with affright. This new dilemma arrested me, and I stood with anxious feelings to watch the result. I had no hope of being able to yield the slightest aid to my poor horse. At least none occurred to me at the moment. The bear made directly towards him, and my heart throbbed wildly as I saw the brute approach almost within clawing distance. The horse sprang round, however, and galloped upon a circle of which the lazo was the radius. I knew, from the hard jerks he had already given to the rope, that there was no chance of its yielding and freeing him. No, it was a raw-hide lazo of the toughest thong. I knew its power, and I remembered how firmly I had driven home the picket pin. This I now regretted. What would I have given to have been able at that moment to draw the blade of my knife across that rope? I continued to watch the struggle with a painful feeling of suspense. The horse still kept out of the bear's reach by galloping round the circumference of the circle, while the boar made his attacks by crossing its cords or running in circles of lesser diameter. The whole scene bore a resemblance to an act at the hippodrome, Moro being the steed and the bear taking the part of the ringmaster. Once or twice the rope circling round and quite taut caught upon the legs of the bear, and after carrying him along with it for some distance, flung him over upon his back. This seemed to add to his rage, since after recovering his legs again, he ran after the horse with redoubled fury. I could have been amused at the singular spectacle, but that my mind was too painfully agitated about the result. The scene continued for some minutes without much change in the relative position of the actors. I began to hope that the bear might be baffled after all, and finding the horse too nimble for him, might desist from his attacks, particularly as the horse had already administered to him several kicks that would have discomfited any other assailant. These, however, only rendered the brute more savage and vengeful. Just at this time, the scene assumed a new phase, likely to bring about the denouement. The rope had once more pressed against the bear, but this time, instead of trying to avoid it, he seized it in his teeth and paws. I thought at first he was going to cut it, and this was exactly what I wished for. But no, to my consternation, I saw that he was crawling along it by constantly renewing his hold, and thus gradually and surely drawing nearer to his victim. The horse now screamed with terror. I could bear the sight no longer. I remembered that I had left my rifle near the edge of the barranca and some distance from the horse. I remembered, too, that after shooting the antelope, I had carefully reloaded it. I ran forward to the cliff and dashed madly down its face. I climbed the opposite steep and, clutching the gun, rushed towards the scene of strife. I was still in time. The bear had not yet reached his victim, though now within less than 6 feet of him. I advanced within 10 paces and fired. As though my shot had cut the thong, it gave way at the moment, and the horse, with a wild neigh, sprang off into the prairie. I had hit the bear, as I afterwards ascertained, but not in a vital part, and my bullet had no more effect upon him than if it had been a drop of snipe shot. It was the strength of despair that had broken the rope and set free the steed. It was my turn now, for the bear, as soon as he perceived that the horse had escaped him, turned and sprang upon me, uttering as he did so a loud scream. I had no choice but fight. I had no time to reload. I struck the brute once with my clubbed rifle, and flinging the gun away, grasped the readier knife. With the strong, clean blade, the knife was a bowie. I struck out before me, but the next moment I felt myself grappled and held fast. The sharp claws tore up my flesh. One paw was criked over my hips, another rested on my shoulder, while the white teeth gleamed before my eyes. My knife arm was free. I had watched this when grappling, and with all the energy of despair, I plunged the keen blade between the ribs of my antagonist. Again and again I plunged it, seeking for the heart at every stab. We rolled together upon the ground over and over again. The red blood covered us both. I saw it welling from the lips of the fierce monster, and I joyed to think that my knife reached his vitals. I was wild, I was mad, I was burning with a fierce vengeance, with anger, such as one might feel for a human foe. Over and over the ground in the fierce struggle of life and death. Again I felt the terrible claws, the tearing teeth. Again sank my blade up to the hilt. Gracious heaven, how many lives has he? Will he never yield to the red steel? See the blood, rivers of blood. The prairie is red. We roll in blood. I am sick. Sick. I faint. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24. Off the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by sanjayparikh. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. Chapter 24. Old Comrades. I fancied myself in a future world, battling with some fearful demon. No, these forms I see around me are of the earth. I still live. My wounds pain me. Someone is binding them up. My hand is rude, but the tender expression of his eye tells me that his heart is kind. Who is he? Whence came he? I am still upon the wild prairie. I see that clearly enough. Where is my terrible antagonist? I remember our fierce fight, everything that occurred. But I thought he had killed me. I certainly was dead. But no, it cannot have been. I still live. I see above me the blue sky, around me the green plain. Near me are forms, the forms of men, and yonder are horses too. Into whose hands have I fallen? Whoever they be, they are friends. They must have rescued me from the gripe of the monster. But how? No one was in sight. How could they have arrived in time? I would ask, but have not strength. The men are still bending over me. I observe one with large beard and brown bushy workers. There is another face, old and thin, and tanned to a copper color. My eyes wander from one to the other. Some distant recollections stir within me. Those faces. Now I see them, but dimly. I see them no longer. I fainted, and was again insensible. Once more I became conscious, and this time felt stronger. I could better understand what was passing around me. I observed that the sun was going down. A buffalo robe suspended upon upright saplings guarded his slanting rays from the spot where I lay. My seraph was under me, and my head rested in my saddle, over which another robe had been laid. I laid upon my side, and the position gave me a view of all that was passing. A fire was burning near, by which were two persons, one seated, the other standing. My eyes passed from one to the other, scanning each in turn. The younger stood leaning on his rifle, looking into the fire. He was the type of a mountain man, a trapper. He was full 6 feet in his moccasins, and of a build that suggested the idea of strength and Saxon ancestry. His arms were like young oaks, and his hands grasping the muzzle of his gun appeared large, fleshless, and muscular. His cheek was broad and firm, and was partially covered with a bushy whisker that met over the chin, while a beard of the same color, dull brown, fringed his lips. The eye was grey, or bluish-grey, small, well-set, and rarely wandering. The hair was light brown, and the complexion of the face, which had evidently once been blonde, was now nearly as dark as that of a half-breed. Suntan had produced this metamorphosis. The countenance was prepossessing. It might have been once handsome. Its expression was bold, but good-humoured, and bespoke a kind and generous nature. The dress of this individual was the well-known costume of his class, a hunting shirt of dressed deerskin, smoked to the softness of a glove, leggings reaching to the hips and fringed down the seams, moccasins of true Indian make, soled with buffalo hide, parfleche. The hunting shirt was belted around the waist, but open above so as to leave the throat and part of the breast uncovered. But over the breast could be seen the undershirt of finer material, the dressed skin of the young antelope or the fawn of the fallow deer. A short cape, part of the hunting shirt, hung gracefully over the shoulders, ending in a deep fringe cut out of the buckskin itself. A similar fringe embellished the draping of the skirt. On the head was a raccoon cap, the face of the animal over the front, while the barred trail, like a plume, fell drooping over the left shoulder. The accoutrements were a bullet pouch made from the undressed skin of a tiger cat, ornamented with the head of the beautiful summer duck. This hung under the right arm, suspended by a shoulder strap, and attached in a similar manner was a huge crescent-shaped horn, upon which was carved many a strange souvenir. His arms consisted of a knife and pistol, both stuck in the waist belt, and a long rifle, so straight that the line of the barrel seemed scarcely to deflect from that of the butt. But little attention had been paid to ornament in either his dress, arms, or equipments, and yet there was a gracefulness in the hang of his tunic-like shirt, a stylishness about the fringing and bead embroidery, and an air of jauntiness in the set of the coonskin cap, that showed the wearer was not altogether unmindful of his personal appearance. A small pouch or case, ornamented with stained porcupine quills, hung down upon his breast. This was the pipe holder. No doubt a gage d'amour, from some dark-eyed, dark-skinned damsel, like himself a denizen of the wilderness. His companion was very different in appearance, unlike him in almost every respect, unlike anybody in the world. The whole appearance of this individual was odd and striking. He was seated on the opposite side of the fire, with his face partially turned towards me, and his head sunk down between a pair of long, lank thighs. He looked more like the stump of a tree, dressed in dirt-colored buckskin, than a human being, and had his arms not been in motion, he might have been mistaken for such an object. Both his arms and jaws were moving, the latter engaged in polishing a rib of meat which he had half roasted over the coals. His dress, if dress it could be called, was simple as it was savage. It consisted of what might have once been a hunting shirt, but which now looked more like a leathern bag with the bottom ripped open, and sleeves sewed into the sides. It was of a dirty brown colour, wrinkled at the hollow of the arms, patched round the armpits, and greasy all over. It was fairly caked with dirt. There was no attempt at either ornament or fringe. There had been a cape, but this had evidently been drawn upon from time to time for patches and other uses, until scarcely a vestige of it remained. The leggings and moccasins were on a par with the shirt, and seemed to have been manufactured out of the same hide. They too were dirt brown, patched, wrinkled, and greasy. They did not meet each other, but left bare a piece of the ankle, and that also was dirt brown like the buckskin. There was no undershirt, waistcoat, or other garment to be seen, with the exception of a close-fitting cap which had once been catskin, but the hair was all worn off, leaving a greasy, leathery-looking surface that corresponded well with the other parts of the dress. Cap, shirt, leggings, and moccasins looked as if they had never been stripped off since the day they were first tried on, and that might have been many a year ago. The shirt was open, displaying the naked breast and throat, and these, as well as the face, hands, and ankles, had been tanned by the sun and smoked by the fire to the hue of rusty copper. The whole man, clothes and all, looked as if he had been smoked on purpose. His face bespoke a man of 60, or thereabout. His features were sharp and somewhat aquiline, and the small eyes were dark, quick, and piercing. His hair was black and cut short. His complexion had been naturally brunette, though there was nothing of the Frenchman or Spaniard in his physiognomy. He was more likely of the black Saxon breed. As I looked at this man, I saw that there was a strangeness about him, independently of the oddness of his attire. There was something peculiar about his head, something wanting. What was it that was wanting? It was his ears. There is something awful in a man without his ears. It suggests some horrid drama, some terrible scene of cruel vengeance. It suggests the idea of crime committed and punishment inflicted. I might have had such unpleasant imaginings, but that I chanced to know why those ears were wanting. I remembered the man who was sitting before me. It seemed a dream, or rather the reenactment of an old scene. Years before I had seen that individual, and for the first time in a situation very similar. My eyes first rested upon him, seated as he was now, over a fire, roasting and eating. The attitude was the same, the tout ensemble in no respect different. There was the same greasy catskin cap, the same scant leggings, the same brown buckskin covering over the lanky frame. Perhaps neither shirt nor leggings had been taken off since I last saw them. They appeared no dirtier, however. That was not possible. Nor was it possible having once looked upon the wearer, ever to forget him. I remembered him at a glance, Reuben Balling, or Old Rube as he was more commonly called, one of the most celebrated of trappers. The younger man was Belgary, another celebrity of the same profession, and Old Rube's partner and constant companion. My heart gladdened at the sight of these acquaintances. I knew I was with friends. I was about to call out to them when my eye, wandering beyond, rested upon the group of horses, and what I saw startled me from my recumbent position. There was Rube's old, blind, bare-ribbed, high-boned, long-eared mare Mustang. Her lank, grizzled body, naked tail, and mulish look I remembered well. There, too, was the large, powerful horse of Gary, and there was my own steed, Moro, picketed beside them. This was a joyful surprise to me, as he had galloped off after his escape from the bear, and I had felt anxious about recovering him. But it was not the sight of Moro that caused me to start with astonishment. It was at seeing another well-remembered animal, another horse. Was I mistaken? Was it an illusion? Were my eyes or my fancy again mocking me? No, it was a reality. There was the noble form, the graceful and symmetrical outlines, the smooth coat of silver white, the flowing tail, the upright, jetty ears, all were before my eyes. It was he, the white steed of the prairies. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Section 25. A Queer Conversation. The surprise with the exertion I had made in raising myself overcame me, and I fell back in a swoon. It was but a momentary dizziness, and in a short while I was again conscious. Meanwhile the two men had approached, and having applied something cold to my temples, stood near me, conversing. I heard every word. "Durn the weemen!" I recognized Rube's voice. "They're allers gettin' a feller into some scrape. Here's a purty pickle to be in, and all through a girl. Durn the women," says I. "Weel," drawingly responded Gary, "perhaps he loves the gal. They says she's mighty handsome. Love's a strong feelin', Rube." Although I had my eyes partially open, I could not see Rube, as he was standing behind the suspended robe, but a gurgling, clucking sound, somewhat like that made in pouring water from a bottle, reached my ears and told me what effect Gary's remark had produced upon his companion. "Cuss me, Bill," the latter at length rejoined. "Cuss me, if you're as durned a fool as the young feller hisself. Love's a strong feelin'. He, he, he! Ho, ho, ho! Well, I guess it must be to make such dod-trotted fools of reasonable men. As yet it hain't a fooled this child, I reckon. You never knewed what love were, old hoss? There you're off of the trail, Billy. I did oncest, yes. Oncest I were in love, plumb to the toenails. But that were a girl to get sweet on. Yes, that she were, and no mistake." This speech ended in a sigh that sounded like the blowing of a buffalo. "Who were the gal?" inquired Gary, after a pause. "White or Injun?" "Injun?" exclaimed Rube in a contemptuous tone. "No, I reckon not, boy. I didn't say that, For a wife, an Injun ain't just as good as a white, and more convenient she are to get shed of when you're tired of her. I've had a good grist of squaws in my time, half a dozen maybe, and maybe more. But this I can say, and no boastin' neither, that I never sold a squaw yet for a plug o' bacca less than I gin for her, and on most 'em I made a clar profit. Therefore, Billy, I don't object to an Injun for a wife. But wives is one thing, and sweethearts is different. When it comes to that, now the girl I'm talking about were my sweetheart. She were a white girl then? Our alabaster white? She were white as the bleached skull o' a heifer, and seesh har. 'Twas red as the brush o' a kit fox. Eyes, too. Ah, Billy boy, them were eyes to squint out o'. They were as big as a buck's, and as soft as smoked fawn skin. I never seed a pair o' eyes like hern. What were her name? Her name were Charity, and as near as I can remember, her other name were Holmes. Charity Holmes. Yes, that were the name. 'Twere pon Big Duck Crick in the Tennessee bottom, the place where this child chawed his first hoe cake. Let me see, it are now more'n 30 year ago. I fust met the girl at a candy pullin', and I recollects well we were put to eat taffy agin one another. We ate till our lips met, and then the kissin'. That were kissin', boy. Charity's lips were sweeter than the treacle itself. We met oncest agin at a corn shuckin', and arterwards at a blanket trampin', and there's where the business were done. I see Charity's ankles as she were a trampin' out the blankets, as white and smooth as peeled poplar. Arter that 'twere all up wi' Reuben Rawlins. I approached the girl without much ado, and says I, "Charity," says I freeze to you." And says she, "Reuben, I cottons to you." So I immediately made up to the old squire, that are Squire Holmes, and axed him for his darter. Darn the old skunk! He refused to gin her to me. Just then there come a peddler from Connecticut, all kivered with fine broadcloth. He made love to Charity, and would you believe it, Bill, the girl married him. Cuss the weemen, they're all alike. I met the peddler shortly arter, and gin him sech a larrupin' as laid him up for a month. But I had to clar out of it, and I then took to the plains. I never see Charity arterwards, but I heard of her oncest from a feller I kim across on the Missouri. She were a splendid critter, and if she are still livin', she must have a good grist of young'uns by this, for the feller said she had a couple of twins very shortly arter she were married, with her and eyes just like herself. Well, there's no calculatin' on weemen, anyhow. Just see what this young feller's got by tryin' to sarve 'em. Whoa! Up to this moment I took no part in the conversation, nor had I indicated to either of the trappers that I was aware of their presence. Everything was enveloped in mystery. The presence of the white steed had sufficiently astonished me, and not less that of my old acquaintances, Rube and Gary. The whole scene was a puzzle. I was equally at a loss to account for their being acquainted with the cause that had brought me there. That they were so was evident from their conversation. Where could they have procured their information on this head? Neither of them had been at the rancheria, nor in the army anywhere. Certainly not, else I should have heard of them. Indeed, either of them would have made himself known to me, as a strong friendship had formerly existed between us. But they alone could give me an explanation, and without further conjecture I turned to them. "Rube, Gary," I said, holding out my hand. "Hello! You're a comin' too, young feller." "That's right, but there now, lay still a bit. Don't worrit yourself. You'll be stronger by and by." "Take a sup of this," said the other, with an air of rude kindness, at the same time holding out a small gourd, which I applied to my lips. It was aguardiente of El Paso, better known among the mountain men as Pass whiskey. The immediate effect of this strong but not bad spirit was to strengthen my nerves and render me abler to converse. "I see you recollects us, Captain," said Gary, apparently pleased at the recognition. "Well, old comrades, well do I remember you. We ain't forgot you neither. Rube and I have often talked about ye. We many a time wondered what had become to you. We heerd, of course, that you had gone back to the settlements, and that you had come into gobs of property, and had to change your name to git it." "Durn the name," interrupted Rube. "I'd change mine any day for a plug of Jim's River bacca. That would I sartent." "No, Captain," continued the young trapper, without heeding Rube's interruption, "we hadn't forgot you, neither of us." "That we hadn't," added Rube emphatically. "Forget you? Forgot the young feller as took old Rube for a grizzly? Ho, ho, ho! How Bill Yar did larf when I gin him the account of that business in the cave. Bill, boy, I never seed you larf so in all my life. Old Rube took for a grizzly. He, he, he! Ho, ho, ho!" And the old trapper went off into a fit of laughing that occupied nearly a minute. At the end of it he continued, "That were a curious bit of dodgin', wa'n't it, young feller? You saved my old carkidge that time, and I ain't a gwine to forgit it. No, this child ain't. I think you've repaid me. You've rescued me from the bear. From one bar, perhaps we did, but from t'other grizzly you rescued yourself. And, young feller, you must have fit a purty considerable bout afore the varmint kicked under. The way you have gin him the bowie, you're a caution to snakes, I reckon. What, were there 2 bears? Look thar, there's a couple, ain't thar?" The trapper pointed in the direction of the fire. Sure enough, the carcasses of 2 bears lay upon the ground, both skinned and partially cut up. I fought with only one, and that were enough at a time, and a leetle more, I reckon. 'Tain't many as lives to wag their jaws arter a stand-up tussle wi' a grizzly. Wah! How you must have fit to a rubbed out that bar." "I killed the bear, then?" "That you sartinly did, young feller. When Bill and me came on the ground, the bar was as dead as pickled pork. We thought your case warn't any better. There you lay huggin' the bar, and the bar huggin' you, as if both of ye had gone to sleep in a sort of friendly way, like the babbies in the wood, exceptin' that you wa'n't covered wi' leaves. But there were your claret a kiverin' the prairie for yards around. There wa'n't as much blood in you as would have gin a leech his breakfast. The other bear? She come afterwards out of the gully. Bill he were gone to look arter the white hoss. I were sittin' aside you, just here, when I seed the varmint's snout pokin' up. I knowed it were the she bar a comin' to see where old Eph had strayed to. So I took up targets and plumbed the critter in the eye, and that were the end of her trampin'. Now looky here, young feller, I ain't no doctor, neither's Bill, but I knows enough about wounds to be sartant that you must lay still and stop talkin'. You're mighty bad scratched, I tell ye. But you're not dangerous, only you've got no blood in your body, and you must wait till it gathers agin. Take another suck out of the gourd. Thar now, come, Billy, leave 'em alone. Let's go and have a fresh toothful of bar meat." And so saying, the leathery figure moved off in the direction of the fire, followed by his younger companion. Although I was anxious to have a further explanation about the other points that puzzled me about the steed, the trapper's own presence, their knowledge of my wild hunt, and its antecedents, I knew it would be useless to question old Rube any further after what he had said. I was compelled, therefore, to follow his advice and remain quiet. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini, Rosario. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 26. Vows of Vengeance. I soon fell asleep again, and this time slept long and profoundly. It was after nightfall, in fact near midnight, when I awoke. The air had grown chilly, but I found I had not been neglected. My serape was wrapped closely around me, and with a buffalo robe had sufficiently protected me from the cold while I slept. On awaking, I felt much better and stronger. I looked around for my companions. The fire had gone out, no doubt intentionally extinguished, lest its glare amid the darkness might attract the eye of some roving Indian. The night was a clear one, though moonless, but the heaven was spangled with its sparkling worlds, and the starlight enabled me to make out the forms of the two trappers and the group of browsing horses. Of the former, one only was asleep. The other sat upright, keeping guard over the camp. He was motionless as a statue, but the small spark gleaming like a glowworm from the bowl of his tobacco pipe gave token of his wakefulness. Dim as the light was, I could distinguish the upright form to be that of the earless trapper. It was Gary who was sleeping. I could have wished it otherwise. I was anxious to have some conversation with the younger of my companions. I was longing for an explanation, and I should have preferred addressing myself to Gary. My anxiety would not allow me to wait, and I turned towards Rube. He sat near me, and I spoke in a low tone, so as not to awake the sleeper. "How came you to find me?" "By following your trail." "Oh, you followed me then, from the settlements?" "Not so far. Bill and me were camped in the chaparral, and spied you a-galloping after the white horse, as if all the devils out of hell were after you. I knowed yer at a glimp, so did Bill. Says I, 'Bill, that there's a young feller as took me for a grizzly up there in the mountains,' and the recollection of the sarcumstance sot me a-laughing till my old ribs ached. 'It's you're the same,' says Bill, and just then we met a Mexican who had been your guide, galloping about in search of you. He give us a story about some girl that had sent you to catch the white horse, some Senora with a dough-drotted long name. 'Darn the women,' says I to Bill, didn't I, Bill?" To this interesting interrogatory, Gary, who was but half asleep, gave an assenting grunt. "Well," continued Rube, "seemed there were a petticoat in the case. I says to Bill, says I, 'That young feller ain't a-going to pull up till either he groups the horse or the horse gets clear off.' Now I knowed you were well mounted, but I knowed you were after the fastest critter on all these parairas. So I says to Bill, says I, 'Billy, they're bound for a long gallop.' Says Bill, 'That you're certain.' Well, Bill and me took the idea in our heads that you might get lost, for we seed the white horse were making for the big paraira, It ain't the biggest parera in creation, but it are one of the worst to get straight on. Your greenhorns were all gone back, so Bill and me catched up our critters, and as soon as we could saddle 'em, put after you. When we comed out in the parera, we seed no signs of you, 'ceptin' your trail. That we followed up, but it were night long afore we got halfway here, and were obliged to halt till sunup. Well, in the morning, the trail were nearly blind on account of the rain, and it took us a good spell afore we reached the gully. There, says Bill, the horse he's jumped in, and here's the trail of the young feller leading down the bank. Well, we were just turning to go down when we seed your own horse a good ways off on the parera, without saddle or bridle. We rid straight for him, and when we got closer, we seed something on the ground right under the horse's nose. That something turned out to be yourself and the Grizzly lying in groups, as quiet as a couple of sleeping possums. Your horse were a-squealing like a bag of wild cats, and at first Bill and me thought you had gone under, but upon a closer view we seed you were only a-fainting, while the bear were as dead as a buck. Of course, we sought about doctoring you to fotch you round again. But the steed, the white steed, Bill here grupped him in the gully. A little further down it's stopped up with big rocks. We knowed that, for we've been over this ground afore. We knowed the horse couldn't have got over the rocks, and Bill went after and found him on a ledge where he'd climbed out of reach of the flood, and then he lassoed the critter and fotched him up here. Now, young feller, you got the whole story. And the horse, added Gary, rising from his recumbent position. He's yourn, Captain. If you hadn't rid him down, I couldn't have roped him so easy. He's yourn if you'll accept of him. Thanks. Not for the gift alone, but I may thank you for my life. But for you, I might never have left this spot. Thanks, old comrades, thanks. Every point was now cleared up. There was mystery no longer, though, from an expression which Gary had dropped, I still desired a word with him in private. On further inquiry, I learned that the trappers were on their way to take part in the campaign. Some barbarous treatment they had experienced from Mexican soldiers at a frontier post had rendered both of them inveterate foes to Mexico, and Rube declared he would never be contented until he had plugged a score of the yeller-hided varmints. The breaking out of the war gave them the opportunity they desired, and they were now on their way from a distant part of prairie land to take a hand in it. The vehemence of their hostility towards the Mexicans somewhat surprised me, as I knew it was a recent feeling with them, and I inquired more particularly into the nature of the ill treatment they had received. They answered me by giving a detailed account of the affair. It had occurred at one of the Mexican frontier towns, where, upon a slight pretext, the trappers had been arrested and flogged by order of the commanding officer of the post. "Yes," said Rube, the words hissing angrily through his teeth. "Yes, flogged. A mountain man flogged by a cussed monkey of a Mexican. Never mind, by the eternal God. And when I say that, I swear it. This nigger don't leave Mexico till he's rubbed out a sauger for every lash they give him. That's 20. Here's another old horse," cried Gary, with equal earnestness of manner. "Here's another that swears the same oath. Yes, Billy boy, I guess we'll count some in a scrimmage. There's 2 already. Looky there, young feller." As Rube said this, he held his rifle close to my eyes, pointing with his finger to a particular part of the stock. I saw 2 small notches freshly cut in the wood. I knew well enough what these notches meant. They were a registry of the deaths of 2 Mexicans who had fallen by the hand or bullet of the trapper. They had not been the only victims of that unerring and deadly weapon. On the same piece of woodwork I could see long rows of similar souvenirs apart from each other, only differing a little in shape. I knew something of the signification of these horrible hieroglyphics. I knew they were the history of a life fearfully spent, a life of red realities. The sight was far from pleasant. I turned my eyes away and remained silent. "Mark me, young feller," continued Rube, who noticed that I was not gratified by the inspection. "Don't mistake Bill, Gary, and me for wild beasts. We ain't that quiet. We been mighty riled, I reckon, but for all of that, we ain't a-goin' to take revenge on women and children as Injuns do. No, women and children don't count, nor men neither, unless they're sogers. We've no spite against the poor slaves of Mexico. They never did me nor Bill harm. We've been on one scurry, along with the Utahs, down to the Del Norte settlements. There's where I made them 2 nicks, but neither Bill or me laid a finger on the women and children. It were because the Injuns did that we left 'em. We're just come for there. We want fair fight among Christian whites. That's why we're here. Now, young feller." I was glad to hear Rube talk in this manner, and I so signified to him. Indianized as the old trapper was, with all his savageness, all his reckless indifference to ordinary emotions, I knew there was still a touch of humanity in his breast. Indeed, on more than one occasion I had witnessed singular displays of fine feeling on the part of Rube. Circumstanced as he was, he is not to be judged by the laws of civilized life. "Your intention, then, is to join some corps of rangers, is it not?" I asked after a pause. "I should like it," replied Garry. "I should like to join your company, Captain, but Rube here won't consent to it." "No," exclaimed the other with emphasis, "I'll join no company. This nigger fights on his own hook. Yer see, young feller, I've been all my life a free mountainy man, and don't understand sogerin' nohow. I might make some mistake, or I mightn't like some of the regulations, therefore I prefers fighting after my own fashion. Bill and me can take care of ourselves, I reckon. Can we, Bill? Eh, boy?" "I guess so, old horse," replied Garry mildly. "But for all that, Rube, I think it would be better to go at it in a regular way, particularly as the captain here would make the sogerin' part as easy as possible. Wouldn't you, Captain?" "The discipline of my corps is not very severe. We are rangers, and our duties are different from those of regular soldiers." "It are no use," interrupted Rube. "I might fight as I always fit, free to come and free to go where I please. I won't bind myself to nothing. I mightn't like it, and might desert." "But by binding yourself," suggested I, "you draw pay and rations, whereas—" "Dern pay and rations!" exclaimed the old trapper, striking the butt of his rifle upon the prairie. "Dern pay and rations, young feller. I fights for revenge." This was said in an energetic and conclusive manner, and I urged my advice no further. "Look here, Cap," continued the speaker in a more subdued tone, "though I ain't a-goin' to join your fellers, yet there is a favor I would ax from yer, and that is to let me and Bill keep by you, or follow wherever you lead. I don't want to sponge for rations. We'll get that if there's a head of game in Mexico, and if there ain't, why, we can eat a Mexican, can't we, Bill? Eh, boy?" Garry knew this was one of Ruby's jokes, and laughingly assented, adding at the same time that he would prefer eating any other sort of varmint. "Never a mind," continued Rube, "we ain't a-goin' to starve. So, young feller, if you agrees to our going on them tarms, you'll have a couple of rifles near you that won't miss fire. They won't. Enough! You shall go and come as you please. I shall be glad to have you near me, without binding you to any term of service." "Hooray! That's a sort for us. Come, Billy, gives another suck out of your gourd. Here's success to the stars and stripes. Hooray for Texas!" End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini Rosario. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 27. A Weed, Prairie on Fire. My recovery was rapid. My wounds, though deep, were not dangerous. They were only flesh wounds, and closed rapidly under the cauterizing influence of the lechuguilla. Rude as my doctors were, in the matter of such a malady, I could not have fallen into better hands. Both during their lives of accident and exposure had ample practice in the healing art, and I would have trusted either in the curing of a rattlesnake's bite or the tear of a grizzly bear's claw, in preference to the most accomplished surgeon. Old Rube, in particular, thoroughly understood the simple pharmacopoeia of the prairies, and his application to my wounds of the sap of the pita plant, obtained among the rocks of the ravine, bespoke his skill. This plant, a bromelia, is of the same genus as the agave americana, and by travelers often confounded with the latter, though quite a distinct plant from the maguey of cultivation. It grows in most parts of Mexico and South America, extending as far north as the latitude of 30 degrees, and even farther. There is no spot too arid or barren to give support to it. It is a true desert plant, and even on the naked rock, its curved and thorny blades may be seen radiating on all sides from the tall flower stalk that shoots upward like a signal staff to the height of 20 feet. As already observed, its uses are manifold. The fiber of its leaves can be manufactured into thread, cordage, and cloth. Fences are constructed of the growing plant, and thatch of the blades when cut. Its sap, distilled, furnishes the fiery but not unwholesome mezcal, and the large egg-shaped core or stem is eaten for food. Tribes of Indians, Lipans, Comanches, and Apaches use it extensively as an article of diet. One branch of the great Apache nation are distinguished mezcaleros, eaters of the mezcal plant. They bake it in ground ovens of heated stones, along with the flesh of the wild horse. It is firm when cooked, with a translucent appearance like candied fruits. I have eaten it. It is palatable, I might say delicious. The mastication of it is accompanied by a prickling sensation upon the tongue, singular to one unaccustomed to it. It is a gift of nature to the desert regions, where it grows in greatest luxuriance, and where it serves the same purpose in the economy of the savage natives as the ixias, mesembryanthemums, and zarnias, the caffre bread, upon the arid karroos of southern Africa. One of the most esteemed qualities of this bromelia is the cauterizing property of its juice, well known to the natives of the Mexican tableland and to the Peruvians, where several species are found of like virtues. It will cause ordinary wounds to cicatrize in a few hours, and even ugly gashes will yield to it in time. My companions had full knowledge of its effects, and having extracted the sap from its large succulent leaves and boiled it to the consistency of honey, they applied it to my wounds. This operation they from time to time repeated, and the scratches were healed in a period marvelously short. My strength, too, was soon restored. Gary, with his gun, catered for the cuisine, and the ruffed grouse, the prairie partridge, and roasted ribs of fresh venison were dainties even to an invalid. In 3 days I was strong enough to mount, and bidding adieu to our camping ground, we all 3 set forth, taking with us our beautiful captive. He was still as wild as a deer, but we had adopted precautions to prevent him from getting away from us. The trappers led him between them, secured to the saddles of both by a lasso. We did not return in the direction of our old trail. My companions knew a shorter route, at least one upon which we should sooner reach water, and that is the most important consideration on a prairie journey. We headed in a more westerly direction, by which, keeping in a straight line, we expected to strike the Rio Grande some distance above the rancheria. The sky was leaden gray, the sun not being visible, and with no guide in the heavens, we knew that we might easily diverge from a direct course. To provide against this, my companions had recourse to a compass of their own invention. On taking our departure from camp, a sapling was stuck into the ground, and upon the top of this was adjusted a piece of bear's skin, which, with the long hair upon it, could be distinguished at the distance of a mile or more. The direction having been determined upon, another wand, similarly garnished with a tuft of the bear's skin, was set up several hundred yards distant from the first. Turning our backs upon these signal posts, we rode off with perfect confidence, glancing back at intervals to make sure we were keeping the line. So long as they remained in sight and aligned with each other, we could not otherwise than travel in a straight path. It was an ingenious contrivance, but it was not the first time I had been witness to the ingenuity of my trapper friends, and therefore I was not astonished. When the black tufts were well nigh hidden from view, a similar pair, the materials for which had been brought along, were erected, and these ensured our direction for another stretch of a mile. Then fresh saplings were planted, and so on till we had passed over 6 miles of the plain. We now came in sight of timber right ahead of us, and apparently about 5 miles distant. Towards this we directed our course. We reached the timber about noon, and found it to consist of blackjack and post oak groves, with mesquite and wild china trees interspersed, and here and there some taller trees of the honey locust, Glittichia triacanthos. It was not a close forest, but a succession of groves, with openings between, avenues and grassy glades. There were many pleasant spots, and, faint with the ride, I would fain have chosen one of them for a resting place, but there was no water, and without water we could not halt. A short distance farther, and we should reach a stream, a small arroyo, an affluent of the Rio Grande, so promised my companions, and we rode onward. After passing a mile or so through the timber openings, we came out on the edge of a prairie of considerable extent. It was full 3 miles in diameter, and differed altogether from the plain we had left behind us. It was of the kind known in hunter phraseology as a weed prairie. That is, instead of having a grassy turf, its surface was covered in a thick growth of flowering plants, as helianthus, malvas, alpheas, hibiscus, and other tall annuals standing side by side, and frequently laced together by wild pea vines and various species of convolvulus. Such a flower prairie was the one now before us, but not a flower was in sight. They had all bloomed, faded, and fallen, perhaps unseen by human eye, and the withered stalks, burned by a hot sun, looked brown and forbidding. They cracked and broke at the slightest touch, their seed pods shelling their contents like rain upon the loose earth. Instead of striking across this prairie, we skirted around its edge, and at no great distance arrived on the banks of the arroyo. We had made but a short march, but my companions, fearful that a longer ride might bring on fever, proposed to encamp there for the night, and finish our journey on the following day. Though I felt strong enough to have gone farther, I made no objection to the proposal, and our horses were at once unsaddled and picketed near the banks of the arroyo. The stream ran through a little bottom valley covered with a sward of grass, and upon this we staked our steeds, but a better place offered for our camp upon the higher ground, and we chose a spot under the shade of a large locust tree, upon the edge of the great wilderness of weeds. To this place we carried our saddles, bridles, and blankets, and having collected a quantity of dead branches, kindled our campfire. We had already quenched our thirst at the stream, but although we were all three hungry enough, the dried flesh of the grizzly bear proved but a poor repast. The rivulet looked promising for fish. Gary had both hooks and line in his possible sack, and I proposed the angle. The young trapper soon baited his hooks, and he and I, repairing to the stream, cast our lines, sat down, and waited for a nibble. Fishing was not to Ruby's taste. For a few minutes he stood watching us, but evidently with little interest, either in the sport or what it might produce. Ruby was not a fish-eater. "Darn your fish!" exclaimed he at length. "I'd rather have a hunk of deer meat than all the fish in Texas. I'll just see if I can scare up something. The place looks likely for deer, it do." So saying, the old trapper shouldered his long rifle, and stalking off up the bank was soon out of sight. Gary and I continued bobbing with but indifferent success. We had succeeded in drawing out a couple of catfish, not the most palatable of the finny tribe, when the crack of Ruby's rifle sounded in our ears. It seemed to come from the weed prairie, and we both ran up on the high bank to ascertain what success had attended the shot. Sure enough, Ruby was out in the prairie, nearly half a mile distant from the camp. His head and shoulders were just visible above the tall stalks of the helianthus, and we could see, by his stooping at intervals, that he was bending over some game he had killed, skinning or cutting it up. The game we could not see, on account of the interposed culms of the weeds. "A deer, I reckon," remarked Gary. "Buffler don't often o' late years stray so far to the south'art, though I've killed some on the Grand higher up." Without other remark passing between us, we descended to the arroyo, and recommenced our fishing. We took it for granted that Rube did not require any aid, or he would have signaled to us. He would soon return with his game to the camp. We had just discovered that silverfish, a species of hyodori, were plentiful in the stream, and this kept our attention fixed. We were desirous of taking some of them for our dinner, knowing them to be excellent eating, and far superior to the despised cat. Having changed our bait for some small pieces of gold lace, which my uniform furnished, we succeeded in pulling several of these beautiful creatures out of the water, and were congratulating one another upon the delicious broil we should have, when our conversation was suddenly interrupted by a crackling noise that caused both of us to turn our faces towards the prairie. The sight that met our eyes prompted us to spring simultaneously to our feet. Our horses already reared upon their lassos, neighing with affright, and the wild screams of Ruby's mustang mare were loud and continuous. There was no mystery about the cause. That was obvious at a glance. The wind had blown some sparks among the dry flower stalks. The weed prairie was on fire. Though startled at the first sight of the conflagration, for ourselves we had nothing to fear. The bottom on which we stood was a sward of short buffalo grass. It was not likely to catch fire, and even if it did, we could easily escape from it. There is not much danger in a burning prairie where the grass is light and short. One can dash through the line of flame with no greater injury than the singeing of his hair or a little suffocation from the smoke. But upon a plain covered with rank and thick vegetation, the case is very different. We therefore felt no apprehension for ourselves, but we did for our companion. His situation filled us with alarm. Was he still where we had last seen him? This was the first question we asked one another. If so, then his peril was great indeed. His escape would be almost hopeless. We had observed him a full half-mile out among the weeds, and on foot too. To have attempted a retreat towards the opposite side of the prairie would have been folly. It was 3 miles off. Even on horseback the flames would have overtaken him. Mounted or on foot, he could not have got out of the way through those tall stalks, laced as they were by pea vines and other trailing plants, whose tough tangle would have hindered the progress even of the strongest horse. To have returned to the near side would be his only chance, but that would be in the very face of the fire, and unless he had started long before the flames broke out, it was evident that his retreat in that direction would be cut off. As already stated, the weeds were as dry as tinder, and the flames, impelled by gusts of wind, at intervals shot out their red tongues, licking up the withered stalks, coiling like serpents around them, and consuming them almost instantaneously. Filled with forebodings, my companion and I ran in the direction of the prairie. When first noticed by us, the fire had extended but a few yards on each side of the locust tree we had chosen for our camp. We were not opposite this point at the moment, having gone a little way down the arroyo. We ran, therefore, not towards the camp, but for the nearest point of high ground, in order to discover the situation of our friend. On reaching the high ground, about 200 yards from the locust, we saw, to our astonishment, that the fire had already spread and was now burning forward to the spot where we had climbed up. We had only a moment to glance outward, when the conflagration, hissing and crackling as it passed, rolled in front of us, and with its wall of flame shut off our view of the prairie. But that glance had shown us all, and filled our hearts with sorrow and dismay. It revealed the situation of the trapper, no longer a situation of peril, but, as we supposed, of certain death. He was still in the place where we had last seen him. He had evidently made no attempt to escape from it. Perhaps the knowledge that such an attempt must have failed, and hindered him from making it. The reflection that he might as well die where he stood as be licked up by the flames in the act of fleeing from them, had bound him to the spot, wavering and undecided. Oh, it was a dread sight to see that old man, hardened sinner that he was, about to be snatched into eternity. I remember his wild look as the red flame, roiling between us, shut him from our sight. We saw him but for a single instant. His head and shoulders were alone visible above the tall weeds. He made no sign either with voice or arm, but I fancied that even at that distance I could read his glance of despair. Was there no hope? Could no exertion be made to rescue him? Could he do nothing for himself? Was there no chance of his being able to clear a circle round him and burn off a space before the line of fire could come up? Such a ruse has often failed, but no, never in such a ground as that. The weeds were too thick and tall. It could not be done. Gary said it could not be done. There was no hope then. The old trapper was lost. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini, Rosario. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 28. Rube Roasted Alive. Doomed beyond doubt, doomed to quick, awful, and certain death, was the earless trapper. In 5 minutes more he must perish. The wall of flame, moving faster than charging cavalry, would soon envelop him, and surer than the carbine's volley or the keen saber cut was the death borne forward upon the wings of that hissing, crackling cohort of fire. Here and there, tall jets shooting suddenly upward stalked far in advance of the main line, fiery giants with red arms stretched forth, as if eager to grasp their victim. Already their hot breath was upon him. Another minute, and he must perish. In a sort of stupor we stood, Gary and I, watching the advance of the flames. Neither of us uttered a word. Painful emotions prevented speech. Both our hearts were beating audibly. Mine was bitterly wrung, but I knew that the heart of my companion was enduring the very acme of anguish. I glanced upward to his face. His eye was fixed and looked steadfastly in one direction, as though it would pierce the sheet of flame that rolled farther and farther from where we stood, and nearer to the fatal spot. The expression of Gary's eye was fearful to behold. It was a look of concentrated agony. A single tear had escaped from it, and was rolling down the rude, weather-bronzed cheek, little used to such bedewing. The broad chest was heaving in short, quick spasms, and it was evident the man was struggling with his breath. He was listening through all this intensity of gaze, listening for the death shriek of his old comrade, his bosom friend. Not long was the suspense, though there was no shriek, no cry of human voice to indicate the crisis. If any arose, it was not heard by us. It could not have been. It would have been drowned amid the roar of the flames and the crackling of the hollow culms, whose pent-up gases, set free by the fire, sounded like the continuous rolling of musketry. No death cry fell upon our ears, but, for all that, we were satisfied that the drama had reached its denouement. The unfortunate trapper had been roasted alive. Already the flames had passed over the spot where we had last seen him, far beyond, leaving the ground charred and black behind them. Though the smoke hindered our view of the plain, we knew that the climax had passed. The hapless victim had succumbed, and it remained only to look for his bones among the smoldering ashes. Up to this moment, Gary had stood in a fixed attitude, silent and rigid as a statue. It was not hope that had held him thus spellbound. He had entertained no such feeling from the first. It was rather a paralysis produced by despair. Now that the crisis was over, and he felt certain that his comrade had perished, his muscles, so long held in tension, suddenly relaxed. His arms fell loosely to his sides. The tears chased each other over his cheeks. His head reclined forward, and in a hoarse, husky voice he exclaimed, "Oh God, he's rubbed out. We've seen the last of poor old Rube." My sorrow, though perhaps not so keen as that of my companion, was nevertheless sufficiently painful. I knew the earless trapper well, had been his associate under strange circumstances, amid scenes of danger that draw men's hearts more closely together than any phrases of flattery or compliment. More than once had I seen him tried in the hour of peril, and I knew that, notwithstanding the wildness and eccentricity of his character, of his crimes I might add his heart, ill-directed by early education, ill-guided by after association, was still rife with many virtues. Many proofs of this I could recall, and I confess that a feeling akin to friendship had sprung up between myself and this singular man. Between him and Gary, the ties were still stronger. Long and inseparable companionship, years of participation in a life of hardships and perils, like thoughts and habitudes, though perhaps dispositions, age, and characters a good deal unlike, all had combined to unite the two in a firm bond of friendship. To use their own expressive phrase, they froze to each other. No wonder, then, that the look with which the young trapper regarded that black plain was one of indescribable anguish. To his mournful speech I made no reply. What could I have said? I could not offer consolation. I was grieving as well as he. My silence was but an assent to his sad soliloquy. After a moment he continued, his voice still tremulous with sorrow. "Come, camarade, it are no use our crying like a couple of squaws." With his large finger he dashed the tears aside, as if ashamed of having shed them. "It are all over now," he continued. "Let's look after his bones, that is, if there is anything left of them, and give him a Christian burial. Come." We caught our horses, and mounting, rode off over the burnt ground. The hoofs of the animals tossed up the smouldering ashes as we advanced, the hot red cinders causing them to prance. The smoke pained our eyes and prevented us from seeing far ahead, but we guided ourselves as well as we could towards the point where we had last seen the trapper, and where we expected to find his remains. On nearing the spot, our eyes fell upon a dark mass that lay upon the plain, but it appeared much larger than the body of a man. We could not make out what it was until within a few feet of it, and even then it was difficult to recognize it as the carcass of a buffalo, though truly in reality it was. It was no doubt the game which the hunter had killed. It rested as it had fallen, as these animals usually fall, upon the breast, with legs widely spread and humped shoulders upward. We could perceive that the unfortunate man had nearly finished skinning it, for the hide, parted along the spine, had been removed from the back and sides, and with the fleshy side turned outward was hanging to the ground, so as to conceal the lower half of the carcass. The whole surface was burnt to the color of charcoal. But where were the remains of the hunter? They were nowhere to be seen near the spot. The smoke had now cleared away sufficiently to enable us to observe the ground for several hundred yards around us. An object of small dimensions could have been distinguished upon the now bare surface, but none was seen. Yes, a mass lay close to the carcass, which drew our attention for a moment, but on riding up to it we perceived that it was the stomach and intestines of the buffalo, black and half-broiled. But where were the bones of Rube? Had he got away from the spot and perished elsewhere? We glanced towards the fire still raging on the distant plain. No, it was not probable he had moved thence. By the last look we had obtained of him, he did not appear to be making any effort to escape, and he could scarcely have gone 100 yards before the flames swept over the spot and must have enveloped him. How, then? Were his bones entirely consumed, calcined, reduced to ashes? The lean, withered, dried-up body of the old mountain man favored such a supposition, and we began seriously to entertain it, for in no other way could we account for the total absence of all remains. For some moments we sat in our saddles under the influence of strange emotions, but without exchanging a word. We scanned the black plain round and round. The smoke no longer hindered our view of the ground. In the weed prairies there is no grassy turf, and the dry herbaceous stems of the annuals had burned out with the rapidity of blazing flax, so that nothing was left to cause a smoke. The fire was red or dead in an instant. We could see clear enough all the surface of the ground, but nothing that resembled the remains of a human being. "No," said Gary, with a long-drawn sigh. "Poor old Rube. The classed thing has burned him to ashes, bones and all. There ain't as much of him left as 'ud fill a tobacco pipe." "The hell there ain't," replied a voice that caused both of us to start in our saddles, as if it had been Ruby's ghost that addressed us. "The hell there ain't," repeated the voice, as though it came out of the ground beneath our feet. "There's enough of old Rube left to fill the stomach of this here buffalo, and by the jumping Jehoshaphat, a tight-fitted Why, I'm well-nigh suffocated. Gives your claws, Bill, and pull me out of this here trap." To our astonishment, the pendant hide of the buffalo was raised by an invisible hand, and underneath appeared, protruding through a hole in the side of the carcass, the unmistakable physiognomy of the earless trapper. There was something so ludicrous in the apparition that the sight of it, combined with the joyful reaction of our feelings, sent both Gary and myself into convulsions of laughter. The young trapper lay back in the saddle to give freer play to his lungs, and his loud cachinnations, varied at intervals by savage yells, caused our horses to dance about as if they anticipated an onslaught of Indians. At first I could detect a significant smile at the angles formed by Ruby's thin lips, but this disappeared as the laughter continued too long for his patience. "Cuss your laughing," cried he at length. "Come, Billy boy, lay holt here and give me a help, or I must wriggle out of myself. The dern hole ain't as big as 'twere when I crept in. Dern it, man, make haste. I'm better'n half-baked." Gary now leaped from his horse, and taking hold of his comrade by the claws, drew him out of his singular hiding-place. But the appearance of the old trapper, as he stood erect, red, reeking, and greasy, was so supremely ludicrous that both Gary and I were driven off into a fresh fit of laughter, which lasted for several minutes. Rube, once released from his uncomfortable situation, paid not the slightest attention to our mirth, but stooping down, drew out his long rifle from where he had secured it under the hanging skin, and after having examined the piece to see that no harm had come to it, he laid it gently across the horns of the bull. Then, taking the buoy from his belt, he quietly proceeded with the skinning of the buffalo, as if nothing had happened to interrupt the operation. Meanwhile, Gary and I had laughed ourselves hoarse, and moreover were brimful of curiosity to know the particulars of Ruby's adventure. But for some time he fought shy of our queries, and pretended to be miffed at the manner in which we had welcomed him to life again. It was all pretense, however, as Gary well knew, and the latter, having thrust into his comrade's hand the gourd, still containing a small drop of aguardiente, soon conciliated him, and after a little more coaxing, the old trapper condescended to give us the details of his curious escapade. Thus ran his narration. Were both a year mighty green to think that after fighting grizzly bear and Injun for nigh 40 year on these here prairies, I was gonna to be rubbed out by a spunk of fire like that. Perhaps 'twere natural enough for the young feller here to take me for a greenhorn, seeing as he onces took me for a grizzly. He, ho, 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 I say it were, and were natural enough for him to ha' thort so, but you might ha' knowed better, you, Bill Gary, seeing as oughter knowed me. Well, continued Rube, after another suck at the gourd, when I seed the weeds afire, I knowed it wasn't no use making tracks. Perhaps if I'd spied the thing when the blaze first broke out, I might ha' run for it, and might ha' had time, but I were busy skinning this here beast with my head close down to the carkidge, and therefore didn't see nothing till I hear the crackling, and in course there wasn't the ghost of a chance to get clear then. I seed that at the first glimp. I ain't a-goin' to say I wasn't scared. I were scared, and bad scared too. I thought for a spell I were bound to go under. Just then I sot my eyes upon the burner. I had got the critter about half skinned, as you see, and the idea came into my head. I might crawl somehow under and pull the hide over me. I tried that plan first, but I couldn't get covered to my satisfaction, and I give it up. A better idea then came uppermost, and that were to clear out the animal's inside and their cachet. I reckon I wasn't long in cutting out a ween of the buffer's ribs, and on tearing out the guts, and I wasn't long neither in squeezing my carkidge feet foremost through the hole. I hadn't need to have been long. It were a close shave and a tight fit, it were. Just as I had got my head 'bout half through, the blaze come swizzing round, and nearly singed the ears off me. He, ho, ho, ho. Gary and I joined in the laugh, at what we both knew to be one of old Ruby's favorite jokes, but Ruby himself chuckled so long that we became impatient to hear the end of his adventure. "Well," interrupted Gary, "consarn your old skin, what next?" "Why," continued the trapper, "the way that blaze did come were a caution to snakes. It roared and screeched and yowlted and hissed, and the weeds crackled like a million of wagon whips. I would like to be spinnicated with the smoke, but I controve to pull down the flap of hide, and that give me some relief, though I were well nigh choked afore I got the thing fixed. So there I lay till I hearn you fellers palavering about a bacco pipe, and therefore I knowed the whole thing were over. Wah!" And with this exclamation, Rube ended his narration, and once more betook himself to the butchering of the already half-roasted buffalo. Gary and I lent a hand, and having cut out the hump ribs and other titbits, we returned to the camp. What with broiled hyadons, roast ribs, tongue, and marrow bones, we had no reason for that night to be dissatisfied with the hospitality of the prairies. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 29. The Mesa. After a breakfast of buffalo flesh, seasoned with splendid appetites and washed down by a cup of cold water from the arroyo, we saddled up and headed for a high butte just visible over the plain. My companions knew the landmark well. It lay directly in our route. We should pass near its base, and a ride of 10 miles farther would bring us to the end of our journey. Indeed, the eminence was within sight of the rancheria. From the roof of the Alcaides house, I had frequently noticed it outlined against the horizon, in a northwesterly direction from the village. In clear weather only was it visible. Struck with the singularity of this prairie mound, I had longed to examine it, and had even projected a visit to it. But circumstances had prevented me from carrying out my intention. I was at length to have the pleasure of a nearer acquaintance with it. I have called it singular. Most isolated hills are conical, dome-shaped, or ridge-like. This one differed from the usual configuration, hence its singularity. It presented the appearance of a huge box set upon the prairie, not unlike that rare formation, the coffer, which crowns the summit of the mountain Perote. Its sides in the distance appeared perfectly vertical, and its top horizontal, as the plain on which it rested. As we drew nearer, I could perceive by the dark parapet-like band along its crest that it was covered with a growth of timber. This was the more readily observed from contrast with the perpendicular sides, which were almost of a snowy whiteness, on account of the gypsum, chalk, or milky quartz of which the rock was composed. The most peculiar feature of the mound was perhaps its apparently regular form, a perfect parallelepipedon, but it was striking in other respects. Its sides glistened fantastically under the rays of the sun, as though it were studded with settings of glass. This, however, was easily accounted for, and I knew that the sparkling effect was produced by plates of mica or selenite that entered into the composition of the rock. I had seen large mountains that presented a similar appearance. More than one such exist in the great American Sahara, in whose glittering cliffs, viewed from afar, may be found the origin of that wild chimera, the mountain of gold. Although neither a mountain of gold nor silver, the mound in question was an object of rare interest. A very enchanted castle it did not appear, and it was difficult to assign its formation to nature alone. Human agency, one could not help fancying, must have had something to do in piling up a structure so regular and compact. But he who has traveled over much of the earth's surface will have met with many freaks of nature, exhibiting like appearance of design in a world of inorganic matter. It was in fact one of those formations of which many are met with in the plateau lands of America, known in Spanish phraseology as mesas. This name is given to them in allusion to the flat table-like tops, which distinguish them from other elevated summits. Sometimes one of these mesas is found hundreds of miles from any similar eminence. More frequently, a number of them stand near each other, like truncated cones, the summits of all being on the same level, and often covered with a vegetation differing materially from that of the surrounding plains. Geologists have affirmed that these tabletops are the ancient level of the plains themselves, and that all around and intervening between them has either sunk or submitted to the degradation of water. It is a vague explanation, and scarcely satisfies the speculative mind. The Mesa of Mexico is still a geological puzzle. As we approached this singular object, I could not help regarding it with a degree of curiosity. I had seen Mesa heights before, in the Maves Terra upon the Missouri, in the Navajo country west of the Rocky Mountains, and along the edges of the Llano Estacado, which of itself is a vast mesa. The mound before us was peculiar, for its very regular form and the sparkling sheen of its cliffs. Its complete isolation, moreover, added to the effect, for no other eminence appeared in sight. The low hills that bordered the Rio Grande could barely be distinguished in the distance. On getting nearer to it, its character became somewhat altered. The square box-like form appeared less regular, and it was then perceived that the parallelepipedon was not perfect. Slight ledges could be traced traversing the face of its cliffs, and here and there the regular lines were broken to the eye. Nature, after all, had not been so exact in her architecture. Yet with every deduction, it was a singular structure to look upon, not the less so that its summit was inaccessible to human foot. A precipice 50 yards sheer fronted outward on all sides. No one had ever scaled this precipice, so alleged my companions who were well acquainted with the locality. We had approached within less than a mile of its base. Our conversation had dropped, at least so far as I was concerned. My thoughts were occupied with the mound, and my eyes wandering over its outlines. I was endeavoring to make out the character of the vegetation, which seemed to flourish luxuriantly on its summit. The dark foliage was evidently that of some species of acicular trees, perhaps the common red cedar, Juniperus virginiana. But there were others of lighter hue, in all likelihood piñons, the pines with edible cones, peculiar to this region. I noticed also, growing upon the very edge of the cliff, yuccas and aloes, whose radiating blades, stretching out, curved gracefully over the white rock. Forms of cactus, too, were apparent, and several plants of the great pitahaya rose high above the cliff, like gigantic candelabra, strange objects in such a situation. My companions seemed to have no eyes for these rare vegetable beauties. I could hear them at intervals engaged in conversation, but the subject had no reference to the scene, and I paid little attention to what they were saying. All at once I was startled by the voice of Gary, giving utterance to the emphatic announcement, "Injuns, by God!" "Indians where?" The interrogation, as it escaped my lips, was half involuntary, and needed no reply. Gary's glance guided me, and, following its direction, I observed a string of horsemen just debouching from behind the mesa and spurring forward upon the plain. Both my companions had drawn bridle and halted. I followed their example, and all three of us sat in our saddles, scanning this sudden apparition of mounted men. A dozen had now cleared themselves from behind the mesa, and were riding towards us. We were yet nearly a mile from them, and at that distance it was difficult to distinguish a white man from an Indian. I should rather say impossible. Even at half the distance, The oldest prairie men are sometimes puzzled. The garments are often not very dissimilar, and sun bronze and dust confound the complexions. Although Gary, at first sight of them, had pronounced the horsemen to be Indians, the most probable supposition under the circumstances, it was a random conjecture, and for some time we remained in doubt. "If they're Injuns," suggested Gary, "they're Comanche, and if they're Comanche," added Rube with ominous emphasis, "we've got to fight." "If they're Comanche, they're on the war trail, and there'll be mischief in 'em. Wah! Look to your flints and primin'." Rube's counsel was instantly followed. Necessity quickened our precautions. All of us well knew that should the approaching horsemen turn out to be Comanches, we had no alternative but fight. This warlike nation occupies the whole western area of Texas, ranging from the Rio Grande on the south to the Arkansas on the north. They are today, with their kindred tribes, the most powerful Indian alliance on the continent. They affect the ownership of all prairie land, styling themselves its lords, though their sovereignty towards the north is successfully disputed by the Pawnees, Sioux, Blackfeet, and others as warlike as they. From the earliest times they have been the fiend of the Texan settler. A detailed account of their forays and pillaging expeditions would fill a score of volumes. But from these they have not gone back unscathed. The reprisals have outnumbered the assaults, and the rifle of the border ranger has done its work of vengeance. In Mexico they have found less puissant defenders of the hearth and home, and into the northeastern provinces of that unhappy country the Comanches have been for the last half-century in the habit of making an annual expedition of war and plunder. In fact, plunder has become the better part of their subsistence, as they usually return from these riving incursions laden with spoil, and carrying with them vast droves of horses, mules, horned cattle, and captive women. For a short time these dusky freebooters were at peace with the Anglo-American colonists of Texas. It was but a temporary armistice, brought about by Houston. But Lamar's administration, of a less pacific character, succeeded, and the settlers were again embroiled with the Indians. War to the knife was declared, and carried on. Red and white killed each other on sight. When two men met upon the prairie, the color of the skin determined the relations between them. If they differed in this, they were enemies without parley, and to kill the other was the first thought of each. The lex talionis was the custom of the hour. If the rancor could possibly have been augmented, an incident had just transpired, calculated to produce that effect. A band of Comanche warriors had offered their services to the commander-in-chief of the American army. They held the following language: "Let us fight on your side. We have no quarrel with you. You are warriors, we know it, and respect you. We fight against the cowardly Mexicans who robbed us of our country. We fight for Montezuma." These words, uttered along the whole northern frontier of Mexico, are full of strange import. The American commander prudently declined the Comanche alliance, and the result was the bitter Triangle War, in which, as already noticed, we are now engaged. If, then, the approaching horsemen were Indians of the Comanche tribe, Rube's forecast was correct. We had got to fight. With this understanding, we lost no time in putting ourselves in an attitude of defense. Hastily dismounting, and sheltering our bodies behind those of our horses, we awaited the approach of the band. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 30. Guerrilleros. The maneuver had occupied only a few seconds of time, and the horsemen were yet distant. They had thrown themselves into a formation, and were riding by twos. This movement took us by surprise. The tactics were not Indian. Comanches never march in double file. The horsemen could not be Indians. Who then? A sudden hope crossed my mind that it might be a party of my own people, out in search of me. By twos was our favorite and habitual order of march. But no, the long lances and streaming pennons at once dissipated the hope. There was not a lance in the American army. They could not be Rangers. Comanches on the war trail would have been armed with a lance, but clearly they were not Comanches. "Wha!" exclaimed Rube after eyeing them intently. "If they're Injuns, I'm a nigger. If they're Injuns, they've got beards and sombreros. And that ain't Injun sign, nohow. No," he added, raising his voice. "They're a gang of yellow-bellied Mexicans. That's what they are." All three of us had arrived simultaneously at the same conviction. The horsemen were Mexicans. It was no great source of rejoicing to know this, and the knowledge produced no change in our defensive attitude. We well knew that a band of Mexicans, armed as these were, could not be other than a hostile party, and bitter, too, in their hostility. For several weeks past, the Petite Guerre had been waged with dire vengeance. The neutral ground had been the scene of reprisals and terrible retaliations. On one side, wagon trains had been attacked and captured, harmless teamsters murdered or mutilated while still alive. I saw one with his arms cut off by the elbow joints, his heart taken out, and thrust between his teeth. He was dead, but another whom I saw still lived, with a cross deeply gashed upon his breast, on his brow, upon the soles of his feet, and the palms of his hands. A horrid spectacle to behold. On the other side, ranchos had been ransacked and ruined, villages given to the flames, and men on mere suspicion shot down upon the spot or hanged upon the nearest tree. Such a character had the war assumed, and under these circumstances we knew that the approaching horsemen were our deadly foes. Beyond a doubt, it was either a scouting party of Mexican lancers, a guerrilla, or a band of robbers. During the war, the two last were nearly synonymous, and the first not unfrequently partook of the character of both. One thing that puzzled us: what could any of the three be doing in that quarter? The neutral ground, the scene of guerrilla operations, lay between the two armies, and we were now far remote from it. In fact, altogether away from the settlements. What could have brought lancers, guerrilleros, or robbers out upon the plains? There was no game in that quarter for any of these gentry, neither an American force to be attacked, nor a traveler to be plundered. My own troop was the extreme out-picket in this direction, and it was full 10 miles off. The only thing likely to be met with near the Mesa would be a war party of Comanches, and we knew the Mexicans well enough to be convinced that whether soldiers or freebooters, they were not in search of that. Such reflections, made in double-quick time, occurred to us as we scanned the advancing troop. Up to this moment, they had ridden directly towards us, and were now nearly in a line between us and the Mesa. On getting within about half a mile of our position, they turned sharply towards the west, and rode as if to make round to our rear. This maneuver, of course, placed us upon their flank, and now outlined against the sky, we could distinctly trace their forms and note their habiliments and armor. Nearly all were broad-brimmed sombreros, with jacket, sash, and calzoneros. They carried lances, lazos, and carbines or escopettes. We could distinguish sabers and machetes, the universal weapon of the Mexican ranchero. They could not be drilled troops. Their costumes, as well as a certain irregularity in their maneuvering, forbade this supposition. Their lances, moreover, were borne in all sorts of ways, some couched, some resting in the stirrup and held correctly, while others were carried over the shoulder like a flintlock. No, they could not be a troop of regulars. They were either guerrillas or true saltadores. After riding nearly a half-circle round, still keeping at the same distance, the troop suddenly made front toward us and halted. We had been puzzled by their going round. We could not divine their object in so doing. It could not be to cut off our retreat. The timber in the back direction was miles off. Had it been near enough, we should certainly have retreated to it long before. But we knew it was too distant. Rube and his old mare would have been overtaken by our well-mounted enemies long ere we could have gained the woods. We knew this, and therefore did not think of making the attempt. On the other side was the Mesa, which by their late movement had been left open to us. It was but a half-mile off, and perhaps by making a dash we might have reached it, but not a tree grew near it, except those on its summit, and its rocky wall apparently offered no advantage to us, any more than the open plain. The enemy seemed to be aware of this, else they would not have ridden round, and by so doing left the way clear. Until the moment of their halt, therefore, we remained ignorant of their motive in moving to our rear. Then it was explained. Their object was evident to all of us. They had halted between us and the sun. It was a cunning maneuver worthy of a war party of Indians, and told us we had no common enemy to deal with. By approaching us from that direction, they would have a decided advantage. Our aim would be spoiled by the sun, now low down upon the horizon, and gleaming right in our eyes. My companions were wroth at the trick that had been played so adroitly, though we could not have hindered it, even if forewarned of their intention. We were allowed but little time to reflect upon the matter. We saw by the movements of the horsemen that they were preparing to charge. One who appeared to be the leader, mounted upon a larger horse than any of the rest, was addressing them. He rode along the line speaking in a loud tone, and gesticulating violently. He was answered with vivas, which we could plainly hear. Every moment we looked to see them gallop forward. We knew there was no alternative but fight or surrender, though not one of us entertained an idea of the latter. For myself, I should as soon have thought of turning the pistol to my own head. My uniform, tattered as it was, would easily reveal my character to the enemy, and if captured I knew that I should be hung, or perhaps in the absence of trees, shot down upon the spot. My comrades had reasons for knowing that their shrift would be equally short. Neither thought for a moment of tamely yielding. "No," emphatically renounced Rube. "This child can't guv in till he's rubbed out. He don't. Tarnation odd, too," he added, looking toward the troop. 12 agin 3 of us. Durn the odds. I've got clur o' wuss scrapes than looks yit, and so've you, Bill Garry. Hain't we, boyo? Durn the odds. Let 'em come on." "Aye," responded Garry, without the slightest show of excitement. "They'd better not come too near 'ithout tellin' our business. I see one saddle that I'll empty the minute they pass yon weed," and the speaker indicated a bunch of Artemisia plant that grew some 200 paces off in the direction of the horsemen. The reckless talk of the old trapper, with the contrasted cool bearing of his younger companion, had fixed my nerves fully. At the first sight of so many adversaries, I was not without some misgivings. In truth, I felt fear. Such odds against us, 4-1, was fair cause for apprehension. But it was not my first fight against large odds, both Indian and Mexican, and on that account I regarded it less seriously. Notwithstanding the superiority of our enemy in numbers, I knew we were not so unequal. Unless shot down by the first volley of their carbines and escopettes, each of our 3 rifles was sure of its man. I had confidence in my own weapon, and a still more perfect reliance on those of my comrades. They were men that never missed, men who never fired a random shot, never drew trigger till their aim was sure. I felt certain, therefore, that should the horsemen charge upon us, only 9 of the 12 would ever get within pistol shot of us, and for that distance we were well prepared. I carried in my belt a 6-chambered revolver, one of Colt's best. Gary had another, a present I had made him many years before, and Rube was armed with a pair of stout single barrels, likely enough to do good service. 17 shots, with our bowies to fall back upon, cried Gary triumphantly, as we finished a hasty survey of our arms. As yet the enemy did not advance. Notwithstanding their vivas and ejaculations, they appeared to hesitate about charging. Their leader and another, a lieutenant perhaps, were still seen riding along their line, as if animating them by further speech, giving them orders how to act. Meanwhile we had not been idle. We had formed square to receive the charge. You may smile, but such was in reality the case. We had formed square with our horses. There were 4 of them, for the wild horse counted 1. Gary, who rode like a Comanche, had broken him at our last camp, and he was now perfectly tractable. The shake of a lasso rendered him docile as a lamb. The 4 were tied head to head and croup to croup, and each formed one side of the square. They could not have broken it even under a charge of cavalry. Bridles must be untied or cut, and lassos set loose, before that formation could be destroyed. Within stood we, fronting our foes, the large horse of Gary forming our barricade towards them, our heads and feet alone visible to the enemy. Thus did we await their onset. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 31. The Parley. Another chorus of vivas announced that the guerrilla captain had finished his oration and that the attack was about to be made. We saw the chief himself, with 1 or 2 others, advance in front of the line and head towards us, as if intending to lead the charge. "Now," muttered Rube, in a sharp, quick tone. "Guns ready, boys. No waste shots. You hear? Lead counts here. It do. See? By the jumpin' Jehoshaphat, they're a-gwine to ride right down. Let 'em come on, and be damned. There's 1 of 'em won't get that far. I mout say 2. I mout say 3, indeed. Durn the glint of that sun, Billy," he continued, addressing Gary. "He'll shoot fust. Your guns furrest carry. Plug the big 'un on the claybank hoss. This child's for number 2 on the gray Mustang. And young feller, he'll jest pick off that nigger on the roan. I know you're wildcat to the backbone, but keep your eyes skinned and your nerves steady. Do you hear?" "Yes, yes," I hurriedly answered, though at the time steadiness of nerves was easier promised than practiced. My heart was heaving in quick pulsations at the near prospect of the terrible drama about to be enacted. At this moment the forward fell upon our ears, and with the wild notes of the bugle came the words, "Andale, anda, Dios y Guadalupe. On forward, God and Guadalupe." In an instant the troop was in motion, galloping down to the charge. They had not made many stretches before their line became broken, several of the swiftest or most courageous having forged ahead of the others. "The 3 most," cried Rube, in the same sharp tone. "The 3 foremost. That'll fetch 'em up wi' a round turn, or this child's mistaken. Now, boys, mind your eyes. Steady, steady, steady." All at once, Rube's muttered cautions, slowly drawled out, were changed to an exclamation that betokened surprise, followed by a long, low whistle of the same import. The cause was clear. The Guerrilleros had got within 300 yards of us, still going at a gallop, but we could perceive that their pace slackened as they advanced. Already it was more of an amble than the forward dash of an earnest charge. It was evident they had no stomach for the business, now that they were near enough to see the shining barrels and black hollow tubes of our levelled rifles. Gary was waiting till the foremost should pass the Artemisia bush, for by that he had calculated the point-blank range of his rifle. Another moment, and its crack would have been heard, but the horseman, as if warned by instinct, seemed to divine the exact limit of danger. Before reaching the bush, his heart failed him, and in a wavering, irresolute manner, he drew bridle and halted. The others, nothing loath, followed his example, until the whole troop had pulled up within less than 300 yards of the muzzles of our guns. "Cowed, by God!" shouted Rube with a derisive laugh. "Hullo!" continued he, raising his voice still louder, and addressing the halted line. "What do ye want, anyhow? Why the hell don't he come on?" Whether Rube's comical interrogatory was understood or not, it elicited a reply. "Amigos, somos amigos. We are friends," shouted back the leader of the band. "Friends be damned!" exclaimed the trapper, who knew enough of Spanish to understand the signification of amigos. "Nice friends you, indeed. Wah! D'ye think to bamboozle us that-a-way? Keep your distance now," continued he, raising his rifle in a threatening manner, as a movement was perceptible among the horsemen. "Keep your distance, or by the tarnal earthquake I'll plug the fust of ye that rides within reach. Damn sich friends as you." The leader now conversed in a low tone with his lieutenant, and some new design seemed to be discussed between them. A change of tactics was evidently devised during this pause in the action. After a while, the chief again addressed us, speaking as before in Spanish. "We are friends," said he. "We mean you no harm. To prove it, I shall order my men to fall back upon the prairie, while my lieutenant, unarmed, will meet one of you on the neutral ground. Surely you can have no objection to that." "And why such an arrangement?" inquired Gary, who spoke Spanish fluently. "We want nothing of you. What do you want from us, with all this infernal fuss?" "I have business with you," replied the Mexican, "and you, sir, in particular. I have something to say to you I don't wish others to hear." As he said this, the speaker turned his head and nodded significantly towards his own following. He was candid with them, at least. This unexpected dialogue took all three of us by surprise. What could the man want with Gary? The latter knew nothing of him, had never, as he declared, sought eyes on the nigger afore, although at such a distance, with the sun in his face, and the Mexican sombrero slouched as it was, Gary might be mistaken. It might be someone whom he had met, though he could not recall him to mind. After a short consultation, we agreed that Gary should accept the proposal. No evil could result from it, none that we could think of. Gary could easily get back before any attack could be made upon him, and Rube and I should still be ready to protect him with our pieces. If they meditated treachery, we could not perceive the advantage they were to gain from the proceeding. The parley, therefore, was accepted, and the conditions were arranged with due caution on our part. The horsemen, with the exception of the leader and his lieutenant, were to ride back to the distance of 1/2 mile. The leader was to remain where he was, and halfway between him and us, Gary and the lieutenant were to meet, both of them on foot and unarmed. At an order from their chief, The Guerrilleros fell back. The lieutenant dismounted, laid his lance along the ground, unbuckled his saber, drew the pistols from his belt, and placing them beside the lance, advanced towards the appointed spot. Gary had likewise disarmed himself, and leaving his weapons in charge of Rube and myself, stepped forth to meet the Mexican. In another minute the two stood face to face, and the parley began. It was of short duration. The speaking, which appeared to be principally done by the Mexican, was carried on in a low tone, and Rube and I saw that he pointed frequently in our direction, as if we were the subject of his discourse. We observed that his harangue was suddenly interrupted by Gary, who, turning round at the same instant, cried out to us in English, "Hello, Rube! What do yer think the skunk wants?" "How should I know?" replied Rube. "What do ye want?" "Why, he wants—" Gary's voice rose louder with indignation. "He wants us to give up the ranger captain, and says if we do, you and me can go free. Ha, ha, ha!" And the young trapper ended his announcement with a scornful laugh. Simultaneous with Gary's laugh, I could hear Rube utter a low whistle, and the words, "That's how the stick floats," and then raising his voice, he called out, "And what answer have you give him, Billy?" "I hain't answered him yet," was the prompt reply, "but hyah's the answer." I saw Gary's arm raised, with his huge fist clenched. I saw it descend like a trip hammer upon the face of the Mexican, who under the blow fell heavily to the earth. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 32. A Dead Shot. The unexpected closing of the conference elicited an angry shout from the Mexican horsemen, and without waiting for orders, they galloped up to their chief. Halting at long range, they fired their carbines and escopettes, but their bullets cut the grass far in front of us, and one or two that hurled past were wide of the mark. The lieutenant, who had been only stunned, soon recovered his legs, but not his temper. His wrath overbalanced his prudence, else the moment he found his feet, he would have made the best of his way to his horse and comrades. Instead of doing so, he turned full front towards us, raised his arm in the air, shook his clenched fist in a menacing manner, accompanying the action with a torrent of defiant speech. Of what he said we understood but the concluding phrase, and that was the bitter and blasphemous "carajo" that hissed through his teeth with the energetic aspiration of rage and revenge. That oath was the last word he ever uttered. His parting breath scarcely carried it from his lips ere he ceased to live. I heard the fierce word, and almost simultaneously the crack of a rifle fired close to my ear. I saw the dust puff out from the embroidered spencer of the Mexican, and directly over his heart. I saw his hand pass rapidly to the spot, and the next moment I saw him fall forward upon his face. Without a groan, without a struggle, he lay as he had fallen, spread dead and motionless upon the prairie. "There now, and damn your carajo!" cried a voice at my shoulder. "He won't bid for me again, ye skunk. That yer won't." Though I turned involuntarily to the speaker, it was not for an explanation. Of course it was Rube who spoke. His rifle was smoking at the muzzle, and he was proceeding to reload it. "Wahoo whoop!" continued he, uttering his wild war cry. "That shirtin's thar, Count, I reckon. Another nick for targets. Give me her for a gun. Wah! A long pull it war for the old weepin', and a glint in my eyes, too. The nigger riled me, or I wouldn't have risked it. Hold your horses, boys," he continued in a more earnest tone. "Don't fire till I'm loaded, for your lives. Don't." "All right, Rube," cried Garry, who, hastily passing under the belly of his horse, had re-entered the square, and once more handled his rifle. "All right, old boy, ne'er a fear. We'll wait for ye." Somewhat to our surprise, Rube was allowed ample time to reload, and our 3 barrels once more protruded over the shoulders of Garry's horse. Our animals still held their respective positions. 3 of them were too well used to such scenes to be startled by the detonation of a rifle, and the 4th, fastened as he was, kept his place perforce. I say, to our surprise, we were allowed time to get into our old vantage ground, for we had expected an immediate charge from the guerrilla. Vengeance for the death of their comrade would give them courage enough for that. So thought we, but we were mistaken, as their ire only vented itself in fierce yells, violent gestures, and ejaculations. They had now clustered around their chief without order or formation, though they seemed to pay but slight regard to his authority. Some appeared to be urging him to lead them on. Others came galloping nearer, and fired their carbines or shook their lances in a threatening manner. But one and all were careful to keep outside that perilous circle, whose circumference marked the range of our rifles. They seemed even less inclined for close quarters than ever. The fate of their comrade had awed them. The dead man lay about halfway between them and us, glittering in his picturesque habiliments. They were weaker by his loss, for not only had he been one of their leaders, but one of their best men. They saw he was dead, though none had dared to approach him. They knew the Texan rifle of old, those spangled heroes. They knew, moreover, that we were armed with revolvers, and the fame of this terrible weapon had already carried beyond the frontier of the Rio Grande. Notwithstanding all that, men of our race, under similar circumstances, would have charged without hesitation. So, too, would men of theirs 3 centuries ago. Perhaps in that band was an Alvarado, a Sandoval, a Diaz, or De Soto only in name. O Cortez, and you conquistadors, could you have beheld your degenerate descendants? And yet not all of them were cowards. Some, I dare say, were brave enough, for there were brave men among the Mexicans. A few were evidently willing to make the attack, but they wanted combination. They wanted a leader. He who acted as such appeared to be endowed with more prudence than valor. Meanwhile we kept our eyes fixed upon them, listening to the varied cries and closely watching their movements. In perfect coolness we regarded them. At least so much can I say for my comrades. Though life or death rested upon the issue, both were as cool at that moment as if they had been only observing the movements of a gang of buffaloes. There was no sign of trepidation, hardly a symptom of excitement visible in the countenance of either. Now and then a half-muttered ejaculation, a rapid exchange of thought, relating to some fresh movement of the enemy, alone told they both were alive to the peril of the situation. I cannot affirm that I shared with them this extreme and perfect sang-froid, though upon my nerves, less indifferent to danger, their example had its effect, and inspired me with courage sufficient for the occasion. Perhaps I drew confidence from another source. In case of defeat, I had a resource unshared by my companions, perhaps unthought of by them. Trusting to the matchless speed of my horse, as a last resort, I might possibly escape. I could have ridden off at that moment without fear of being overtaken, but the craven thought was not entertained for an instant. By my honor, no. I should have accepted death upon the spot, rather than desert the brave men who stood by my side. To them I was indebted for my life. 'Twas for me that theirs was now in peril. and from the first moment I had determined to stand by them to the end, and sell my blood at its dearest. In the event of both falling before me, it would then be time enough to think of flight. Even this contingency had the effect of strengthening my courage, and at that moment I viewed the vengeful foe with a coolness and freedom from fear that now in the retrospect surprises me. During the interval of inaction that followed, I was cool enough to reflect upon the demand which the guerrilla leader had made, the surrender of my person. Why was I singled out? We are all enemies alike, all Americans or Texans, on Mexican soil, and armed for strife. Why did they want me alone? Was it because I was superior in rank to my companions? But how knew they this? How knew they I was a ranger captain? Ha! They must have known it before. They must have come out specially in search of me. A light flashed suddenly into my mind, a suspicion strong almost as certainty. But for the sun glancing in my eyes, I might have earlier obtained an explanation of the mystery. I drew down the visor of my forage cap, stretching it to its full extent. I increased the shade with my flattened palms, and from under them strained my eyes upon the leader of the band. Already his voice, while in conversation with Gary, had aroused a faint recollection within me. I had heard that voice only once, but I thought I remembered it. Guided by my suspicion, I now scrutinized more closely the countenance of the man. Fortunately, the face was turned towards me, and despite the dazzling of the sunbeams, despite the slouched sombrero, I recognized the dark features of Rafael Ijurra. In that glance I comprehended the situation. He it was who wanted the ranger captain. There was doubt no longer. My suspicion was a certainty, but with the next throb of my heart rose another, 1,000 times more powerful, a suspicion of... With an effort I stifled my emotions. A movement was perceptible among the Guerrilleros. The moment of action had arrived. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 33. A Running Shot. Though our enemies were once more in motion, we no longer anticipated a direct attack. The time for that had passed. The fate of their comrade had evidently checked their ardor, and too much shouting and bravado had cooled rather than heightened their enthusiasm. We could tell by their maneuvering that some new mode of assault had been planned and was about to be practiced. "Cowardly skunks," muttered Rube. "They hain't the pluck to charge us. Who ever heerd o' fair fight in a Mexican? Damn 'em! They're arter some trick." He continued in a more serious tone. "What do ye think it be, Billy?" "I'm thinking, old boy," replied Gary, whose keen gray eye had been for some time fixed on the movements of the guerrilla. "I'm thinking they're a-goin' to gallop round and try a shot at us, Injun fashion." "You're right," assented Rube. "That's their game. Scalp me, if ain't. Look yonder, there they go." The horsemen were no longer in line, nor formed in any fashion. Irregularly grouped, they exhibited a clump upon the prairie, some standing still, others in motion. As Rube uttered the last words, one of them was seen to shoot out from the main body, spurring his steed into a gallop as he parted from the crowd. One might have fancied he was about to ride off from the ground, but no, that was not his intention. When he had made 6 stretches over the plain, he guided his horse into a curve evidently with the design of riding around us. As soon as he had gained some score of yards from the troop, a second horseman followed, repeating the maneuver, and then another and another, until 5 of the band, thus deployed, galloped round us in circles. The remaining 6 kept their ground. We observed that the 5 had left their lances behind them, and carried only their carbines. We were not astonished at this. We divined the intention of our enemies. They were about to practice an old prairie tactic, a stratagem of the horse Indians, with which all 3 of us were familiar. We might have been more apprehensive about the result had it been really Indians who were going to practice the maneuver, since in an attack of this kind, the bow, with its many missiles in a minute, is far more dangerous than either carbine or rifle. But the fact that our assailants understood the stratagem told us we were opposed to men who had seen Indian fight, no doubt the picked men of the frontier, and to defend ourselves would require all the courage and cunning we possessed. It did not surprise us that only a portion of the band galloped out to effect the surround. There was design in that, and we knew it. The 5 who had been detached were to wheel round us in circles, dash at intervals within range, fire their carbines, kill some of our horses, keep us distracted, and, if possible, draw the fire of our rifles. This purpose effected, the other 6, who had already approached as near as was safe for them, would charge forward, empty their guns, and then use their lazos with effect. Of this last weapon my companions had more dread than of all others carried by our foes. They had reason. They knew that our rifles once empty, the lazo could be used beyond pistol range, and by such men with far surer aim than either carbine or escopette. We were allowed but scant time to entertain these doubts, fears, and conjectures, or to communicate them to one another. They passed before us like the lightning's flash. The quicker that they were old thoughts, things familiar from experience. We were conscious that the stratagem of our enemy had increased the peril of our situation, but we thought not yet of yielding to despair. In an instant we had altered our relative positions. The 3 of us no longer fronted in one direction, but stood back to back, each to guard the third of a circle before his face. Thus stood we, rifles in hand. The 5 horsemen were not slow in the execution of their maneuver. Once or twice they galloped round us in a wide circle, and then followed a spiral curve, drew nearer and nearer. When within carbine range, each fired his piece, and retreating outward upon the main body, hastily exchanged his empty gun for one that was loaded, and galloped back as before. In the first volley, most of their bullets, discharged at random, had passed over our heads. We heard them hissing in the air high above us. One, however, had been better aimed, and struck Rube's mare in the hip, causing the old mustang to squeal and kick violently. It did but little damage, though it was an earnest of what we might expect, and it was with increased apprehension that we saw the horsemen come back on their circling career. You will wonder why we did not return their fire. Our guns carried as far as theirs. Why did we not use them while the horsemen were within range? Not one of the 3 of us thought of drawing a trigger. You will wonder at this. It requires explanation. Know then that the 5 men who galloped round us were 5 of the best horsemen in the world, no doubt the picked riders of the band. Not in Arabia, not in the hippodromes of Paris or London, could they have found their superiors, perhaps not their equals, for these men literally live in the saddle. Each, as he approached the dangerous circle, covered by our rifles, disappeared behind the body of his horse, a boot and spur over the hollow of the deep saddle tree. Perhaps a hand grasping a withered lock of the horse were all of the rider that could be seen. Presently a face might be observed, suddenly veiled by a puff of smoke from the carbine, and then ducked instantly out of sight. Perhaps the barrel of the piece might be noticed glancing along the horse's counter, while the stream of fire pouring forth told that the rider had taken aim under the throat of his steed, the latter all the while going at full gallop. During these maneuvers, sharp shots as my comrades were, and fair marksmen as I was myself, there was no instant when we could have hit any one of the 5 horsemen. It would have been easier to have brought down a bird upon the wing. Their horses we might have killed or crippled, but that would not have repaid us for the risk of an empty rifle. We dared not waste a bullet on the horses. That was our reason for reserving our fire. Do not fancy from this my prolixity of explanation that we were slow in comprehending all these points. No, we understood our situation well enough. We knew that to discharge our pieces, even though a horse should fall to every shot, was just what the enemy desired. That was the main object of their ruse. But we were too well used to the wiles of Indian warfare to be beguiled by so shallow an artifice. Words of caution passed between us, and we stood to our guns with as much patience as we could command. It was tempting enough, provoking, I should rather say, thus to be fired at, without the chance of returning it, and my companions, notwithstanding their habitual coolness, chafed angrily under the infliction. Once more the 5 horsemen came galloping around us, and discharged their pieces as before, but this time with more effect. A bullet struck Gary in the shoulder, tearing away a patch of his hunting shirt, and drawing the blood, while another went whizzing past the cheek of old Rube, creasing his catskin cap. "Hooray!" shouted the latter, clapping his hand over the place where the lead had wounded him. "Clost enough, that were. Cuss me, if hain't carried away one of my ears." And the old trapper accompanied the remark with a wild, reckless laugh. The rent of the bullet and the blood upon Gary's shoulder now fell under his eye, and suddenly changing countenance, he exclaimed, "By the tarnal, you're hit, Bill. Speak, boyo." "It's nothin'," promptly replied Gary. "Nothin'. Only a grease. I don't feel it." "You're sure?" "Sartin sure." "By the livin' catamount," exclaimed Rube in a serious tone, "we can't stand this no longer. What's to be done, Billy? Think, boy." "We must make a burst for it," replied Gary. "It's our only chance." "'Tur no use," said Rube, with a doubtful shake of the head. "The young fellow mout get clar, but for you and me there's not a shady of a chance. They'd catch up with the old mare in the flappin' o' a beaver's tail, and your hoss ain't none of the souplest. 'Tur no use." "I tell you it are, Rube," replied Gary impatiently. "You mount the white hoss, he's fast enough, and let the mar slide. Or you take mine, and I'll back Whitey. We mayn't get clar altogether, but we'll string the niggers out on the prairie, and take them one arter another. It's better than standing hyar to be shot down like buffler in a pen. What do you think, Captain?" added he, addressing himself to me. Just then an idea had occurred to me. "Why not gallop to the cliff?" I inquired, looking toward the mesa. "They can't surround us there. With our backs to the rock and our horses in front of us, we may defy the rabble. We might easily reach it by a dash." "Scalp me, ef the young feller ain't right," cried Rube, interrupting my speech. "It's the very idee, plumb centre." "It are," echoed Gary. "It are. We hain't a second to lose. They'll be round us again in a squall's jump. Look yonder." This conversation had occupied but a few seconds of time. It occurred just after the 5 horsemen had the second time emptied their guns and galloped back to exchange them. Before they could return to deliver a third fire, our determination was taken, and we had hastily undone the fastenings of our horses and were ready to mount. This we accomplished so quietly that it was evident the enemy had not perceived us, and therefore entertained no suspicion of our design. hence the road towards the mesa was still perfectly open to us. In another minute, however, the 5 riders would have been circling around us, and that would have naturally altered our situation. "Hurry, Rube!" cried Gary. "Hurry, man, and let's be off." "Keep cool, Billy," rejoined Rube, who was adjusting the bridle of Gary's horse. "Plenty of time, I tell ye. They ain't a-comin' yet. Woo, old gal," he continued, addressing himself to the mare. "Oh, woo, we're a-gwine to leave you ahint a bit, but I reckon you'll turn up again. They won't eat ye, anyhow, so don't be skeered about that, old gal. Now, Billy, I'm ready." It was time, for the riders were again spurring forward to surround us. Without waiting to observe further, we all 3 leaped simultaneously on horseback, and plying the spur deeply, shot off in a direct line of the mesa. A glance behind showed us the Guerrilleros, the whole band, coming in full tilt after us, while their cries sounded in our ears. To our satisfaction, we saw we had gained ground upon them. Our sudden start had taken them by surprise, and produced in their ranks a momentary hesitation. We had no fear of being able to reach the mesa before they could overtake us. For my own part, I could soon have ridden out of sight altogether. So could Gary, mounted on the white steed. That, with only a rawhide halter, was behaving splendidly. It was Gary's own horse, a strong but slow brute, that delayed us. He was ridden by Rube, and it was well the chase was not to be a long one, else our pursuers would have easily overhauled him. Gary and I kept by his side. "Don't be afeard, Rube," shouted Gary, in a tone of encouragement. "We ain't a-going to leave you. We'll stick together." "Yes," added I, in the excitement of the moment. "We live or die together." "Hooray, young feller!" cried Rube in a burst of wild gratitude. "Hooray for you! I know you're the stuff, and won't leave me ahint, though I gin you the slip oncest when you mistook me for the Grizzly. Hee-hoo! But then, uses, 'twere no use o' my sticking to you, ne'er a bit o' good. Wha, them niggers are getting nigher." We were riding directly for the middle of the mesa, whose cliff, like a vast wall, rose up from the level plain. We headed for its central part, as though we expected some gate to open in the rock and give us shelter. Shouts of astonishment could be heard mingling with the hoof strokes. Some of the expressions we heard distinctly. "Whither go they? Vaya! Do they intend to ride up the cliff? Caramba! Bueno, bueno! Van en la trampa! Good, they're going into the trap." Shouts of exultation followed, as they saw us thus voluntarily placing ourselves in a position from which retreat appeared impossible. They had been apprehensive, on our first galloping off, that we might be mounted on swift horses, and meditated escaping by speed, but on discovering that this was not our intention, cries of joyful import were heard, and as we approached the cliff we saw them deploying behind us, with the design of hemming us in. It was just the movement we had anticipated, and the very thing we desired them to do. We galloped up close to the rock wall before drawing bridle. Then, suddenly flinging ourselves to the ground, we placed our backs to the cliff, drew our horses in front of us, and holding the bridles in our teeth, raised our rifles towards the foe. Once more the 3 shining tubes were levelled, promising certain death to the first who should approach within range. End of chapter 33.